explosions for that fast. Kate headshots every single one of these intelligent zombies, one after another. I would have assumed these alphas would have been a bit more tactical and at least attempt to dodge gunfire and zigzag. But nah, she gets to wipe them all out with just a pistol. You're telling me?
Better results. Start with better quality. Help work out how you recover after the recovery and the potential. Because you wouldn't cut corners here. So why would you here? Better recover. Stay 100% away.
Me and Batista had a grenade launcher handy this whole time, and then somehow basically King 6 would be right there, right at that moment, so he could all the way. Well, taking a chapter out of the hashtag alive, the helicopter silently approaches the rooftop to reveal the main characters weren't abandoned by the pilot. The King survived and stares at the helicopter, and instead of Batista pulling out a weapon to make sure he can't jump in, well, he just sits there going boom, and the King is able to dynamite jump in. And we have a long physical confrontation between Batista and Zeus, with Zeus even being able to snap Batista's arm. But after numerous blows, Zeus finally doesn't hesitate to bite Batista here. Now that he's bitten, Batista has no hesitation to blow Zeus's head off with a gunshot. Man, you had your chance earlier, my dude, when he was jumping onto the helicopter. But dads always gotta sacrifice themselves at the end. You know, it's like Daddy and Train to Busan said. Climbing out Las Vegas, and the helicopter is somehow able to outpace the blast and even crash outside the fallout radius. Wow, Kate and Batista survive all of this. But Batista somehow hasn't turned yet, despite being bit by the Alpha. I'm not talking about alphas, I'm talking about the Alpha. It's the King, baby. You think his virus would be able to spread faster, considering how fast the soldiers turned after being bitten by the first Alpha at the beginning of the movie. Batista and Kate talk about lobster rolls. He gives her an inheritance, they say their goodbyes, and he slowly dies and comes back to life long enough for Kate to off him. I get it, it's a badass, but damn, why did that take so long? Vandero crawls out of the fire escape here after the nuke went off and wiped out Las Vegas. While I'm not surprised the towering casino above this little underground area is completely destroyed, you would expect some kind of rubble to obstruct his escape, but no, it's completely open. You would also expect some kind of thermal radiation and residual heat to remain, but he just casually walks out and into the Nevada desert with no issue. Vandero, after walking in the desert for who knows how long, is able to find a working car and its keys, and is able to drive to Utah without the money that he got from the vault. He rents a private jet, and when the jet starts descending into Mexico City, he discovers in the bathroom that he was bitten. He didn't figure that out until now. So he got bit before the safe closed on him. He stayed in there during the entire time after a nuclear blast. He crawled out from the fallout, walked an undisclosed amount of time in the desert to an abandoned car, drove that car over 100 miles to get to Utah, then rented a private jet and flew it all the way to Mexico City, over 1,800 miles away, with 4 long symptoms. What in the actual hell? This is the most blatant and consistent right turn time I have ever seen in a zombie movie. And it ends there, because sequel bait. I'm gonna add 13 cents just because all of the events that just happened feel really unlucky at making this into even 100. Although I probably screwed up somewhere in the same count, so please let me know in the comments how I screwed up. I just didn't want these zombie cents. But kudos to everyone involved in this movie's production. I highly recommend watching the supplementary video on Netflix about the making of this movie called Creating an Army of the Dead to see how much passion and work was put into this. And before I go, I gotta say, Snyder wanted about 28 minutes later. Instead of a kiss causing a zombie-like outbreak, Snyder said, "What are we, fucking 12?" and had his outbreak be started by a blowjob. Nice. Nice. Wow.
Could be like a mouthful of sand.
No, please don't.
A desert in my mouth.
No, that's not
She's
the
back.
good.
Sorry, I got thirsty.
Wait.
Game was rigged from the start. I gotta do it, man.
Introducing Kiehl's Daily Strength Microdose Retinol, a powerfully and gentle serum that visibly reduces wrinkles, firm skin, and smooth texture. In a clinical trial, 100% of users showed reduced wrinkles.
You know, folks, before you hire a lawyer, why don't you ask that lawyer one question? When's the last time you went to court? And our first zombie turns in the middle of being brutally assaulted by high school bullies. While I have questions about this virus and its spread, I'm surprised our first infected isn't able to fight any one of these high school students. Jinsu awakens from a fall and starts convulsing, snapping and jittering like a Draconosaurus zombie. His family member decides to throw the good book at him and beats him to death with the Bible in a hospital. When someone swung by after wearing this aggressive Bible thumping, he is able to stuff Jinsu's body in a normal suitcase and get out undetected. And then Jinsu, after falling 2 stories and being death by lava, wakes up again like it's nothing, sticking his hand out. Not only did he not wake up, but I have never seen zombies just take naps like they're a Bethesda main character to heal their wounds. Either way, I'm still surprised no one noticed a dead body in a suitcase. Gotta say, this intro of the title, fading to black and white molecules and reports of zombies, is really creative. Minus one said, if Mr. Lee apparently knows a bite from this infected mouse is bad, why would you have it so easily accessible to a sleeping student? You'd think he'd at least have a padlock on the box or something. But no, if zombie media has told me anything, pandemics always start for the dumbest reasons with security personnel looking. You can argue it's him trying to get back in the world, but it didn't seem like that at the very onset of this. Foreshadowing because High School of the Dead live action don't care about no grades. A horde of students rush across the street to not be late for school, with the view being left behind to be punished by teachers. I can see this as foreshadowing for when the undead start attacking the student populace as they leave some behind to be eaten alive, remarking on how people fend for themselves. Minus one said, a student has been missing since yesterday, and everyone says she was last seen cleaning the science lab. When a teacher confronts Mr. Lee about this and a noise is made, he says, oh, it was a hamster, don't worry. Besides the zombie story here, you should really suss this dude out since he has also been acting weird lately around underage kids. He injects her with benzodiazepine to slow her symptoms as she worries about her own mortality. It seems like the infection sparks the most when someone feels a heightened emotion of anger or fear. So why would you say this to them right before they pass out? You'd think those words would dwell within their head as they wake up. Mr. Lee monologues about how viruses are undefeatable and are different than what we truly know, just in time for Yeonju to wake up from her drug-induced coma and break from her duct tape containment and to be found wandering the halls. This girl who was infected and chained up overnight didn't try and bite anyone in that short time she got out. Yeonju walks to the classroom to explain what happened as she is taken to the infirmary so we can have a description of some of the symptoms, being extremely low body temperatures, bleeding, and erratic behavior. Good thing Zombie Han only mildly attacked 2 people long enough to comfortably be taken away by him. Zombie Han was able to bite the infirmary doctor pretty decently, and despite what some students thought of as rabies, which is a pretty bad virus, the doctor does not question emergency services about her own bite and seek immediate medical treatment. No, she doesn't do any of that. You would notice a pretty gnarly bite. With someone acting feral like that, emergency personnel would be asking if anyone else was bit just in case of rabies. Yeonju was bit by a hamster and administered psychoactive drugs and didn't fully turn within 24 hours. However, the doctor is bitten in the arm and turns within it's not really being inconsistent. The zombie doc is just standing in the infirmary staring at the window. Why wouldn't she be attracted to the sounds that the entire student body can hear in class? One of the bullies is bitten in the face as the doctor runs after more students. The bully turns into a zombie within 30 seconds, trying to hide his skin process. I realize I just praised Teacher Ray, and yes, he was probably bitten on the cheek, but still, the fact that Yeonju wasn't going around biting people when she first got out of containment, and the doctor is the reason for the outbreak, and she had less than an hour before she turned, is a bit weird to me. Now, this isn't a sin, but just quick PSA. If you bully people, sexually harass or assault them, torment them to the point where they consider suicide, or just berate them and abuse them in general, fuck you. Learn how to be a decent human. It speaks more volume of you as a person to be kind and generous amidst a world clouded with people uncertain of the future and weary of one another. You can be and do better. Right as UG is about to jump off the roof due to bullying, 4 separate windows are broken through at nearly the same time right beneath her, caused by zombies tackling victims. Good thing 4 separate undead had ample room, opportunity, angles, and timing to shatter public school windows. You're telling me zombies had enough velocity and perfect straight line angles to break through these windows, but in other instances, they barely even take the glass. Gotta love that perfect life-saving timing. Am I a bad person?
Jasnar mam. Wavu, Ruska Montema, Muchi Pichi?
Besides my dark humor, the press somehow is unfazed and not even brushed by panicking full sprint students, as she is saved just in the nick of time because that's how it works for main characters. As the student body flows into the cafeteria, Hanjo is knocked to the ground while everyone is doing the classic "it's a mass panic scene, everyone run in aimless directions." This zombie guy ignores all the free-running people so it can focus on just Hanjo specifically. He literally knocks a healthy student out of the way just to get to her. Despite the zombies biting anyone they get near, up until this point, this zombie decides to just growl at Hanjo, giving trailers some good footage and YouTubers a proper thumbnail. This zombie is able to perfectly walk with a traffic cone attached to its leg. This school chef whacks a zombie with a frying pan, Left 4 Dead 2 style, and doesn't think to look behind her at the zombie she just knocked out as she tries to shut the kitchen door. Hanjo somehow doesn't get bitten. Yet just a few seconds ago, a kitchen staff member got bitten much more easily. Lee Chong gets tackled and not bitten by a zombie here. Hanjo likes being a bottom but has a no biting rule. Good thing this zombie respects her boundaries. Lee Chong, showing off that he has plot armor, shoves another student into a zombie. Without hesitation, the shoved student gets bitten in an instant. You know what? That other student really should have bought some plot armor. The school staff bring up the fact that students are calling this a zombie outbreak, so they know what zombies are in this universe. You'd think the bully would go straight for the head and not the neck when he fights back against the zombie attacking him. Apparently throwing zombies off of people gets them to fully give up on their target and chase someone else. I'm surprised not more people went into this kitchen, considering there's not many other places to go in a closed-off cafeteria besides the windows. Let's just stare at the zombies as they draw closer to us before taking the obvious third exit point in front of you for dramatic tension. Man, this is some Left 4 Dead ass shit right here. I ain't complaining, but an infected driver wrecks his load-bearing truck into the school. You'd think a guy that's freshly bitten would be driving away from the school before turning as he desperately tried to escape. But hey, whatever, so we can get our main characters up a convoluted route so they can just conveniently get to safety of this door, this window. I mean, this is something they would do in Left 4 Dead, right? I'm not going crazy. Side note, neither of them get bitten or attacked while all this goes down. They just kind of sit there and stare while everyone else is getting chased and attacked. So they are basically taking more of a risk going back into the school. Honestly, it would have been better for them to get some distance from the building rather than going into the window and hoping no zombies are nearby inside. Lucky for them, there's always someone else that gets attacked in front of them in a surprise attack, while they have tons of distance to get away. This genuinely felt like something that would happen to somebody in a zombie apocalypse. No gallantry, heroics, badassery, none of that how to beat shit. Just genuine, well, you got caught and tried, and you died. Despite him staying on that ladder for longer than he should have. I would have added a sin because he was able to stay on this ladder somehow, but you know what? I'm gonna untouched classroom, even though every other classroom has been ransacked or broken into, giving them a moment to breathe. Emra and Sivyok are able to procure the ladder with the janitor who was just alive in front of, are able to prop it up in the midst of an outbreak without it teetering or getting knocked over by zombies, are able to climb all the way up it just in time to get to the window before it gets knocked over for dramatic tension. Oh, now zombies are going to show up to the classroom for a classic jump scare. We actually get an explanation behind how the virus was created, more information on it in my Why You Wouldn't Survive video, so go check it out. With Dr. Lake's background in biology driving him mad in order to protect his son from an oppressive world, it does give a mostly good reasoning to how and why this virus spiraled out of control and why it was made. So, -1 cent. Zombified Yon doesn't go full zombie mode until placed in the MRI. You had a whole school turning as she was driven to the hospital, but it isn't until now that she starts to turn. Again, she was drugged up, but you'd think the preceding events would have exacerbated her full turning. These nurses witness a full exorcist moment as Yon snaps her back a full 180 degrees and they just sit there staring at her long enough to get bed. The archery team arrives back at campus to see students and zombie students who haven't really left campus yet. They're kind of just staying on campus grounds for some reason. The students discern zombies can't open doors normally, but make sure to hold it shut just in case. Sensible people in a zombie thing? What? -1 cent. Despite breaking exterior windows and glass doors earlier, these zombies can't muster the strength to even crack these interior windows. We get a realistic look at an emergency call center as numerous reports of zombies. First time responders thinking it's a joke before the reality sets in. Nice touch. -1 cent. The zombies all run off to chase after the screams of a survivor. One student yells while another says to keep it down to not attract more. Thank you. Sensibility. -1 cent. She calls the fire department to show off and ask for her fireman dad's help when they say that they cannot do that. Then she lies and says there is a fire at the school. What good is a team of firefighters going to do against zombies? They have fire axes and stuff, but you're risking your firefighter dad's life. Why not instead say something like an active shooter or knife-wielding maniac is loose at the school to get an armed response immediately? I think that would be a little more sensible. Coach Jinju appears and starts telling the kids to barricade the doors. Lucky for him, they didn't already start doing that, considering they were using their own bodies to do so before. The coach says he wasn't bitten and openly leaves his bite mark out to be easily seen. A coward like him would actively work to cover it up. But now we have a lesson to check for bite marks at least. The coach has enough time to get in and tell everyone to barricade themselves inside with him and have his bite mark exposed before starting to turn. The virus has great cinematic timing. He reanimates and bites this girl in the mouth, and she doesn't turn instantly despite the other guy getting bit on the cheek and turning instantly. They know zombies are around, but didn't prepare some kind of weapon in case they broke in, maybe snap the leg off of a table or something. The girl turns as the coach attacks further, forcing them to leave the classroom. A horde of zombies is waiting for them at the end of the hallway. You'd think the horde would have already been back at this classroom's window with all the screaming and all the noise they were making earlier. During this 1v7 badass skirmish, he doesn't get bit by any of them once here. This zombie completely ignores the easy target in front of him to go after the other students. They take all the windows and doors off their hinges easily to defend themselves. You would think if they were that easy to take off, the zombies earlier would have easily broken through them or knocked them over. They are able to push the zombie down the stairs via the unhinged door, giving them all enough time to run down the hall for more zombies to show up to go up the stairs again, while the first horde just kind of stumbles around for them to do all of this. Their ferocity sure is selective. The bully is kicking one zombie at a time as the second horde fastly approaches, just for him to fall on the ground and just stare at his friend and have this kind of moment together. Go, motherfucker, go! There's like 13 zombies! Start running now! Do something! They did acknowledge to watch out for your hands, but I am surprised Daesu did not get his hands bit here. This one zombie is able to jump over the horde, gets knocked down, and then ends up crawling underneath everything. why have no other zombies tried this yet? They're lucky enough to break the padlock and get in and shut the door right as the zombies come attacking. In the nick of time. Shame. Why would he rest his head underneath the window he just shattered? Oh, that's right. He's the bad guy. Even in Korean cinema, does the only, or one of the only bad people have to be the dumb guy punchline? Either way, even if you're dumb, you would not do this. You would see the shattered window and hear all the noise. And on that note, why was everyone just catching their breath with a fully broken window? You know they can crawl through, right? Why not immediately procure anything you can as a weapon and not wait until they start getting in? Start getting ready to defend yourself. And here we have the comment section arguing on how to handle the situation or how they would survive. Now, why is there a sin? Because they are all at fault for not barricading the room in the first place. Bully in the kitchen pushes a girl into the wake of a zombie and just stays under the table. For a guy that's quick for violence, you'd think he'd use that time to get a weapon like, I don't know, a kitchen knife or cleaver instead of just staying put. A girl in the restroom has been bitten and they lock her in a stall and just stall. Get it? They debate on what to do, saying they have to kill her if she turns. Honestly, it's pretty obvious she will turn, so why not do it instead of risking her biting one or both of y'all when she does turn? Especially with the fact that they don't know what kind of zombie they're dealing with. They referenced Train to Busan earlier, and honestly, if you don't know how fast they are, you just nip it in the bud. Despite the entire student body all turning within seconds of being bitten, this girl gets to bleed a bit in the stall and displays the anger symptoms no one else has displayed since Yeonju, because we needed that reminder that anger is a thing, so we can have this character moment that yes, this virus does involve fear turning into anger. It took this long for someone to fashion a weapon, and it's only because badass girl number 1 decided to make one. So she gets impaled through the mouth and does not die, but an arrow through the neck does. Good thing some of the archery team survived, ended up going into the school infested with zombies in order to save them. Why would you want to go to the restroom at a time like this? Well, as Dr. Ian Malcolm once said, you gotta go, you gotta. The English teacher announces to stay safe as we see everyone else surviving, and we get 2 hints at the zombies' behavior, between them being attracted to sound and that they can't climb high. I hope they stay true to their established traits later on. As the girl comforts the other, she notices her hand is cold to the touch when her eyes and ears start to bleed and turn red. Now, it's realistic to see one person was bit in that situation from earlier, but why would you hug someone you know is infected and rapidly turning? You have seen firsthand how fast they can go from best friends forever to fighting friends forever. She convulses and turns, and still no one has a weapon ready. At the first sign of her turning, someone should have been finding something to stab or beat her skull in. It wouldn't be that hard. Get a desk ready as she's kind of flailing on the ground. That's your opportunity. Nope. Instead, she busts through a window, but is able to hold on to the edge as a zombie and have a "Scar! Help me, brother!" moment with her friend. They decide to rappel out the window to escape, and somehow not a single zombie sees this arm flailing about to grab the fire hose from outside the classroom. This plan works, and all but the last girl and guy have descended down to the broadcasting room as the zombie horde finally starts breaking in. The girl says she has nothing to live for and contemplates staying to get eaten alive. Luckily, the zombies are polite enough to wait long enough for the guy to talk her down. Chong-sun does not get bitten here. We get an end of episode fake out of Chong-sun falling backwards out of a window as a zombie pursues him, but he somehow grabs the hose on the window out in a backflip to be able to pull this off, only 1 floor down, especially with the zombie attached to his foot. How did they both end up doing this? We suddenly have a girl giving birth in a bathroom because we couldn't have a zombie drama show without a crying, shitting, noise-making baby. Ex-bully avoids a falling zombie, and Tarzan's his way on the hose. You know, repeating the sins of your friends doesn't make it better. The not-so-pregnant girl somehow doesn't get splattered. All passengers in this car were bitten, and it wasn't until driving near a main character did they turn and crash for a second time. You would think these 2 cops, after being bitten, would not immediately get in a car with an infected and handcuffed person. But hey, whatever, so it looks pretty cool. Several bystanders at the wreck get bitten and turn instantly. Why? Because of the background character genome in their DNA. If you're a background character, you turn like that. New baby mama goes back into the bathroom for her newborn, and it's not crying attracting zombies. And as she goes out, she just stares at a guy getting disemboweled. Now, I realize this show is a commentary on society showcasing sociological factors in the students, and the teen mom is going to be right with that. But I'm so sick of babies popping up with
Dag,
zombie
dag.
apocalypse. It's just tiresome. The hose breaks the window with no rhyme or reason. Jung-Seon goes to check without any sound being made. And then... jump scare by a mindless zombie attached to the hose. Because why not? You would think he'd be going the whole time, but no, he's silent until he falls over. She flails around in the window, and no one decides to procure a weapon except John. These business suits were able to tie an infected to a chair. How? Without anyone getting bitten. The firefighters go to gag him, and one gets bit. So, the professionals that deal with this kind of stuff are not equipped enough, but the suits are. Of course, the call about a disaster-level event comes in the second after the bite occurs. And our first-class commentary, Kyung-Soo has a cut on his wrist that makes the rich girl, Na-yeon, believe he is infected after berating him about being poor earlier, calling him a
You're
willful
quite
fool.
received.
While everyone else
Yam
clears him, she urges
Pinkoba
food
session.
is a viable vector for
Zaguna
transmission. And I don't
Wef
blame
wef.
her for her
Benu
skepticism.
siblerf.
You guys are still
Oba.
trying to figure out how this virus works, and a mere scratch with trace amounts of blood or saliva could very well turn someone. They all say she is doing this to pick on him, and that it's cruel.
Sibuna Twarble Farbe.
Yeah, exactly.
Pinguna.
Yes, like
Washing.
Oh,
and personal
Pimpini.
history
Ah.
aside, realism is what's really needed, pretty boy. And we have the teacher with reason chiming in and
You're
saying
quite
we should
received.
isolate
Yam
the
full
December
stop.
for 10 minutes just to
Zurich.
be sure. That's a good
Yam
compromise. As
Wanna
even
fish.
if he is infected, it'll be good to know
Wash.
the
Don't
scratch
rub 'em, Carl.
will be cause for alarm
Thank you.
or not. You need to know how this virus
Wasabi
works.
Gopina.
-1
The
cent.
Fuim
The
Navatani.
walkers know that two people
Rubin.
in harm's way to die. Somehow
Oma.
surviving this, he
Sikapu.
discovers that, in
Wanna
fact,
fudge.
a sufficient stab to the neck takes them out. And I guess that's this show's unique way of how to kill zombies instead of to the head. I guess that shuts me up from earlier of the whole bow to the neck. So, -1 cent, I guess. The firefighter dad is told not to get bit over radio. And that's when the virus decides this guy should blatantly show symptoms after being bitten earlier and start turning, all in the span of 5 seconds. Hillsong's district has over 200 infected flooding down the road and a line of riot cops standing firm to keep them from progressing. You would think use of deadly force would be authorized, but I'm not educated on South Korean police forcing. As an American myself, things are kind of different here. Little old lady with a limp can outrun full sprint infected. Na-yeon is forced to go inside Yeon-Soo's quarantine to apologize, and she still commits to this evil rich bitch routine. And intentionally infects him with a bloody rag. I get it's to show how pissed she is and the class disparity and all that, but to purposefully infect a person over being pushed in money? Really? This doesn't seem like a person, it's a character to drive this plot element. It's just, you're putting yourself at risk just because someone made you mad.
You're poor. Die, scum.
As Kyung-Soo transforms, we get a dramatic, slow infection as he slowly turns, asking how and why this is happening as everyone else just stares at him. Yeah, it's sad, but you can argue it's slower because it wasn't a bite, he got a little bit of blood in his open blood. The virus loves dramatic tension more than anything. Kyung-Soo agrees to leave before turning, but the virus plays on his fears and insecurities as he resonates the words of the rich bitch and turns to see everyone else as threats, giving us a window into why zombies attack others. The virus wants to spread the infection, so it makes the host believe everyone else is out to get them. -1 sin for a much-needed perspective. Chunks-on is able to whistle at Zombie Yawn, leading him to jump out a window. Good thing students are able to quickly figure out that symbolic moments like whistling can override viral rage for a few seconds. Now Yawn admits to infecting Young-Soo, and because everyone blames her, she thinks, oh, I have no friends, I'm gonna walk out on my own. With all the noise they've been making, I'm surprised no zombies were already at the door to eat her the second she walks out. Oh, there is some zombies down the hallway, but we get enough time for the teacher to walk outside and save her at the last second. Hey, it's basically me every time I discuss what you need to survive, even down to the subscribe at the end. -1 sin because that's what it truly takes to prepare. Chunks-on's mom avoids hordes of undead, does it multiple times, runs away from them as they were chasing her. She gets to the schoolyard, and the first infected out of an entire student body she sees there is her son's best friend, Kyung-soo, who earlier ran off with the board and is now by himself. The mom decides to run to him as he's growling and bloodied, looking like the infected that almost tried to kill her multiple times, and she's expecting answers about her son, Zombie. Like, girl, I know he was your son's friend, but you should know better by now. But whatever, old ladies and moms and dads are stupid and emotional and couldn't possibly rationalize anything. Asking the real questions, how and where are we going to be pooping? Truly innovative for zombie media. This isn't sarcasm. -1 sin. The bully escapes the school and avoids getting bitten in all these situations here. His escape bike gets off the chain while he struggles to get it moving. No zombie catches up to him here. Lucky for him, not a single zombie was close enough to attack him in his panic. Long enough for him to find the door to shut in the nick of time as the board slams against it. Cliche. 3 zombies in this room must be deaf for not swarming out of the room at the amount of noise the bully made with this bully. Bully with a mullet, we'll call him Mully, is pretty damn efficient with a knife to the neck, and he gets to have this that look like a killing is a true crime mixed with the K-pop icon while just staring at nothing for a few seconds. Lucky the zombie behind him gave him time to collect himself. So the edgy teen girl harasses the archery girl about going to college for being good at archery? What? Is that not someone you would want to be on a good side with? Like, an archer in a zombie apocalypse, when guns aren't really available, is probably your best bet at survival. But no, this has teens, and obviously teens care more about drama than survival. What? They start fighting? Why? What was the build-up here? What the fuck is this girl's problem? I get it, school is hard, but you know what's harder? Fucking dying because you want to make a bunch of noise in a restroom in a zombie apocalypse over you guys' future after graduating school that you don't even know if graduating's even a thing anymore. +3 sins. You know, I praised this streamer earlier, but thinking about it rationally, considering everything, you wouldn't want to be whispering to chat constantly in complete silence. Zombies might hear you. And also, whatever streaming service he is on, well, they would probably have banned his stream by now because, I mean, zombies, decaying people covered in blood, that's got to be against terms of service in some way. Stream chat is suggesting to him what to do to survive, while all their suggestions are telling him to just die. You know what, that's pretty accurate, but, I mean, he is still Jake Pauling his way in a zombie apocalypse, getting attention and whatnot, and that's probably the dumbest shit you can do. But you know what? It's every day, bro. While this is genuinely terrifying. Why did all these kids decide to hide in the dark and do this jump scare all at the same time? What is this coordinated effort? He gets away from this many kid zombies while still keeping his stream even and whatnot, and he even stops to see How did he survive that? Dr. Lee is interrogated and reveals more on why he unleashed his virus as penance for being a bully. Zombies get to arrive at the station, and we see this
Tamarish
conflict.
a cruise.
I love how trained cops are
Yeah,
fighting zombies than a douchey bully with a bullet. The main
The
cop
largest
fights off
booty.
zombies while Dr. Lee stares as he both loves and hates his creation.
Reputate
No zombies
Belka.
attack him until he leaps in and gets himself bitten. Every other cop gets bitten, but as he beats a zombie to a pulp, this one just growls behind him. Dr. Lee sacrifices himself as he says his laptop in the science room of the school has all the answers. I doubt it, but okay. You gotta have some kind of blood-driven narrative. The MacGuffin. However, I seriously doubt every single zombie would stop in their tracks to sink their teeth in unison in the virus's creator's body. Earlier zombies ignored easy targets to chase faraway survivors. But not here. The cop escapes the building only to land in front of a leashed zombie prisoner. Lucky for him, it can reach him, and double lucky no other zombies attacked him while he had that stare down, as he considered a nice juicy kiss. The cop runs into a guy pinned by a car. This dude would have and should have been easily eaten up by now. Ryan and whatnot. That and the cops somehow.
Oh, yes, he is coming. He might be in Philippines.
Get it? Not corpse, but corpse.
Because he used to be a comeback winner. So I think he might be in Philippines. Either that or he doing something.
Take a high-class archer to come up with this idea. Other groups. The bullies forced this guy to report Hisu as she was forced to undress and schedule the video post to go up online at 9 a.m. Well, the zombie apocalypse happens, so the post went up and the girl panics. But I just don't think anyone will really care due to the zombie apocalypse, considering most, if not all of them at school and her family are probably dead anyways. Even so, this kind of video would be sketchy as fuck to anyone, and many would consider this sexual harassment, and social media would delete this post pretty quickly. But regardless, she's gonna go inside the school to find the bully's phone. Okay, I get that this was horrible and she was suicidal, but what good is it gonna do if you're dead? I mean, it's a whole lot of irrationality, but I get it, teens are irrational. Hisu gets chased down by herself and bitten by dozens of zombies, but it is revealed she doesn't turn, giving us another twist as she walks away bloodied, but still human, without any zombies paying her any mind now, showing she is indeed infected. Interesting. -1 cent. Soo-hyuk and Chung-san scaled the windows to get to the classroom to procure a phone to figure out the outside world situation. Unlucky for them, at that exact moment did the infected Hisu arrive to smash every phone to prevent anyone from seeing the posts about her. I guess the virus infecting unturned people still gives them pretty good dramatic timing. Hisu sees the two try to grab the phone and flies into a furious rage, gaining the attention of a number of zombies. Chung finds a busted phone, so he dives into the zombies to get a working one. Lucky for them, these zombies are all incompetent at their jobs and flailing about and stall enough for them to both get away unharmed. The firefighters pull off a good defense with these civilians, desks, and fire hoses. Really creative, and maybe I was wrong about sending firefighters over cops, especially since most of the cops here died within moments. -1 cent. Suppressing the horde with WAA, they need those second firemen to cut the padlock to the roof. This one businessman doesn't stay there to help their only line of defense and at least hold the door closed. No, he just runs off. As the group gets the padlock cut open, the sole fireman fends off 2 separate hordes and still makes it out unscathed, without any zombies still chasing after. How? Chung-san somehow doesn't get bitten numerous times here. Chung finds the bully tying up the principal. Using the phone, he reports this, saying,
Try new Werther's original chocolate-covered caramels. They're rich and delicious.
Saying he will send it to the police, and says the bully is human trash. Police are busy and or dead, first off. And 2, the guy has a bloody knife and is obviously a psychopath. I get trying to be truthful and symbolize this character's essence, but sometimes you gotta play both fields and not antagonize the guy that can stab and either kill you or infect you with tainted blood. Hell, he just slit the principal's throat. Hand over the phone, you can figure something out, work with him, and then you can turn on him later when he least expects it. Also, what are the chances of him running into 2 separate but conflicting survivors before acquiring a singular?
I didn't think he was coming back.
Phones easily attainable commodities to
I thought you was on here Philippines.
regulations. The bully chases him down and is into zombie to only to easily stab it. Good thing the zombies have spared themselves out after all that noise they had been making was made, so they can have this long, dramatic chase. The bully throws a knife like a pro Call of Duty player and perfectly stabs him from far. I don't see how he pulled this off. Maybe if he was a military class and specialized in throwing weapons, yeah, sure. And all of this while being chased by a horde, you'd think he'd want to keep the knife on you, but whatever. We get an in-depth look at the city under martial law and quarantine, how people in the country outside act. The stock market. Oh no! Outside helping people refusing refugees any help. Religious zealots say this is God's will, all while government officials debate on how to move further. Good to see perspectives in the grand scale instead of just the sweet kids and their families. But listen, Bully continues his Chong chase into the library where a nerd is hiding atop the books. Of course, a nerd would be there. Chong is pushed off by him, fearing he was bitten, and Chong gets away unscathed by the zombies below. Bully gets on top of the same bookcase, gets up there, knocks the nerd off, and the nerd instantly gets devoured by the zombie horde. You gotta love how plot armor is in full swing here. Chong struggles to climb this bookcase and somehow doesn't get bitten in the shin, leg, foot, or anything. The two face off on separate bookcases as zombies try and get up to them. Bully wants the phone so the vid doesn't get leaked. Why not come up wise and say, can we at least use this to call for help? Say anything? No, just gonna let this guy kill you over a phone you could probably find elsewhere, or a computer you can use? Bully tackles Chong, causing him to bash his head on the bookcase. With a potential concussion, he is still able to avoid being bitten numerous times here. They have a Lion King battle atop the bookcases. Bully has him pinned as he grabs the phone. Chong slaps the phone in the air and gracefully catches it with his other hand. Bro, okay. How have the zombies not knocked this case over by now? Chong stabs him in the eye with the corner of the phone. I guess you could see that as symbolic. It allows him to push the bully into the horde, but I just can't see you stabbing somebody that deeply with a phone. We have seen just one zombie be able to disembowel someone, but hordes of infected can barely fight up the main characters that end up surviving the infection. With the horde now off the bully's body, they now decide to start knocking over the bookcases like dominoes, because their virus knows the dramatic battle is over. This library glass door somehow isn't broken in a similar fashion to the cafeteria glass doors that were easily shattered by the infected horde earlier. The one time Chong is actually about to get bitten, and he is saved by the archer. Good timing. Thankfully, no zombies noticed healthy survivors just standing there for this to happen. Not only that, but they saved Chong, but don't see Chong after the zombie was attacking him anymore. You wouldn't think they would have noticed him running there, but so Chong finally gets time to use the phone, and the archers finally find a computer to get online. And we get perfectly timed press conferences saying they are cutting phone and internet services. What? To improve operations efficiency, I can get limiting phone calls, but emergency ones? Is this really a thing, or just a blunt device to make communication difficult? It wouldn't make sense to get rid of every form of communication possible, as they cite fake news. While I'm not for generic moments in zombie media, it would make way more sense for the power to just go out and cellular service towers to stop working because of the pandemic. But yo, we have to have this show. We see the zombie team mom still strapped to the door with her baby across the room. It's been there overnight, and this baby is not crying out loud despite being left alone with a bunch of growling zombies for hours on end. How? And how has she not gotten loose and eaten this baby alive at this point? Or how have none of the zombies broken through the glass? The cop and his new buddy go to jumpstart a car, and his new buddy decides to be loud while walking towards it. Okay, whatever. They get in, and it doesn't start. And in a weird sequence, they somehow get out unscathed numerous times, even though they were trapped in a car. Also, I did not speed up this footage, that's just how it is. The cop ends up at the chicken restaurant when zombie teen mom gets a pair of scissors ready to kill her, and sees that she is tied up and just sits down and doesn't pay her any mind. Wouldn't you want to kill this threat in case it wiggles loose and all, potentially bites him? The cop's new buddy is more scared of a silent baby wrapped in cloth than the feral woman across the room or the zombies banging at the window. Chong-san busts down the cramped maintenance shaft and is able to maneuver around these zombies sloppily. Look, I'm sure you're tired of me saying without getting bit, but hey, I'm tired too. And we aren't even halfway done with the show yet, so let's keep it going, baby! This zombie busts down the door so easily when others can barely tap glass. Okay, he has gotten
What's
to
the question?
What video are you watching? What is asking?
Oh, it's a video about a zombie shoot.
I'm shooting.
I see the zombie shoot.
Okay, so let's do this. Honestly, this is a love comedy film that shows up the show.
He's talking about the zombie show. That's what he's talking about. I didn't even hear you until Vince said something. Cause I guess I wasn't paying attention. Till you talking to me.
No. No.
By two wards. Lucky for him, an unbroken door was nearby with no zombies in the way to shut the door just in time as zombie slam against it cliche. The archer girl says they should go to the archery room for their emergency phone and to get more arrows, so they go out the window. The ward gives them enough time to jump out, take their time, and to only stun one zombie at a time while the others just keep running in place. The classroom group had people retrieve drones from the science room to find Chong-Shan, then fly it out to sea further out, only for this girl to see her zombified parents. I don't know much of what the drone was here to accomplish or what it could have done here, except waste its potential by letting it die in an unretrievable place amongst a ton of zombies. You know what they could have done? They could have used that to scout areas ahead to see if it's safe, or, use drones as distractions to lure wards away from potential locations to go to. But no, we're just gonna let it fly out super far and die. Okay. The bully reanimates as a half-human, half-zombie hybrid that a flashback of Doc Lee says is due to the virus mutating. More on that in my Why You Will Survive video, go check it out. But we get an interesting scene of zombies ignoring him as he lets his anger for Chong-Song swell up as he discovers his new abilities. It's a pretty neat new and additional threat, so I'm gonna take off the Sand right here. They devise a plan to use the PA system to distract zombies with music on speakers to escape and to communicate with Chong-Shan. Not a bad idea, but it didn't dawn on y'all, or any of you, to use it beforehand, especially after you wasting your throw. The zombies are distracted, except one bumping into a wolf, remember? So they assume it's death. They try sneaking past it, but why not just kill it while it's looking away before it turns around? We see half of a body lying there dead. How did the bully and the suicidal girl both not end up like this before turning? The bully hunts them because of the PA announcement and discovers their plan to get to the roof. Because somehow he had to figure this out. Soo-Hyuk is left behind and almost bitten when his former bully ally saves him. Bully says he wants to kill Chong-San, causing a 1v1 fight to happen. Hyuk is getting wrecked when the class president shows up to get bitten by the bully. Where was everyone else, and why would the small girl be the only one to go check on Soo-Hyuk? Hyuk easily pushes him out this conveniently placed window, despite these half-bees being stronger than a regular human. The archery squad has to open a number 1 for the archery room, but the archers didn't think to tell edgy girl or fat dude the code beforehand, so there's more stress. You'd think they would tell them about a code on this log. So getting inside without being bitten and to shut the door just as the zombies slam against it. Cliche. They just realize Hyuk and Class Prez aren't around. They go outside and they are conveniently running towards them with the ward in tow to shut the door in the nick of time for a double cliche combo. Earlier, Chong-San left a zombie pendant under a piano alive. They return to this room and just say to leave it alone and ignore it. Why not kill something that could wiggle out and bite someone? Why just leave it there? Living conditions within the quarantine camp were heated and low, with special ops saying they'll have to quarantine for at least a month, which is pretty fair considering this virus makes zombies. But the firefighter is able to knock out 2 armed guards, and for cure, one of them a live zombie in the room with you that can wiggle at any moment. No, you have to finally procure a weapon because a main character showed they have fight, and we have to have this drama between John and Yuck. I'm also surprised they aren't censoring Yuck for having blood all over his face, since they all know zombie blood and any orifice can potentially infect you, and the bully spilled zombie blood on his face earlier. But why is no one wearing a fat vest? Emerald stays at the windowsill and says to push her if she starts turning into a barrel. That is a good ultimatum to see how a bite from someone potentially infected could turn out. Emerald starts filling it now, Mr. Krabs, and notes how good her upcoming boyfriend smells before looking like she'll fight him. Chong rightfully attacks her, but throws before dead-ass hose causes two big guys to fight. One of the girls brings up the fact that Namra may be immune or a carrier, as shown in movies. Good to see zombie sins and all these zombie movies are reflecting on people and movie characters. -1 said, they look to drive Michigan restaurants moped to get away. But where did that horde of zombies that have been banging on the windows for 24 hours go? They suddenly all disappear so they can have this moment. And as they're about to drive off and are ready to go moped, a random little girl shows up needing to be saved. How did she survive this long, and why does she show up now? Because having a baby to save for suspense wasn't enough. Getting in the door as it closes in time, blah, blah, blah. At least we know. At least there's the zombies I was talking about at the window. Students coined the term hammies for half zombies and humans, despite how hammy it is. I'm kind of enjoying how many of these teens are being about zombies. -1 said, they are openly saying how thirsty and hungry they are, and the rich bitch from earlier is hiding in the supply closet locked off, full of soda and snacks. Right as she is hesitantly going to come out and reveal herself and all the goodies, the group decides to start talking about her and blaming her for everything that's been going on, so she stops and doesn't say anything. What timing to prevent them from eating and drinking. The firefighter and his buddy, dressed as special ops dudes, decide, hey, we are disguised. Well, the only reasonable way out of this camp is just to climb over the wall. That's not suspicious whatsoever. He gets caught going over the wall. Who could have seen that coming? And a suspicious guard asks him what unit he is in. And he knocks another armed guard out and avoids being shot by trained professionals from above. Really don't know why he had to take this route. He could have just pretended to be a guard and kind of just walked out saying he's doing his rounds. They start trying to break the supply closet door open, causing the zombies outside to nearly break in. Stick to the lock picking and leveling that up instead of risking that amount of noise. There's got to be another way in. The firefighter only gets shot once, being shot at by numerous guards as he dives into the water. How? The police raid a mall to find survivors, and this spec ops dude, trained as a professional, gets surprise attacked by ninja zombies. Namron describes what it's like being a hammy, saying she has an unreasonable sensation to find her love interest and eat him out. But not like that. But she hasn't turned angry or crazy, so I guess the cure is gonna be love or some shit. Yunji displays a heightened sense of hearing and enough strength to pull knobs out of doors with ease. She then stumbles on a teacher that ignored her cries of help when she was needing it back in school, when she was getting bullied, and she tries to be a good person and eat a goldfish to pacify her craving for flesh. The teacher attacks her, fearing she's infected, and she retaliates against him by eating him alive. This was a very intense scene that showcased how she tried to hold back, but fell into her cravings because of the anger she holds deep. -1 said, all the hammies suddenly gain a super sense of hearing all at the exact same time, despite all turning at different points like they're all
Oh, shit.
as they use their new powers to either try to find safety for others or use it to hunt others down. It's a pretty good parallel of how hammies will work in this coming new world order. -1 said, the bully and Yuji sure do keep running into people that only reassure their notions that other people see them as scum. I'm really not liking that a lot of these people act like characters and not people to push plot elements before they die. This other bully under the car is
Okay, poor Tara's a bad
and
choice.
he would not be so quick to rush one of his associate bullies out so quickly. Having a psychopath and a vengeful girl turning people voice is a tense plot element. The firefighter gets to this police station, I guess somehow alive after being shot, gets into the armory, and is able to load a shotgun in the nick of time right before two zombies break in. Good timing. As an American, I'm just glad to see guns. Now I just need a hammer, beer, to handle.
What's the next
Firefighter
nurture?
shotgun. These zombies with hyper hearing don't
Shinisi, Tobo Blurna, Tababune. Shinisi, Tobo Blurna.
And somehow get outside and escape on the moped without any explanation. Somehow, without any issue, despite running into numerous hordes along the way.
It's all good. He did for free.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Rice Gum shows up asking to be rescued. Why did the cop suddenly become Frank West, saving every person he runs into? You know, you are risking the little girl and baby you have gone way out of your way to save by stopping, while zombies are still chasing you. And you're the only one that knows about the laptop and its supposed cure. You're probably the only person that has a chance of stopping this. Why is this playing out like a dying light protagonist stopping the main story to do some side quests for some random survivors all over the town? His partner ditches him and takes the moped. Like any sane person would, because the cop would probably find an elderly woman with a bad hip that needs saving next. You can't save everybody, dude. The class makes a barricade in the room as the zombies flood in, attempting to reach the noise they make, hoping to get every zombie on campus there so they can escape out the back door easily to get up to the roof, while a camera plays on TV for distractions. Good planning.
No, what's
They get to the room and realize the door is locked. You would have thought they'd used that drone earlier to check the roof during the scan of the school, or scout out the door to the roof with one or two people because you guys have snuck out before, instead of launching your entire plan on getting to the roof, hoping the door is open, as everyone bangs on the door, attempting to hack it with a science skill of 12, and pleading through it, not knowing if there is even anybody up there. You really should have planned the end game of this whole thing a little bit better. Also, lucky for them, and the kid, Shu, that's been on the roof this entire time, the army decided to send a Black Hawk helicopter at that exact moment for rescue, which also reasonably draws the attention of every zombie in the area there, so we can have this really dramatic kind of tension going on. Using a tarp, the class is able to slow down the horde from above. -1 sin for thinking strategically. Shu says he is a sole survivor and escapes in a helicopter. Some people really would do this, especially after being alone for that long and on the other side of that door. -1 sin for reality. The bully carries a zombie past the tarp that's allowing him to whack him a few times to show how strong he is. But then, Namra says, nah, I'm strong. With the amount of bloodlust this bully has, you'd think he would have went for the kill just in case another zombie would bite him. Which, lucky for them, zombies didn't bite them, as they have their backs against the wall, and EUG starts burning the school, prompting the fire alarm system to unlock the roof door immediately. Good thing during her long stroll that the moment she starts burning the school is the exact moment they needed the door to open, and there was even an automatic door system that does this in the first place. The helicopter leaves the moment they get on the roof, giving me some Left 4 Dead 2 flashbacks. If only you guys planned better, you wouldn't be saying, "Goddamn whirly bird left without us." The cop puts a stent on the streamer's broken leg as the cop's buddy rolls back up in a bus. How did he procure a full, undamaged bus with a baby and child in tow, but struggled to get a moped with a cop before? The streamer barely makes this jump to the bus roof and doesn't get bent in here, and they get away with no issue. UG is run over by the bus the cops are driving because they are the only people left in the city, and these stray characters have all got to meet at some point. They and the bus are shot at by a team of spec ops dudes, and no one is hit by a single bullet. Are these warning shots? Why shoot around them if you think they're infected? Why not say something like, "Get on the ground," or "Hands up, are you infected?" No, you shoot around first, then ask questions later. It doesn't make sense either way you look at it. Well, good thing the cop says he's a cop after the fact. Archer teaches the bitches how to shoot.
Aerobase!
Fighters. Rich bitch Nayan is a flashback showing the teacher sacrificing herself to save Nayan, showing how the teacher was bit so easily in a skirmish because she has a big air control. This part kicks the zombie and it just sits there growling and staring long enough to get them some distance. This part was able to shut Nayan in the room in time, but doesn't get eaten alive by this group of other zombies. I realize she is bitten and zombies don't go after tainted meat, but she hasn't turned yet. And zombies will usually go after someone and eat them alive until full transformation has occurred. So basically the virus was like, it looks like you guys really need to moped. You need to traumatize this girl and tell her to live before you turn. So So, until Zombie's attack, he just needed a moment. Nayan finally leaves the
Oh my
supply
god.
room riddled with
Why
guilt
do
and
this
ready
at
to bring
all?
the food to everyone when the police shows up, asking her about hunger. You'd think she would have left in the commotion from earlier, or when everyone was potentially escaping to the helicopter. Apparently, this window was the only way for Boy the Bully to climb up to the roof. Why did he have to go to this specific window? This dead dude could have easily climbed up there at any point while everyone was singing Kumbaya all day long. The bully gets to the roof and drives his thumb into Chunks' eye, surprised this resilient Hammy didn't do so early. Tough battle ensues, and they are able to put up a fight against something that can do this.
Hey, those are 64.
Yeah, I know.
Which realistically someone shouldn't have been thrown off the building, had their head crushed, or something fatal or horrible, or just any kind of major damage. But once again, they are able to push him off a building before he can do any significant damage. The military discusses nerdy science shit about the virus and how it evolves too much. Go watch my Why You Wouldn't Survive video to see more about the virus. But anyways, as they discuss this, they say, hey, we just saved a cop that says he has answers to all this. First, wow, good timing. And of course, the cop somehow gets transported here. And second, bitch, you shot at them without warning. That ain't saving. Roof boy Chong Su runs into roof girl Eugene, now a Hamby, after he left her alone. I can see where this is going, but why is she free to walk around within this quarantine camp? In a quarantine camp, wouldn't they, I don't know, check for temperatures as people are checked in? At the very least, the common symptom is lowered body temperatures, for God's sake. The details of the disease were fucking broadcasted on live TV, but no, she gets to freely walk around despite having a lowered body temperature. The class goes back to the rooftop campfire to heal up and chill. They don't think to keep an eye on the ground where the bully splattered to see him, and when he comes back to see how recovery works or how long it takes. You guys have discussed that Hambies are super resilient and have even thrown him out of a window and he survived before. Just sit up top and just make sure he doesn't climb right up back up there to kill y'all. Maybe you should get a piece of wood or something ready to knock him back down like this.
Oh, no, you don't.
Huh, that's it.
Another chopper shows up, and a spec ops team drops down, telling them to get on the ground. They check their temperatures and see Ra has an extremely low temp of 94.1 Fahrenheit and assumes it's hypothermia. I get that hypothermia can get you down that low, but did they retcon them knowing what the symptoms are? The military squad rolls in, mows down zombies, and acquires the doctor's laptop. Easy peasy. Then we get info on the quarantine camp, and predictably, we see Eugene eating out Chong Su. Now, instead of shooting first and asking questions later like they did before, the military here are holding her back from eating someone else? What? Y'all know what zombies are, and shot at someone who was running away from camp earlier that day. But now, you have someone obviously acting like a zombie who just bit someone and there's blood everywhere, and now you're gonna be peaceful about it and just try to pin her and not shoot at all? Why? Oh, that's right, because we have to have a reason a person is gonna start an outbreak in some way at this camp. Why are you not shooting a zombie within a quarantine camp? No. Now that the military knows viruses can be asymptomatic in some people, something you really should assume for something like this, they reject the students and pull out. You accepted a student from this school before and a girl covered in wounds, but now that the main cast is about to escape, nah, y'all are probably infected. Better safe than sorry. The politician takes full responsibility for the firemen attacking soldiers and breaking quarantine and martial law, because all that is nothing compared to a father's love for his daughter and supporting powerless people. That's what the politician
Yeah, we can do that now.
Is the biggest stretch, and honestly feels like another unrealistic character serving a narrative purpose. The firefighter runs into a random guy who's asking for help for his wife stuck in a wrecked car. He refuses to help and leaves him some water and his shotgun and ammo. What? Why? Altruism aside, you want to save your daughter and disarm yourself before reaching the school? The stranger points the gun at him, demanding help, but the firefighter says the sound will draw zombies, despite it not doing that earlier when he in fact fired the shotgun and nothing showed up. How if no zombies swerved this wrecked car in the first place? The military scientists run tests on EUG and explain she was able to enter the camp because the virus is able to test negative and positive sporadically, despite earlier saying they have no concrete testing procedures. I don't know about you, but having a body temperature at or below 94 degrees and smelling like a corpse would still be cause for alarm and kind of a dead giveaway. It starts to rain on the rooftop and it causes Emrah and the bully to be in immense pain because of their hypersensitive hearing. You'd think something like the fire alarms that went off earlier would have had a similar effect to all three Hampies, but who's keeping track of something like that? What loser would spend all his time up until 8 in the morning writing scripts and critiquing every little thing about a TV show, wasting his life? This is the first time they have had anything to drink in close to 2 days. You'd think some of them would be procuring anything to collect water, like dishes, buckets, or anything, so they have more drinking water after the rain ends. But they drink a little bit and then all start crying. They devise a plan to go to the mountains and say it's best to do it now while it's raining, as the rain masks their scents, and the overwhelming sound of the rain will have most of the zombies either weakened or distracted. Interesting concept. Minus 1 cent. As they stealth their way in the rain, Chong-san sees his zombie mom, but only sees her as alive. Is it in their genetics to just ignore someone being a zombie despite it being blatantly obvious? For the second time in the show, the main cast actually gets weapons to kill a zombie, but not for self-defense or survival, but to kill someone associated with the main character, causing the main character to attack his friends while outside and zombies are nearby. I realize it's supposed to be emotional, as seeing family dead is something you can't come to terms with immediately, but the way this was laid out and how everything went about, it just had me like, zombies watch this all go down and realize it's an emotional moment, so they all back off and take their sweet time. The zombies don't catch up to Chong-san despite stopping frequently and slowing down during his mental breakdown. The archery group has been wheeling the fat dude for a while due to an injury he suffered earlier, and while outside, he is constantly crying out loud. Shouldn't they tell him to shut the fuck up, gag him, or if you're doing a bad Connor playthrough, just dump him there? You don't need that extra noise everywhere you go. This girl trips and falls as the zombie slowly approaches. Another girl stares at her as the zombie slowly approaches. And after 10 seconds, the other girl runs off. The girl on the ground doesn't even consider once to get up on her own as the zombie still slowly approaches, giving enough time for this guy to save her. The hell is that? The archer girl saves them just in the nick of time to merge these two groups. And this time, a hit to the head actually kills it. The class gets to the gym building rather loudly and find whoever sports zombies has been chilling in here the whole time. These zombies haven't left despite numerous helicopters flying by, all the alarms going off, and all the other noises being made the last 2 days. No, just chilled in the gym and didn't feel like going out. Okay, the fat guy, despite whining nonstop,
I'm trying.
stop and not wanting to be brave and never wanting to leave safe havens, suddenly decides to sacrifice himself and gets swarmed to hold back against zombies. Yeah, because a person like him would suddenly do all that, and not because we need to start vetting the cast at the end of the season. The girl that ran away is still panicking out in the open crying, because, again, end of the season time to kill side characters. They survived up until this point, but don't care anymore once outside the school. She starts breaking down and doesn't care if she lives or not and gets bitten. The secret of the laptop reveals that nope, no cure, no hope, kill everyone and burn their bodies. The virus is just that police officer in death. Butt memes aside, this is what I prefer to hear. No magical medical MacGuffin for an unnatural disease that mutates faster than it can be analyzed. Minus 3 cents. The class decides to start making tools and stuff to fight hordes. I'm surprised the bully isn't able to hear this and come running. They all suit up in sports gear to prevent getting bitten. Finally, some smart moves. Minus 1 cent. In this commotion, the bully realizes where they are because of their smell, not the obnoxious amount of sound being made as soon as they bust out the door. They hold off the infected in a Trojan circle formation to get through the gym. However, no one has any protection on the one thing that is openly available for zombies to find as they rush this jury rig: their hands. Everyone has shoulder pads, braces, knee pads, and more, but was there not a single glove or something you could have used to protect your hands while y'all did this? And they really should have also made more time to try and fashion sharp objects to stab the zombies in the head and have like 2 to 3 designated survivors pick each zombie to light them up before they kill the jury. Not just these baby blunt weapons to randomly and wildly hit the zombies. This girl's barely even hitting the zombie. There's no effect. Jun Young pulls a zombie off the Bitchy Girl and does so by putting his full hand in its face to get bitten easily despite all that prep time they had, and even touching and passing off catcher's mitts earlier. I get that you don't have much maneuverability, but if you're just pushing a cart, that would be a lot better than getting bitten. What a dumb fucking way to die, especially for the nerd of the group who would probably be the best at knowing better. Now that he is bit, he goes over the barricade as a distraction, but somehow is able to keep a horde from pinning him down here to keep him alive so he can pull the zombies off their barricade. Considering how many times he's been bitten, I'm surprised he lasted this long before turning. Also, forgot to mention, but the military finally realizes the zombies are dead that are brought back to life, and they act surprised. I gotta love how high school students learn more from zombie movies than government entities do from direct medical research. We see the government showing how fast this infection could spread and lead towards the nuclear option. They are hesitant until the general sees Eugene go fucking nuts, saying she is hungry in her containment. To be fair, I'd drop a bomb on that too. I don't deal with crazy, moody, hungry chicks anymore. Despite a loss, the plan works as the students get to the exit, and once again, the exit door their plan hinges on is locked with their back against the wall. It's deja vu. Lucky for them, the firefighter dad arrives at this type of door, at this time of day, in this part of the country, localized entirely in front of the gymnasium to break the lock and save them. Probably should hurry up the elongated hug. Yes, I'm more of a son of a bitch. With the massive horde bearing down on the group, and the amount of noise that's probably attracting more zombies from the outside this way, it would really suck to be hugging and get bit from both directions. Now, not a sin, this is just something that happened while I was recording, but as you can see, this is a long-ass video, and while I was recording the footage, I thought it was originally just 10 episodes, and then when I went to go check, there was an additional 2 that I never saw, and this was my reaction. There's fucking 12 episodes? I thought it was 10. Oh my god. Now keep in mind, I like the show, but doing Sins on a full season that I thought was 10 episodes and it's actually 12, I mean, it's time consuming, and nitpicking it this much has made it take a week to even write. I like the show despite some inconsistencies, weird plot points, and dumb decisions, but the zombies are cool, the Hamby plot is fresh, and I'm psyched to see how this all ends. Let's finish these last 2 episodes, okay? The students are all able to run outside and then shut the door behind them just in time for the zombies to slam against it. Cliche. Bully runs into Bowl Cut Archer, who was split from the group earlier. The Archer is just chilling here at a giant gym with no zombies, slowly assorting arrows without any issue. Dude, front door. Bully bites him not out of hunger nor anger, but because he smelled Chong onion. Instead of pressing for more information, he bites him. Great deductive skills, dude. You'll get your answers easily that way. The dad gives them a game plan, and short talk before zombies start showing up. Once again, zombies love the gas time to breathe and strategize. Firefighter Daddy rushes the zombie and snaps its leg. You risked getting bitten right here to disable a zombie and look like a badass? That doesn't seem very efficient. They go inside a gated tennis court and Suddenly, every zombie around now decides to show up and break in the court, and they all get stomped on this tennis net. That thing would have probably collapsed the second that horde tackled against it, or that most of them would have flipped right over and kept on charging. The firefighter does a pro gamer move and throws a flare, Ian Malcolm style, to distract the horde so they can all escape. -1 sin. Oh boy. As they escape, the flare fizzles out, and Fire Daddy starts blowing a whistle to draw their attention away from the kids. Dude, y'all could have all made it through that door, shut it, tied it up, and made some distance. And if there's more zombies you have, like a couple more flares, throw that out as you're running. But no, it's time to shut the door with you still inside, the kids on the other side, and stay behind so you can have valiant sacrifice time. This is the shittiest way I've seen someone die in a zombie show in a long time. Right up there with Tyrese's death in The Walking Dead. Dude survived a lot worse situations, guys gunning at him, tons of zombies chasing him throughout the streets, and he had all these supplies to do better. He had a shotgun and gave it up. I don't know what they were doing with this character, but +10 sins. That was dumb as hell. Not even 1 minute later, they get to this under construction building to safety, so Anjo can warn her dad. Why couldn't he have used the flares and locked the gate to be here? He should be here right now. This is so freaking stupid. The military discovers sounds harm the half-zombie, half-human hybrids, and attracts zombies. So they plan on using war drones emitting 24 hertz of noise to bring zombies to 4 hotspots across the town so they can bomb the shit out of them. A competent military in a zombie show? Oh, what? -1 sin. Namra's Hamby side is hungry, so she bites herself to curb the temptation. Zuyok says he shouldn't bite herself and should bite him instead so that he can become a Hamby too. Bruh, Kiki jokes aside, we've seen everyone else turn except for 3 people who became Hambys. You know it's not guaranteed that you'll become one. What are you talking about? The army announces missiles will be deployed and for civilians to get underground or far away. When things can't get worse and their time is of the essence. But guess who's back again? Almost just like pretending like he won't come back keeps biting y'all in the ass. Stop pushing him off buildings and actually kill him. The bully plays with his food again and dangles Chong Sun over the edge until finally biting him. And the second after this happens, the drones start using their sound waves and debilitating him. Man, for once the universe didn't give the main characters a perfect winning save. Chong pushes the bully off a high place for the 3rd time in the season because we can't let the only villain die just yet. Although it did lead to this one side gag. Chong Sun gets to have a long, heartfelt goodbye to his love and friends before running in to sacrifice himself before he turns. In this instance, he is able to run around the construction lot for quite a while, take down dozens of zombies with scrolling tactics, making them fall to their deaths. I applaud the quick thinking, but wished we had something like this when a character wasn't dying and is somehow not turning yet. Still, I'll give it a -1 sin. The two finally face off, discussing why they are enemies, and the bully finally gets the eye he wants. Chong Sun lasts long enough in the fight without ever succumbing to the infection in any way before the bombs go off, as they again fall, but this time are engulfed in flames. It's a nice little climactic fight, I suppose, with inconsistent infection time and a little bit cheesiness, especially in the end of the falling, but hey, -100. The class returns to the blast zone to look for shelter, but more zombies show up to attack them, despite dozens of Spec Ops dudes already sweeping this area before with no infected interference. For the first fucking time, the whole squad decides to grab weapons and prepare to fight zombies. It only took tons of friends dying, bombs dropping, and 11.5 episodes, but we are finally here. Despite another sacrifice and fight choreography, it finally felt like I'm seeing people know what's and actually tackle them head on instead of being stupid. -1 sin. Jin begins to turn, and Ichiro prepares to kill him before that happens. But no. The sister's like, no, not him. I'd rather see him turn into a zombie and potentially bite one of us. I get it, emotional stuff, but still. Namra's urges become too much as she abandons the group to prevent her from eating anyone. They find her eating a zombie, which causes her to go feral and attack Anjo like a full-blooded details about the ambulance series. But with that said and done, minus 5 cents. And as it ended and trade moves on, all of us are dead as the remaining survivors reaching the end of some train tracks to find military soldiers waiting to bring them to safety. Yet in this scenario, we get a happy ending as they are questioned and allowed to quarantine. And months later, zombie outbreak hits, leaving with survivors still being required to quarantine. Just to be sure. Fair enough. Good to see military efforts actually working. I just hope the season 2 doesn't have a second outbreak like 3 weeks later. So, minus 1 cent. The remaining high school survivors meet on the high school rooftop during therapy after seeing a lit campfire dinner, hoping to find her class president. She does indeed show up and explains she cannot return to human society as she now has her own family. She met.
Maranoi.
Saw.
Mirthful Zero?
No, they were there, believe me. So she rolls with them
Chinosa.
herself.
Lancet Zarde.
Shady Bully Galan.
Lumina.
Hardu Skinsa Plush. Bristlet Kumbar. Hardu Skinsa Plush.
Canathor Marble. Milshaba.
This is taking so
Mirthful
long.
Zero?
Let's get to the sentence and the borders.
Freba from almost. Freba from almost. Z Plume. X. Think up Sigluna. Yebony Demise. From Seneca Finade. Isbala Prinia. Rissalek Kumbar. Hardu Skinsa Plush. Shady Bully Galan. Yebony Demise. From Freba. From almost. Rissalek Kumbar. Hardu Skinsa Plush. Dogma Blurfin. Seneca Finade. Isbala Trinia. Z Plume. Axie. Purna. Rissalek Kumbar. Hardu Skinsa Plush.
Quamsi. Elvansa. Chelner. Gungane.
Bah.
Yassinar Blenard? Mom?
Toina.
Habari. Abliva.
Rula.
Arogaba. Quafika Bimo?
Imbo.
Chilu.
Ah.
Shibi Yaba. Sensibi Kinikil. Swarspa Githara. Bifala Narble. Binvet. Yib. Sensibi Kinikil. Swarspa Githara. Camus Bantrip. Shufflet. Sensibi Kinikil. Swarspa Githara. Quafika Vimo. Chilu. Quafika Vimo. Chilu.
Wabarani Bayou. And Pluffy Garang. Kitsune.
Wago. Ruskan Lumpima. Muchi Pichi.
Chimere Jabeen Slawfish.
Lissarak.
Jabeen.
Oh, Lavine.
Ah.
Oh.
At relief windows,
Baby Bully Galan. bar. Hard dues, insa flux. Bristle cooling bar. Hard dues, insa flux. Pink up, Sibuna.
Sounds good.
Bristle tooling bar. Hard dues, insa
My
flux.
greetings, mother factors, and welcome to 101 Facts. My name is
Thank you,
Sam,
Square.
and with the state of the world right now, I thought it best to just head to Winchester and wait for all this to blow over.
No,
Because
no.
today we're talking about one of my favourite films of all time, if not my favourite film, if I'm really pushed to answering that question. Shaun of the special place in my little, no doubt, clogged up heart. But what was its original title? How does Ed predict the film's entire events? And can dogs look up? Can they? We never get closure on that. 2 out of 3 of those questions are going to be answered. So go to the shed and pick up some records, look up the definition of exacerbate, and clean yourself up for goodness sake. You've got bread on you. As we go through 101 facts about Shaun of the Dead. How's that for a slice of fried gone? Number 1. So what, oh what, is Shaun of the Dead? Well, it's not somebody with a frankly bizarre, perhaps Russian surname, Shaun Wolford, but it's actually a motion picture
What are
directed
you
by
on
Edgar Wright,
the
released in
birthday?
2004, kicking off what's known colloquially as the Cornetto Trilogy. In fact, we used to work literally next door to Edgar Wright, and I always wanted to speak to him and bring him in on this, but I think his office is too much.
Edgar, do you need
First
anything?
place
An
study.
open packet of cherry bakewell. How many of the box?
Number 2. It all started when Simon Pegg, who's in this film as well, and Edgar Wright met on the production of a TV show called Asylum. They bonded over their shared love of Dawn of the Dead. Number 3. Wright was somewhat obsessed with the 1978 George Romero movie Dawn of the Dead after reading about it in magazines as a young kid, but it was never actually available to see in the UK until he was in his teens. That same thing actually happened with me with Men in Black 2. True story. Number 4. It's also inspired tonally by An American Werewolf in London and Invasion of the Body Snatchers, particularly the former for its hybridization of horror and comedy without it being a parody. Number 5. In regards to the latter, though, it was specifically inspired by the 70s version of Invasion of the Body Snatchers, and it can specify because there's bloody loads of them. Wright says that its influence in Shaun of the Dead lies in the beginning, when lots of strange, eerie things are happening in the background that nobody seems to notice. Number 6. Its real genesis, though, came from an intro to an episode of Jessica Hyde, Simon Pegg and Edgar Wright's sitcom Spaced, specifically the season 1 episode Art, where Pegg's character Tim hallucinates he's fighting real zombies after taking bad, naughty things and playing Resident Evil 2. This sequence was also directly inspired by Resident Evil 2. Number 7. In fact, this scene was the last thing they shot for the whole of Spaced season 1, and it was after that shoot and on the way to a rap party, Edgar turned to Simon and said, "We should do a whole zombie film." By the way, that's exactly how every film is made these days. Number 8. London was also a big inspiration for the movie in more than just location. Wright notes they commute on the tube or on the bus, so in a bubble, they don't notice what's going on around them, and are more or less zombified. Number 9. Another inspiration for real life came in the form of the 2001 foot-and-mouth pandemic. Oh, we can look back on that fondly now. Edgar Wright hadn't been paying attention to the news back when that was actually possible, and turned on the TV to see a pile of cattle being burned, which probably looked delicious, but left him confused and disorientated. A bit like Shaun is now, maybe. Number 10. While in pre-production of Shaun of the Dead, they were actually quite gutted to hear that Danny Boyle was making his own British zombie-ish film 28 days later. It was made even worse by the fact that they heard about Zack Snyder's remake of Dawn of the Dead. They were gutted as nobody had done a zombie film for a long time, and suddenly everyone's doing them in the same year.
Halloween famous Halloween.
Wright and Pegg actually did manage to get a hold of the Dawn of the Dead script. James Gunn, don't you know, to make sure there was no overlap between the content of the two of them. There was only one joke that was in both, so Wright cut it out. But it was also cut out of the final edit of Dawn of the Dead 2. That joke, by the way, was a zombie jogger. That zombie being the only one that could run. Number 12. Speaking of Romero, Wright and Pegg actually reached out to him to show him the movie to get his blessing, as it were, because they were using his title. He watched it on his own in a Florida theater, except for a security guard in case film legend George A. Romero decided he wanted to get into the pirating business. Number 13. Apparently, by the way, he liked it, so that's nice. Always good to get a secret from him. In fact, Wright and Pegg had cameo appearances in Romero's next film, Land of the Dead, in 2005. Number 14. This was the first screenplay that Edgar Wright had ever written. Simon Pegg and Jessica Stevenson, now Hines, had written Spaced, and that was for a TV show, so they had to learn how to also went screenwriting books too, like Right Clever Clockfellas. This included famous books by Sid Field, specifically focusing on his paradigm diagram of film narrative structure. I'm going to look at uni again. Number 16. You'll notice that these zombies are more classic Romero zombies than your modern fast-running ones. That was entirely deliberate. Peg says that slow zombies make them seem more sad and tragic, but also adds more tension in that they can build up like lava, according to Wright. Number 17. Speaking of the zombies, a lot of them were recruited from spaced fan sites as well as the local area, and were paid very little. So in a way, kind of like an internship, huh? Number 18. A lot of the movie was shot in North London in locations such as Barnet and Finchley, which is where Simon and Edgar lived at the time, which made it quite personal for them, actually. Number 19.
Stop
There were
putting
serious bits of the movie,
dancing.
and spoiler alert here, the part where that absolute lump bag of horrible things, David, threatens to kill lovely Barbara, and she's eventually shot by her own son, made Simon Pegg so emotional he had to genuinely leave the set crying. This scene was 3/4 into the shoot, which meant everybody was so exhausted, a lot of the cast were genuinely on the brink of tears. Number 20. After Barbara dies, there was originally going to be some jokes almost straight afterwards. Rather, there was no script. But Simon Pegg and the cast and crew got so emotional shooting it, they cut them out to give the audience and themselves time to grieve. Number 21. The reason Sean and Ed have cornettos is down to Wright's personal experience, as he once had one after a heavy night and it cured his hangover. It's been his hangover cure ever since, and just think, if he didn't go out that night and get hammered, we wouldn't have the Cornetto trilogy. Well, we would, it was something else. Number 22. Film 4 were originally going to finance this movie, but they had to cut funding, so the rights went back to Wright. Before they eventually moved on over to working title. Number 23. In fact, in order to get the movie made, Edgar refused many TV directing jobs so that he wasn't distracted by them, to make sure Shaun of the Dead was given the green light. He was, therefore, extremely broke, borrowing money from friends like David Walliams and Simon Pegg, who refused the money to be paid back to him so Edgar would always owe him. Number 24. The original title for Shaun of the Dead, presumably before they named the main character, was actually Tea Time of the Dead. I'm glad they changed it. Number 25. The Winchester in real life is a part of the Duke of Albany, found in New Cross in London. Woo, yeah, let's go visit. Well, we can't, because in 2005 it closed, and in 2009 became a residential building. So, if you were to visit, it would be breaking and entering. Sorry. Number 26. The stuff in Sean, Ed and Pete's house was actually shot last. Wright says the cast and crew found this comforting as it was a similar set to Spaced, so it was territory that they were all used to. Number 27. The whole dogs can't look up thing also comes from Spaced. In fact, from a DVD extra on Spaced. In season 2, Colin the dog needed to look up, and Nick Frost was absolutely adamant on the DVD commentary that dogs cannot look up. This was then put into the film. Number 28. Incidentally, the stuff that was shot first was the post-zombie version shot, meaning the normal one was done afterwards. Number 29. Coincidentally, by the way, the pizza place next to Nelson's shop on this walk, called Bub's Pizza, is a reference to Day of the Dead character Bub. Well, not coincidentally, it was definitely done on purpose. Number 30. In terms of writing, Pegg and Wright actually wrote the very, very end of the movie with Ed in the shed hitting puppets before anything else. They knew they wanted a comedic happy ending to the film before they started writing the rest. Number 31. Apparently, before shooting the scene in which Mary and the big zombie have things home with them, the cast had trust sessions beforehand, made up of throwing different things at each other to, well, trust that they weren't going to hurt. That being said, though, one of the records did legitimately hit the big chap in the eye. Number 32. In the car scene post Philip's death, when Sean is screaming at Ed to stop telling him to chill out, Simon Pegg punched Nick Frost's shoulder so hard that it nearly broke his shoulder. He even had to have an injection in his bottom, the poor sod, and that injection made it to the DVD extras. Number 33. In the script, the Jag was meant to explode, but this was cut out for budgetary reasons. Apparently, it's expensive to blow stuff up, especially cars. Who knew? Number 34. We've already already had the cornetto thing from right previous experiences. Well, here's something else. Sean's mum Barbara calls him Pickle, which apparently Edgar Wright's own mum calls him much to his embarrassment to this very day. Number 35. The character of Pete was written specifically for actor Peter Serafinowicz, which is why he's called Pete. It's one letter off, so it's not the same name, not lazy. Number 36. Now, you may recognise Pete's number one pit character, Brian Butterfield, which is one of the funniest characters ever created on the face of the bloody earth, but also from Amazon series The Tick and the voice of Darth Maul in the Phantom Menace. I mean, to be fair, you'll recognise him for that. I mean, that's a deep cut. Number 37. You'll notice that the opening scene of the movie has absolutely no hints to horror whatsoever, and that's deliberate. It's there specifically to set up the characters in the first half an hour of the movie before anything horror-related comes along. This sequence of getting to know them was actually going to be much longer originally, but they cut this down, because otherwise the zombies came in later than halfway through the film. Number 38. The credit sequence, choreographed where everyone looks like zombies, was actually shot after the initial shooting had already finished, meaning it became a late addition. Number 39. In the supermarket in this sequence, you can see Mary, who later becomes the girl in the garden. If you look behind her, you can see a number of producers, including Myra Park. Number 40. In fact, almost everybody in this opening sequence later becomes a zombie of significance, or dies, but it's mostly zombies. Number 41. The clubbers nodding and shambling in sequence with one another over the titles are the ones who killed Philip later on. It's also worth noting this was shot near famous London rave spot Bagley's, which I've obviously never been to, where the rave episode of Spaced was shot too. The meaning of life. The shadow and feet that appear at the bottom of the frame while Sean is yawning is a reference to the opening Day of the Dead. Also, if you look really carefully, you'll notice that he sort of looks and sounds like a zombie too. Wow, Easter egg, right? Number 43. In another couple of references for you, Ed's "Yeah, boy" is a copy of rapper Flavor Flav's catchphrase, and Sean saying "Join us, the beat" is a reference to Evil Dead 2. Number 44. See that weird ashtray on the coffee table? You know, the questionable one of a black baby with a sombrero on it? Well, Edgar Wright thought it was questionable too and got rid of it after this scene, making for a very woke continuity error. Number 45. The crash sequence on various actions in the edits was there as a pastiche of the tooling up sequences in action movies like Marco, the joke being that the edits appear on very mundane things like flushing a toilet and jamming up toast. Number 46. When he answers the phone, Pete says, "Hi, John," which is not a reference to Dominic Cummings because he wasn't relevant yet, but it's a reference to his character Dwayne Benzie from Space, who constantly does the same thing. Number 47. Similar to the opening credits, most of the people who appear in Sean's walk to the shop end up either dead or undead. The homeless chap with the dog that Sean gives the money to is actually revealed in a one-off comic to be the one who bites Mary, turning her into a zombie before she appears in Ed and Sean's garden. Number 48. Ed's "I Got Wood" shirt was designed from scratch and went through several different designs with other slogans on that I can't really say on this channel because of monetization. One of them referenced donuts hitting each other and the other one referenced cats. Because they were too rude to stay on here, they were scrapped because they could not appear in any publicity for being too rude. Number 49. In fact, Ed's doppelganger, played by Matt Lucas later on in the film, is wearing the t-shirt that was deemed too rude, so watch out for it. Number 50. In the background of the shot where Sean is picking up his Coke, which later turns to Diet Coke when he decides to change the knife around, you can see the man who will eventually become the one-armed zombie in the front room, though he has two arms here. The stuntman, Tim Bagley, has only one arm in real life and is wearing a fake one here. Number 51. The newspapers here deliberately had multiple conflicting stories on them, which hints at how the zombie uprising happens. For instance, there are references to a virus, a flu, crop chemicals, and even radiation from a satellite that's fallen to Earth. Number 52. The woman being shown around Aubrey Electric is actually Simon Pegg's mum. Yep, she's the one that birthed him right out. Nicely done. Number 53. Incidentally, Aubrey Electric, Sean's place of work, is named after Dawn of the Dead actor Ken Foree. Number 54. We're coming to get you, Barbara is also a reference to Night of the Living Dead, which hilariously enough, George Romero didn't actually get when he watched it and had to be reminded of it by Simon Pegg over the phone. Number 55. The restaurant that Sean tries to get a reservation from in the Yellow Pages, jeez, I get that line in the Yellow Pages, but that's small talk, is a reference to Lucio Fulci, an Italian cult movie director famously dubbed the Godfather of Gore. Number 56. Similarly, the supermarket Mary works in is Madness, a double whammy reference to American Werewolf in London director John Londoners, and also to the old British supermarket shop chain Fondis. Number 57. Ed's Clyde impression is something that Nick Frost actually does in real life, apparently. But obviously, I guess, for it to be that good, that was then written into the script. The I'm not a performing monkey line later on came from when Ed tried to realize would make him do it constantly at parties. Number 58. David, the most unlikable character in the film, possibly film history, accidentally ended up looking very similar to Edgar Wright's landlord at the time, to the point that his landlord, upset by this, actually pointed it out to him. He felt so bad, he had to apologise. Number 59. The chap who plays Noel is a frankly unrecognisable, very young Rafe Spall, son of Peter Pettigrew actor Timothy Spall. Noel was his first big film role. Rafe is now a fairly big actor, and frankly has had a career and has appeared in Black Mirror, Jurassic Park: Fallen Kingdom, and The Big Short. Number 60. The song Don't Stop Me Now by Queen was in the script from the very beginning, and was apparently there because Wright was outraged it was never used in the Queen musical We Will Rock You, which, to be fair to him, is an absolute travesty. Number 61. In fact, it's for this reason that You're My Best Friend is the end credits song too. When listening to Don't Stop Me Now while writing the film, You're My Best Friend would immediately play next on the Greatest Hits compilation's track listing. Peg and Wright then realised how dramatically perfect this would be for the end of the film. Number 62. If they couldn't get the rights to Don't Stop Me Now, by the way, they had a backup choice of Rah Rah Rasputin, One Funny Yep. That'll be in my head for the next 10 hours. Number 63. But they did get the rights, which gave Queen a lot of money. In fact, Brian May and Roger Taylor wrote a letter to Peg and Wright thanking them specifically for using 2 Queen songs in the movie. Because, you know, they need the publicity, don't they? Still waiting for my letter for Andrew Moffat about Queen. Thank you. Nintendo 64. The Don't Stop Me Now sequence took 2 whole days to shoot, and apparently made test audiences feel sorry for Landlord Zombie, with one person not even being sure he was zombified. Number 65. Speaking of music, by the way, the weird music that plays at the very, very beginning all over the logos is from the George Romero original Dawn of the Dead. Number 66. And on the bus, the chap in front of Sean is listening to Colonel Craft's 100 seminal hit, Zombie Nation. Get it? Because zombies and that. Number 67. In the pub, after Sean has just been dumped, the jukebox plays Chicago's Leave Me Now. Sorry, I keep singing today. On random. When shooting the movie, on set they played, and fully intended to use, Nothing Compares to You by Sinead O'Connor. Because that song was written by Prince, though, the rights were impossible to clear. Wright and Peg actually liked the Chicago choice more, though, mainly because the rights to it were only £20,000. Number 68. The music in Nelson's Shop was written in 2 different tracks. Something in the Air by Thundercat Newman was the first shop sequence, and We Gotta Get Out of This Place by the Adults afterwards, both as a little wink to the horrible situation going on. However, both those songs were too expensive, so they replaced them with Bollywood tracks instead. Number 69. Exacerbate. If you can speak Hindi, well, good. But also you can hear that the radio at the shop is shouting, the dead are coming back to life. If only Sean spoke Hindi. Number 70. When going through the plan to get his mum, kill Philip, get Liz, and wait for all this to blow over, the music you can hear in the background is from Dawn of the Dead yet again, and it's called Zombie by Goblin. Number 71. When Ed is planning out Ed and Sean's weekend, he's actually predicting the rest of the film. For instance, Bloody Mary tomorrow morning. They certainly have that with Mary in the gun. Grabbing a bite from the king's head. Bill gets bitten near his head. Grabbing a couple of the little princess. Firstly putting up David and Diane Liz's flat. Starting back to the Winchester for shots. Well, that's pretty obvious. Sean can explain that one. Number 72. How did these get here? Over 100 metal sale counters. You know what? We just won another one. $5. Come over to the savvy side. At one point, Ada, the dog that played Colin the dog on Spaced, was on set to shoot a little Spaced cameo, but apparently they didn't have time to do it in the end. I'm sure Ada was absolutely gutted. Number 73. Outside the Winchester, though, Spaced fans did get a nice cameo, an actual character. Tyres on Spaced, played by Michael Smiley, is in full get-up, meaning that canonically this is kind of sequel to Spaced. Number 74. When Ed and Sean are listening to hip-hop and electro very early in the morning, doing a bang-on impression of my neighbours, frankly, you can see a flyer that says Cy Begg in the background. Now, you may think this is a reference to Simon Pegg, but Cy Begg was a real DJ. However, look above Cy Begg, and you can see Sean Smiley Riley, which confirms Sean's last name as Riley. Number 75. This also came from an abandoned plot point that Sean used to be a DJ, which features more prominently in some deleted scenes. Cornetto in the morning from the shop, which kickstarted the whole Cornetto trilogy idea. According to writer Peg, though, this always gets a massive laugh from audiences in the UK, but absolutely nothing from the US, because they have no idea what Cornettos are. Number 78. Another joke that may be somewhat lost in translation to international audiences is when Philip says he had his jabs done when he went to the Isle of Wight. He's talking about vaccinations here, which you absolutely would not need to have if you went from England to the Isle of Wight, because it's an English island. Number 79. Similarly, the line where Sean sees Mary and says, "She's so drunk," was originally different, where they said a word beginning with P and rhyming with hissed instead. However, American audiences didn't understand this because that means angry over there and not drunk. Number 80. When Sean is flipping through the channels and stumbles upon the nature documentary saying, "It's alive," that sounds like David Attenborough, but it isn't. It's actor Mark Gatiss doing an impression of him. Similarly, the football commentator in this sequence is not real either, but is in fact the voice of Nick Frost. Number 81. Similarly, at the end, with all the news footage there, you can see Chris Martin from a band called the Colder Plays or something, as well as Trisha Goddard. But what you may not have noticed is the zombie who falls over in the background of the news footage, whose only bloody director Edgar Wright, isn't it? Number 82. Similarly, British legend Keith Chegwin is in the movie too, doing voiceover for Fun Dead. Apparently, he recorded 8 minutes worth of voiceover for this scene, which lasts for about 5 seconds. Number 83. International audiences might not know this either, but hog hearts was a fictional snack made up for the movie, with packaging for it designed by Edgar Wright's brother. They're pork scratchings, which we do actually eat here, kind of. In fact, they apparently served hog lumps at the premiere of the movie. Number 84. At the end of the film, Sean and Liz talk about going to a pub called the Phoenix. This is indeed a new version of the Winchester, which, as we all remember, burned down, and so has risen from the ashes, like a regenerating building or something. Number 85. The film was marketed specifically as the first rom-com in history, standing, of course, for romantic zombie comedy. This was not just a little rhyming phrase, though. The film is very, very careful not to parody the horror parts or make the zombies themselves funny. Number 86. Shaun of the Dead was going to go straight to video in the US, but after the buzz on the internet after its UK release on websites like Ain't It Cool, it eventually led to a theatrical release in the US too. Number 87. 2 Shaun of the Dead comics were released too, including the aforementioned There's Something About Mary, a one-shot written by Simon Pegg and Edgar Wright that featured in 2000 AD. Number 88. The other was from IDW Publishing and was a straight-up adaptation of the movie, including some deleted scenes adapted by Chris Ryle. Number 89. There's, technically speaking, some other comics too, I guess. On the DVD and Blu-ray release, back when they actually bothered to put features on them, there's a feature called Plot Holes. Plot Holes has a motion comic strip voiced by the characters going through parts of the films you don't see. There's one for Sean, one for Di, and one for Ed, all of which are in the aforementioned IDW comic. Number 90. One of these is actually fairly revealing. When Di leaves the pub with David's leg and is never seen again, it's assumed, quite reasonably, that she died. But according to this feature, she did not. She climbed up a tree and got out, stepped down the air and was quarantined when she woke up. She also ate some of David's leg to survive. Number 91. Shaun of the Dead uses the F word 77 times, and actually stood out because it used the strongest swear word imaginable and is still only a 15 rating. This is because of its context, as it's not used in a derogatory or hateful way, and so the BBFC allowed it. Number 92. Shaun of the Dead was released in the UK on the 9th of April 2004, and later on the same year in the USA on the 24th of September 2004. And let me tell you, it was released to
Jimbo.
It's got a whopping 92% on Rotten Tomatoes, for instance. Number 93. It also more than broke even too. The film's budget compared to other movies was absolutely tiny at $6 million, but it took in $30 million, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it made bank in comparison. Number 94. The movie won 5 awards, namely Empire's Best British Film, Saturn Awards Best Horror
I
Film,
know you
France
probably got
Awards
work in the
Best
morning.
Screenplay.
I kind of figured that.
Evening Standard's Peter Sellers Award for Simon Pegg, and Best Screenplay at the British Independent Film Awards. Number 95. It's also reached lists of greatest comedy movies of all time quite a few times. Total Film called it the 49th greatest British film of all time. Bloody Disgusting named it as one of their films of the decade, and it's even 6th on Empire's list of best British movies. Number 96.
Good luck,
Stephen
Katrina.
King is also a huge fan of it too, giving
I
it a
guess you're
10
going
on
to
the
be too.
Thermometer. Whatever the hell that means. Number 97. Shaun of the Dead is so popular that the characters have appeared in different franchises even. For instance, in the characters of Shaun of the Dead also appear in the Disney Kids TV show Phineas and Ferb. They're fully voiced by Simon Pegg and Nick Frost too, although you can't see what Michael would on the t-shirt for obvious reasons. Number 99. Weirdly, there's a statue called Shaun of the Dead over in Japan at the Hakone Open Air Museum. It's of an arm coming out of the ground, something that does not actually happen at any point in Shaun of the Dead. Number 10. No, what? Shaun of the Dead has actually been the subject of quite a lot of academic analysis, wouldn't you know? In particular, examining culture and audiences in a post-9/11 world. There's no common consensus, of course, but various scholars have pointed to it as part of a body of work that allows viewers to confront a potential apocalypse safely. Number 101. Speaking of apocalypses, actually, it was used in a 2013 paper by scientists Caitlin Witkowski and Brian Blaze as a case study to apply modern disease control to. I mean, if you could apply that to real life as soon as possible, that would really be appreciated. So that was our draw about Shaun of the Dead. What do you think, though? Shaun of the Dead or Hot Fuzz? Which is better? Let me know in the comments down below. Please be sure to give this video a like and subscribe to one of my facts if you've done so already for more fried gold like this. Yeah. In the meantime, though, oh god, look, you've got red on you. Oh no, you haven't. That's just the end board. Doesn't make any sense, but oh well. 2 videos on screen for you that you're going to really enjoy. Why not click on one and see if I'm right? I'll see you there. Bye, 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 bye.
Boy schmezzle.
Dry eye symptoms keep driving you crazy? Inflammation in your eye might be to blame.
Let's kick Candace Agersburg into gear.
Over-the-counter eye drops typically work by lubricating your eyes. Who knew a zombie apocalypse could make you wet yourself laughing? Welcome to Watch Mojo, and today we're counting down our picks for the top 10 funniest Shaun of the Dead moments.
Feel free to step in any time. You alright? You don't want to grab your stuff. Why?
For this list, we're looking at the most hilarious scenes in this 2004 horror comedy. If you like what you're hearing, be sure to check out the full song at the link below. Number 10, Drunk Zombie Girl.
Hello? Oi!
Sean and Ed take their sweet time discovering they're in the middle of a zombie apocalypse. Shortly after waking up from a night of drinking, the guys discover there's a girl in their backyard.
There's a girl in the garden. In the garden, there's a girl.
Whereas in a typical zombie flick, this would serve as an immediate wake-up call for the duo.
Oh my god.
Sean and Ed instead mistake her for a drunk.
She's so drunk.
Hey, it is more plausible, at least at first. From cracking jokes at her expense to taking pictures with her, the guys do everything a normal person wouldn't do. And that is what makes the scene so funny.
Copy that?
Number 9, To a Wonderful Mum.
Liz, can we just talk about this? Let's go out.
What, to Manchester?
Do you want it?
In an effort to mend his rocky relationship, Sean pays a visit to Liz's apartment, hoping to make up for his numerous past transgressions.
Things will be fine, I promise.
You promised you'd stop smoking when I did. You promised you'd go back to the gym. You promised you'd try drinking red wine instead of beer. You promised you'd come on holiday with me.
Well, we went to Greece, didn't we?
We met in Greece.
Shortly after arriving, he presents Liz with a bouquet of flowers. There's just one small problem. Sean forgot that he originally purchased the flowers for his mother. It doesn't take Liz long to notice that the flowers were not meant for her. Despite Sean's best attempts at improvisation.
My mum and that was just a little joke or something. I just thought it was pretty moment.
That your mum, honey?
Yeah.
Smooth.
While this little flop wasn't exactly the straw that broke the camel's back, it certainly did not help Sean's case. Number 8, Four Eyes.
What do you mean by that?
In Shaun of the Dead's opening scene, we're introduced to Liz's flatmates, David and Diane.
It's not that I don't like David and Di, you know. surprise to me.
Did you do anything special?
They came here.
It's clear that every word that escapes David's mouth infuriates Sean. And as anyone who's ever had to deal with an insufferable snoop will tell you, this eventually reaches a boiling point. After being reamed out by Liz, David quips that Sean's 9 lives are up, and Sean explodes.
Get alright. What do you go out there, you love her so much?
Yes.
Sure, it might not be the cleverest insult,
Wabarani's
but
in
it still
there.
had us chuckling.
Mayumi. Just Foxy.
I don't know what I meant by that.
Neeb. Ew.
Now available in tropical.
Plushi Plaza. Dali Pubara. Seneca Belindi.
Number 7,
Washinai.
Moaning Zombie.
Shyla. Wixana Zarspa. Usine Tandole.
Sorry, we're closed.
Rihe Gane Benu.
After spending the night drinking away his relationship sorrows with Ed at the Winchester, Sean and his best mate stumble home together. Along the way, they burst into a drunken rendition of White Lines by Duran Duran.
White lines. This was dreams of passion. Rolling through my mind.
Suddenly, they're interrupted by the moans of a nearby zombie, who also happens to be stumbling down the street.
Get higher, baby. Get higher, baby. Get higher, girl.
Instead of running away in terror, Sean and Ed incorporate the zombie's moans into the song, lambasting it when he doesn't say the right words.
Say bass or freeze.
The scene is short and sweet, but nevertheless serves as a perfect example of Sean and Ed's obliviousness to the zombie outbreak.
Piss it.
Number 6, Zombie Impressions.
Don't get anywhere by moaning.
After successfully defeating all the zombies in their path up to this point, Sean and the gang are faced with their biggest challenge yet.
Is it clear?
No.
How many?
Finding a way through the massive horde of dead people standing between them and the Winchester. However, Sean and Diane have a plan, and it involves everyone in the group doing their best zombie impression.
Liz. Nice. Good vocal work. Okay. Oh, that's excellent. Sorry, dear, I was miles away.
An actress by trade, Diane coaches the gang on how to sound and move like the dead. Each character's impression fits with their personality, and in the end, it serves as the perfect foil to this seemingly insurmountable task at hand.
Great.
Ula. Huh. Oh. Oh.
Well, until they find the doors of the Winchester locked, that is. Number 5, Choosing Records.
Zucchini.
It took a little while, but Sean and Ed eventually realized there's something serious going on outside. After listening to the news, they learned that the only way to defeat the zombies is by removing the head or destroying the brain.
I will repeat that. By removing the head or destroying the brain.
They then immediately set to work arming themselves, returning to their backyard with a basket of cheap household crap that stands little chance of doing any actual harm.
Over the head.
When this predictably fails, they grab Sean's record collection and start heaving albums at the zombies.
London.
What makes this scene hilarious, inventive, and extremely memorable is the way Sean and Ed analyze each record before throwing it.
Purple Rain. Silent Hill. Definitely not. The Batman soundtrack, are they?
Number 4, Sean's morning routine.
Call it home.
One of the film's most enduring images is of a clueless Sean going about his morning routine, oblivious to the zombie apocalypse that has engulfed London. This scene mirrors one from earlier in the film. And while some of the differences are obvious, blood-stained glass, car alarms going off, freaking zombies everywhere, others are more subtle. For example, in the first scene, Sean is passed by a jogger in a blue sweater, and in the second scene, that same jogger passes him again, only this time he's literally running for his life. It's a bit of filmmaking that's not only hilarious, but also brilliant. Number 3, Fighting John.
Yeah. What about the John?
Honestly, every moment Sean and company spend in the Winchester near the end of the film is comedic
Oh,
genius.
believe
However,
it.
the best bit has got to be when Sean, Ed, and Liz attack John the barman with pool cues. Instead of using the moment to up the dramatic tension and veer away from comedy, director Edgar Wright flips the script and has the gang beat John to the tune of Queen's Don't Stop Me Now. Not only that, but the timing of their attack syncs up perfectly with the beat of the song. It's one of the film's most inspired comedic scenes, and we're laughing just thinking about it.
Ula. Yigla.
What are you just shooting, man? Crafted with Valencia orange peel, Blue Moon is one of a kind. Something this unique could hang the gallery. But then you wouldn't be able to drink it. Blue Moon, one of a kind, every time.
Number 2, taking a shortcut.
See, what did I say? The Winchester's just over there. Where? Over there. Just over there, over the 20-garden fences.
The Easter eggs, running jokes, and themes that appear in each of Edgar Wright, Simon Pegg, and Nick Frost's Three Flavors Cornetto trilogy are too numerous to list in one video. So, we've decided to focus on just one, taking a shortcut.
What's the matter, Danny? You ever taken a shortcut before?
The gag first appeared around the midpoint of Shaun of the Dead, and featured Sean attempting to take a shortcut by jumping over a fence.
What's the matter, David?
Yigla.
Taken a shortcut before?
Of course, the fence gives out, and he falls face first onto the grass. The film may be best known for its acerbic wit and the ways in which it subverts the horror genre. But some of Shaun of the Dead's best moments involve nothing more than good old-fashioned physical comedy. Just curious, which of the Three Flavors Cornetto trilogy movies is your favorite? I would personally love to do a moments list from Hot Fuzz after this one. But which moment from the zombie comedy entry in the trilogy is your fave? Maybe it's the same as ours. So let's look through the honorable mentions, and then we'll crown our top Shaun of the Dead moment. Setting the record straight.
Well, I wasn't the one who was blowing our cover by having a tin.
He's not my boyfriend.
Might be a bit warm and cold.
A nod at Night of the Living Dead.
They're coming to get you, Barbara. We're coming to get you, Barbara.
Big Al was right about at least one thing.
Ed, for the last time, knew it. What did I tell you? Big Al was right.
Scene red.
Got red on you.
One-armed man. Before we continue, be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos. You have the option to be notified for occasional videos or all of them. If you're on your phone, make sure you go into your settings and switch on notifications. Number 1, forming a plan.
What's the plan? Right.
Few scenes encapsulate Edgar Wright's frenetic directing style and Simon Pegg and Nick Frost's quick wit quite like this one. Finally grasping the severity of their situation, Sean and Ed decide to form a plan.
Okay. Take Pete's car. Go around Mom's. Go in. Deal with Philip. Sorry, Philip. Grab Mom. Go to Liz's. Pick her up.
With the help of 3 hilarious montages that get faster each time, the hapless duo comes up with a plan of action that fits all of their necessary criteria, i.e. safety, familiarity, the ability for Ed to smoke.
Where's safe? Where's familiar? Where can I smoke?
It's scenes like this one that caused icons like Stephen King, Quentin Tarantino, and George A. Romero to heap praise upon Shaun of the Dead for its brilliant mixture of horror and comedy.
Take car. Go to Mom's. Kill Phil. Sorry. Grab Liz. Go to the Winchester. Have a nice cold pint and wait for all this to blow over.
Do you agree with our picks? Let us know in the comments. And hey, if you're a fan of the song playing right now, be sure to check out the music video for it right here.
Because after a day of wasting male energy, it's finally happy hour. Cheers to you, serving Linda all my best vibes. Like a pro. Enjoy a glass of William Hill Chardonnay. Till
tomorrow, Linda. Really will, if for the real reasons people drink wine.
Welcome to the Kill Count, where we tally up the victims in all our favorite horror movies. I'm James H. East, and today we're looking at Shaun of the Dead, a British zombie comedy released in 2004. I figured since I just schooled y'all on the origins of the modern zombie by covering Night of the Living Dead, we could take a look at one of the funniest takes on the subgenre, a story about two man-children so driftless in life, they don't even notice when the zombie apocalypse begins. Starring Simon Pegg as the titular Shaun, and Nick Frost as his layabout stoner best friend. Shaun of the Dead was co-written by Pegg and director Edgar Wright. This was Wright's first movie outside of a low-budget 90s Western parody, and it showcases the style he'd become known for in his subsequent work, most notably fast-paced camera work and kinetic editing, both of which primarily serve as a vehicle for comedy. Shaun of the Dead is sometimes called a horror movie parody, but I don't think that's accurate, nor what the filmmakers intended.
Well, we never wanted to make the film into a spoof. We didn't want it to be a Mickey take or in any way irreverent.
I would simply classify it as a zombie comedy. It's not doing any satire that wasn't already in Dawn or Day of the Dead, and although it's hilarious, it's also got dramatic moments and sentimental character beats. It all adds up to make Shaun of the Dead a classic, a funny, heartfelt tribute to George Romero that can be enjoyed by horror fans and genre newbies alike. Usual kill count caveat when it comes to horror comedies. This movie's very funny, with a lot of running and recurring jokes. I can't include them all on the kill count. Go watch the movie. I promise you'll be chuffed to bits. One last thing before we get started. This movie is considered the first of the so-called Three Flavors Cornetto trilogy, named after the ice cream referenced in each film.
Drive it from the shop.
The quote-unquote sequels are two stylistically similar films, Hot Fuzz and The World's End, both made by the same filmmakers, Wright, Pegg, and producer Naira Park. I will not be covering those other two movies, however, since they are a comedy action and comedy sci-fi film, respectively. I'm just here for the horror, y'all. And yeah, I know, Mortal Kombat. Bugger off, it's my show. And on my show, I make jokes, give production info, and count bodies. That's a lot to get done, so let's get to the kills. The movie begins with some Dawn of the Dead music that I'm too afraid to play for you because of copyright. A quick fun opening credits sequence shows us soon-to-be British zombies already acting like the undead, snoozing through life and shambling their way up to that title card. 29-year-old Shaun is in a fucking rut, and it's starting to wear on his girlfriend of 3 years, Liz, played by Kate Ashfield. All he ever does with her is go to this pub, the Winchester, and his best friend Ed is always around, preventing any privacy.
It's been nice if we could.
Fuck.
Spend a bit more time together.
Bollocks.
Ed has a sort of codependency with Shaun, which is a source of constant annoyance for their third flatmate, Pete, played by always a highlight comedic character actor, Peter Serafinowicz. Pete's pissed like a pickled pepper, because Ed still acts like they're in college, but Shaun can't help but love his juvenile friend and his smelly fox.
Oh. Oh my God, that's rotten. I'll stop doing them when you stop laughing.
I am not laughing, Joe. Shaun takes a morning walk through his lovely-looking neighborhood, which was built in North London, around Crouch End. He passes a radio and hears about a satellite returning to Earth, a reference to Night of the Living Dead, where the undead rose due to similar circumstances. This movie's got a ton of references to Romero's work and some other horror films, but I won't be able to point them all out in this kill count. If this episode does well, maybe I'll make a separate video going through them all. Chelsea can join me. It'll be fun. At work, where Shaun is an electronics salesman, he's disrespected by his peers, especially 17-year-old Noel, played by Rafe Spall, who was the villain in Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom. Nice blow-up, Rob. Shaun's also got a terse relationship with his stepdad villain, who wants him to be a better son to Barbara.
Perhaps you could bring the flowers you forgot to bring Barbara on Mother's Day. I was gonna. I'm not the cheap posy from a garage full. I wasn't gonna.
Because of his personal and familial distractions, Shaun fails to notice a few hints that society might be headed for disaster. I won't count random fainting lady here as dead, but I will count on his steering wheel. Seems pretty dead back there. Sean mucks up an anniversary date night by suggesting he and Liz go to the Winchester. It's the last straw for her after a string of disappointments.
You promised you'd stop smoking when I did. You promised you'd go back to the gym. You promised you'd try drinking red wine instead of beer.
It doesn't help that Sean doesn't get along with her flatmates David and Diane either. Both played by British comedic series actors. Dylan Moran, who co-created and starred in Black Books, and Lucy Davis, who played Dawn, aka the Pam Beasley role in the original The Office. She's also killed in Liz doesn't want to feel held back by Sean anymore, so she breaks up with him and sends him shuffling home beneath a symbolic spot of rain. Sean finds drunken solace in his best friend Ed and his day one orangutan impersonation at the Winchester, named after Ben's rightfully night, by the way. They admire their fellow barflies in the film's only scene with improvisation. The rest of the company was tightly scripted to match Edgar Wright's precise filmmaking style.
Coccicidal maniac.
I don't care what Ed tries to invent for pub owner John. Nothing's gonna be as wild as actor Steve Emerson being that middle-aged greaser in the acid trip adventure Bloody New Year. That was one of my favorite kill counts, by the way. Check it out. They leave the pub late, completely pissed, singing Melly Mel and not noticing a fountain take place next to that TARDIS. A necking couple Sean had noticed earlier, now a neck-eating lady chomping away at her van. They get back to their flat for some fuckadoodle buffoonery, and it's scenes like this where the real-life friendship of Peg and Frost pays off. They really were flatmates for a number of years, and Frost admits he was a lazy guy during most of that time. Since Frost was a pretty inexperienced actor, production company working title wanted someone else in the role. Peg and Wright insisted on keeping their friend, which was not only good for the movie, but also good for their morale on set. A lot of the behind-the-scenes footage feels like good friends fucking around. Their hijinks aren't appreciated by flatmate Pete, though, and he yells at Sean for his Ed-assisted Arrested Development.
Sort your fucking life out, mate. Show me your hand, man.
Pete says he was bitten by crackhead muggers on his way home, but it'll surely be just fine after he gets a little more rest. The next morning, a hungover Sean goes on his morning walk, not noticing that society has seemingly collapsed overnight. I love these long one-takes. Both this shot and the pre-zombie one is mirroring. They're so smooth and detailed, and in contrast to each other, hilarious. The walk gives us one more hint as well. Sean passes a dude dead in his front yard, or whatever British people call front yards. At home, Sean remains oblivious despite some coded channel clipping.
As an increasing number of reports of
Serious attacks on
People who are literally being eaten alive. He and Ed find a woman wandering around in their garden, a cashier named Mary who was seen in the opening credits. They mistake her as belligerently drunk and treat it as a big laugh until a Sean shove knocks Mary over and gets her impaled through the back. True to the film's goals of keeping its horror elements horrific, there are some solid effects worked throughout, much of it practical, with some nice CG augmentation when needed. Mary's ability to stand with a see-through abdomen is enough to finally make these deadbeats realize something's wrong. Also a pretty big clue, the fact that a one-armed zombie just walked into their living room. He moans at them until Ed smashes an ashtray over his head, which kills him. Because, as the news reports, head trauma is key to stopping these ghouls.
attackers can be stopped by removing the head or destroying the brain.
This line, of course, is lifted nearly verbatim from Night of the Living Dead.
The ghoul can be killed by a shot in the head or a heavy blow to the skull.
The best friends decide to take care of Mary and another big boy zombie who's joined her in the garden. They attack them with household items, some albums, but not others.
Purple Rain. Definitely not. With Batman soundtrack.
And finally, most sensibly, a shovel and a cricket bat. Right a zombie problem in suburban London rather than the U.S., with guns not nearly as available to the populace. Thus, these weapons, which still net the boys 2 zombie kills when they beat the backlot loiterers to death. Takes them quite a while, but they keep at it until it's done. The man on their telly says to watch out for bite victims, causing them concern about their flatmate Pete. And he's not the only one they know who's been bit, as Sean learns on a phone call with his mom Barbara.
Mom, have you been bitten?
No, but Philip has.
Oh, okay.
Knowing the danger Philip now potentially presents, they say they're coming over. No ifs, ands, or buts.
We're coming to get you, Barbara.
And in case you were ignorant of that reference, it's one of the most memorable lines of the night.
They're coming to get you, Barbara.
In one of the...
Zarkini.
I wanted my hepatitis C gone. I put off treating mine.
Epclusa treats all main types of chronic Hep C. Whatever your type, Epclusa could be your kind of cure.
I just found out about mine.
I knew for years. Epclusa has a 98% overall cure rate. I had no symptoms of hepatitis C.
Mine caused liver damage.
Epclusa is only one pill, once a day, taken with or without food for 12 weeks. Before starting Epclusa, your doctor will test if you have had hepatitis B, which may flare up and could cause serious liver problems during and after treatment. Tell your doctor if you have had hepatitis B, other liver or kidney problems, HIV or other medical conditions, and all medicines you take, including herbal supplements. Taking amiodarone with Epclusa may cause a serious slowing of your heart rate. Common side effects include headache and tiredness. Ask your doctor today if Epclusa is your kind of cure. You need an Ecolab scientific clean here and here, which is why the scientific expertise that helps operating rooms stay clean now helps the places you go to. Look for the Ecolab Science Certified seal. You need an Ecolab scientific clean here and here, which is why the scientific expertise that helps operating rooms stay clean now helps the places you go to. Look for the Ecolab Science Certified seal.
One of the film's best-known sequences, Sean formulates a plan visualized in Edgar Wright's snazzy style. After a few revisions, he inevitably lands on a rescue mission that ends with them safe at his favorite pub.
Ramblers, go to the Winchester. Have a nice cold pint and wait for all this to blow over.
Before they leave, Sean has a wee and finds a zombified Peter in their shower. He died at some point, and since he was an established character, I'll count his zombie appearance as a kill. Sean and Ed flee their tall, naked zombie flatmate and all the other undead ghouls outside trying to get him. And they are, in fact, the living dead, as the radio confirms. The first part of their master plan is picking up Sean's mom, Barbara, a delightful woman with a delightful nickname for her son. Barbara was originally offered to Helen Mirren, but I'm glad it ended up being Penelope Wilton. She's great. Sean finds his stepdad Phil, looking pretty ill, but just as alive and as surly as ever. Phil Nighy's another great addition to this cast. I love how Philip is constantly disappointed in Sean, but there's a layer of sympathy beneath it all. On their way out, Philip gets bitten once more, forcing him to hand over the keys to his beloved Jaguar, which Ed insists on driving recklessly. He speeds them on over to Liz's place and drops Sean off to get his axe. Just a note, I won't be counting zombie head flags like these. They aren't brain destroying, as far as I can tell. Sean climbs through Liz's window to ensure that she's safe and sound. He shows off the new Sean by saying he's here to rescue them and tells her and her flatmates how to survive outside.
If you get cornered, bash him in the head. That seems to work out.
Although David's a pissy boy who poo-poos the plan, the ladies are persuaded, and so out they go, smashing many a zombie head along the way. They cram into Philip's car, where Barbara and Liz meet for the first time, and Ed takes off like a jag out of hell. During the drive to the Winchester, a dying Philip laments to Sean that it's not easy being a father, and that he always loved him as his own real son. It's an emotional moment, deftly played straight by Nighy and Peg, and shows that this movie isn't content with only getting us to laugh. After his apology, Philip turns into a zombie, scaring everyone out of the car before he can successfully bite any of them. Surrounded by zombies, and this one background body I'll count lying beneath this car, Sean insists that they continue to the Winchester on foot, since Philip's no longer allowing them to use the Jaguar. On their way, they see zombies eating the corpse of Snake Hips, a guy from the Winchester who reminds me of Rockabilly Jim from the Great Pottery Throwdown. I like how Ed had mentioned Snake Hips was always surrounded by women, a fact that remains true even in death. As Liz is telling Sean that they're still broken up, their group runs into Sean's friend Yvonne, leading her own band of survivors. Yvonne was shown in an earlier scene and is played by Jessica Stevenson, who co-created, co-wrote, and co-starred in the British sitcom Spaced alongside Simon Pegg. Spaced, which featured Nick Frost in his first ever acting gig, was also directed by Edgar Wright, and an episode titled Art actually led to Shaun of the Dead. In it, Pegg's character hallucinates a zombie fight thanks to Resident Evil and some cheap street speed.
After shooting that sequence, Edgar and I were like, oh, it'd be great if we could make a zombie film, wouldn't it? Like our own zombie film. It could be like about just us, you know, like what would happen if it happened to us. And that's how it was born.
Pegg and Wright spent years writing and developing the script for Sean, trying to make the Rosencrantz and Guildenstern and Dawn of the Dead's Hamlet. Even after all that prep work, though, their film crew was initially skeptical of the film's prospects.
one of the zombies in makeup came up to me, thinking that I was a runner, and just looked over at me and went, straight to video for this one.
Yvonne's band of followers includes Martin Freeman, then known from The Office, where he played Tim, the British version's equivalent to Jim Halpert. In fact, Yvonne's entire group is played by recognizable British comedic actors, but the only one I know is Matt Lucas in the back there. He was in Bridesmaids and a co-presenter of Great British Bake Off. The two friends wish each other luck and leap in opposite directions, giving us a funny sight gag when we see that their groups are doppelgangers of each other. While hopping garden fences, Sean's crew passes a house with a dead body inside. There's also a zombie inside, which distracts Barbara and gets her left behind. Sean finds her on the ground and then fights with the zombie in PJs, and with some direction from the ladies, pins the feller to a tree.
Feel free to step in any time.
You alright? Don't want to cramp your stomach.
Their path to the Winchester is obstructed by a zombie block party, which triggers another Winchfest from Harry Potter, David. His moaning gives them the idea to get past the horde by pretending to be part of it. They're prepped for their performance by Diane, who it had been mentioned earlier was an out-of-work actor. With varying commitment, they put on their show, and these thespians do well enough to pass through the swarm of zombies, most of whom were played by fans of Spaced who did this background work for a single pound. They get to the Winchester and find it locked, and when Ed breaks zombie character to answer his phone, it's enough to finally set Sean off.
I spent my entire life sticking my neck out for you, and all you ever do is fuck things up. Fuck things up and make me look stupid. Well, I'm not gonna let you do it anymore.
The argument brings them said attention, so David panic riots and throws a trash can zombies to follow them into the pub. Sean elects to leave the dead on a distracting zombie run, allowing the others to get inside and wait his return. David's quick to assume that Sean is dead and feebly asserts himself as replacement leader. As he's lambasting the horrors of the Winchester, though, Sean reappears just in time for snacks and bromance.
Well, I wasn't the one who was blowing our cover by having a
He's not my boyfriend.
The leader once more, Sean flips the circuits to get the TV working and discovers an undead danger waiting for them outside. The zombie horde that chased him, having followed him to the back door. When Ed stupidly makes noise with a video game, it brings attention to the front entrance too. Homeowner John shows up as a zombie, as does his wife Bernie a moment later in the back. Thanks to a jukebox that kicks on with the power, this zombie fight will be performed to Queen's Doors, one of the most upbeat and optimistic songs you can think of.
We just thought it'd be hilariously funny to beat an old man to death. To it.
Edgar Wright wrote the song into the sequence without even knowing if he'd be able to use it. A quote begging letter to guitarist Brian May got them permission, which honestly worked out for everyone involved. As beloved as it is now, Don't Stop Me Now wasn't always a well-known Queen song. Its inclusion in this film has been credited with bringing renewed attention to it. I've also got to point out that Steve Emerson, who we already knew was a stunt performer, encouraged the cast to wail on him even though he was 70 years old. Gotta love that. The lengthy sequence finally ends when Sean kills Zombie John by shoving his head into the jukebox machine. Although he has a dart in his head now, courtesy of a big miss from Diane, Sean also has a gun, Pub's namesake Winchester. And even if he's not experienced with it, Ed's here to help him avoid getting pedantic internet comments.
You know, we've only got 29 bullets.
The zombies start to break through, but Sean tries to shoot them back with some group assistance. He's not a very good shot. His only kill is one zombie lady he gets with a headshot. It earns them a lull, during which Sean learns a horrible secret. While Barbara's been bitten on the wrist by that zombie in pajamas back when they were hopping fences. Sean cries over the tragic fate knocking at her door, while she handles things in a much more stereotypically British way.
It's been a funny sort of day, hasn't it?
Barbara dies of a zombie bite on the floor of the Winchester, and her death causes an immediate conflict. David wants to dispose of her soon-to-be undead corpse right away, but Sean's not exactly a fan of the idea, and it leads to a multi-way standoff. Sean asserts that David hates him because David's in love with Liz, and although he denies it, his girlfriend Diane says she knows it's true.
I've come to terms with that house. Why not you?
Liz shuts down the drama by telling everyone to get a hold of themselves, calming Sean down just in time to confront his zombie mom. Oh man, that's a good way way to ruin your favorite watering hole, having to shoot your zombie mom in the head in it. David makes a remark, Sean punches him like he were Harry Cooper, and David actually tries to shoot Sean with the gun. Like, holy shit, he pulled the trigger. It just wasn't loaded.
Right? I'm leaving.
Yeah, dude, no way you're coming back from that. Also, no way you're coming back from zombies busting through the windows and pulling you outside, a la Barbara from the OG Night of the Living Dead. But David's death visually is more reminiscent of Captain Roach than Day of the Dead, as he's torn apart by zombies in a horrifically gory way. Oh, and then his legs are ripped off? This gory death is the best showcase of makeup artist Stuart Conrad's work. He filled a fiberglass body with a bunch of fake guns and had Dylan Moran wear it with his real head and arms sticking out. To ensure it came apart correctly, the zombie extras tearing him apart were played by crew members from the prosthetics department. Diane is upset about her boyfriend's death, so she runs outside, brandishing his leg as a weapon. I won't be counting Diana's death, though. It's not definitively depicted on screen, and a comment made by Peg and Wright show her surviving the situation by climbing up a tree and napping through the night.
I'm now living in Birmingham with my aunt and running Christmas card contact with Sean and Liz.
Zombies swarm into the building, threatening to overrun our 3 remaining survivors. Sean kills one zombie by shooting her in the head, but that's all he manages to do before they see a familiar naked zombie. Ed successfully puts Zombie Pete in a headlock, but the undead flatmate bites his arm, while Zombie Bernie returns to nom on his shoulder. Sean watches, utterly horrified, but does get some revenge when he shoots Zombie Pete in the head, killing him. Sean...
What a line to read.
Sean, Liz, and a very injured Ed make their way behind the bar that lighted a blaze to keep the zombies at bay. They realize the only way out is the cellar below them, and as they descend, their box of shells explode in the fire, killing 3 zombies with ricochets that turn into headshots. Down in the cellar, the trio finds themselves trapped, leading to an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. With only 2 shells left, they begin making plans of suicide. It's done in a way that's both hilarious and depressing. It is the most in love that Sean and Liz have seemed in the movie. Thankfully, by the light of a flame, from one final shared cigarette, they discover a keg lid that'll lead them to freedom outside. Ed decides that he'll stay back, not wanting to slow down the loved ones, and the 2 friends have a heart-to-heart, wherein Sean apologizes for yelling at him earlier, and Ed apologizes for talking.
Oh, God, that's no funny. So good when you stop laughing. No.
Oh man, that is so sad. Sean tells Ed he loves him as he and Liz ascend down the lift, hopping out onto the street where there are still lots of zombies to deal with. Good thing the army shows up and starts mowing them all down, running over 5 of them, giving another a door prize, shooting frickin' 18 of them down with their rifles. And hell, they'll even include these last 2 they whack in the head, because they did it with force. Yvonne is here too, and she helps Sean and Liz get to safety. They've survived the zombie apocalypse, and that's enough for them to give their relationship another go. 6 months later, life is mostly back to normal, with zombies being turned into entertainment. I won't be counting sets we see killed in these shows, though. Give me a break. I've earned it. I will count Noel, since he was a previously established character, now confirmed as dead, or undead. Lots of fun quick bits here showing how society has adapted to zombies. They're used in game shows and are the subjects of benefit concerts put on by Coldplay. Nice that someone's looking out for the undead, even if their festering skin is all yellow. As for our hero, he lives comfortably with Liz, though she's not the only loved one in his life. Turns out he's keeping Zombie Ed as a garden shed friend, chained up in front of a TV so they can still play games together. And that's that. Did Shaun of the Dead's focus on comedy detract from its body count? I don't think it did, but let's go make sure at the numbers. By my count, there were 51 kills in Shaun of the Dead. 10 were living men, 3 were living ladies, 27 were zombie men, 10 were zombie ladies, and that one corpse under the car, well, I just couldn't tell. Pretty messy, but makes for a fun-looking fine chart, right? With a runtime of 99 minutes, that left us with a kill on average, just under every 2 minutes. I've got the golden chainsaw from this kill to David, torn apart by zombies. It's so graphic, but I can't even show it all in the public version of this video. No machete for lamest kill will go to the first victim I counted, the background body in the car. And introduced last episode, I'll give the coolest corpse award for best zombie to Ed. Usually, when a main character gets zombified, it's a tragedy. With Ed, it's almost an improvement. It's a sweet ending, solidifying his and Sean's friendship. And like a lot of this movie, this foreshadowed in dialogue earlier on.
You wanna live like an animal? Go live in that shit!
And that's it. Shaun of the Dead came out in 2004, and George Romero liked it so much, he cast Sean Pegg and Edgar Wright as zombies the following year, when he made Land of the Dead. On Friday, we get the premiere of the first Wiggles EATER, Dawn of the Dead. Until then, I'm James H. This has been the Kill Count.
Next kill count.
Attention all dead meat viewers. We've got a great deal for you this Friday. One zombie classic, extra blue face. Don't miss this special offer. For one view, you can experience living in the mall during a zombie apocalypse. Come early and receive one free top Savini. You'd have to be dead to pass up this deal. And even then, come by anyway. You'll still have fun. While you're here, enjoy the food court and the world-famous blood pressure testing machine. It's to die for. Prepare your shopping list by watching the original Dawn of the Dead, directed by George Romero. And this Friday, watch the Kill Count on Dead Meat.
There's no more room in hell. The dead will walk here.
Dawn of the Dead consent. You watch the home video releases due to rights issues, and he always recommends you watch the movie for yourself before it's kill count. It's the only way to have your own properly informed opinion. Kill counts are never meant to replace the experience of watching a film.
Thanks a lot for watching this Kill Count on Shaun of the Dead. I want to thank some patrons like Lynn Webb, Zachary Capone, TJJ, Dylan Butler, Xavier Robinson, and Zoe Pickering. Shaun of the Dead was one of the most requested movies we got emails. Reminder, those emails really matter, so if you want your request to count, send an email to deadmeatmovies@gmail.com. That's how you wound up with Shaun of the Dead and next Sunday's Kill Count. I'll leave that one a surprise for now. Thanks, everyone. Be good people.
CC Plus Nude Glow in cosmetics. It's like investing in my skin. It looks like makeup, but it's 90% skincare. Not just like 5% super glowy. Just the right coverage. SPF 40. I think the SPF. The future me is so happy. CC Plus Nude Glow.
Your dog spends their whole life offering love every day. You might ask yourself, what's the best way to show your pet you love them? After all, love is unconditional. Give your pet the care they need without worrying about the vet bill. Because every day together matters. Helping Paws Insurance Plan isn't just a good plan. Check it out, and you might find it's the best plan for the furry best friend in your life. Get your quote today.
If you were infected with a rage virus while trapped in a building with coworkers you hate and a boss that just wrongfully fired you, what would you do? In this How to Be video, I'm going to break down the mistakes made by our disgruntled employees, seeking to make better decisions, and ultimately attempt to beat the ID7 virus in mayhem. There's a throne in hell for whoever invented office buildings. These are places where the human spirit is sacrificed to the god of profit, where morality is a viable offense, and where promotions are earned in the scalps of your frenemies. Welcome to corporate America, where your boss makes $1, you make a dime, and you take the heat for the company's crimes. If you're Derek, being a good person, or worse, a great employee, is a surefire way to end up with a target on your back the next time middle management needs a fall guy to hide their mistakes. But what happens if you're quarantined in a building and an aggressive virus infects the whole office so that you're unjustly fired? Office buildings are soul-sucking purgatories on a good day. Throw in an airborne contaminant that preys on your emotions and transforms you into a murderous, chaotic juggernaut with a get-out-of-jail-free card, and, well, things are bound to get interesting. With the virus wreaking havoc on our impulse control, we literally have no choice but to punish those who have wronged us. Let's see if we can survive our contagious crusade for revenge. 5 minutes in the future, the ID7 virus has taken the planet by storm, making the infected slaves to their wildest impulses. They're called redders on account of the virus's most obvious sign of infection, a blood red eye. ID7 seems particularly contagious in places full of pent-up rage and resentment, like your average law firm. In one case, a man named Neville Reed was cleared after murdering his coworker with a pen because his lawyer argued that he couldn't be held responsible for what he did while under the virus's influence. Our disgruntled employee Derek works at Towers and Smythe Consulting, the very law firm that helped Neville Reed win his case. As Derek tells us, this is a firm fueled by greed, duplicity, and moral decay, a place that ironically screens applicants for honesty, loyalty, and integrity, and then promptly wears them down into corporate drones that throw each other under the bus whenever the need arises. Derek found one woman helped clear Neville Reed of murder, but even that isn't enough to guarantee his position in the company. Derek now spends his days avoiding his sister and blowing off clients like Melanie Cross. Melanie needs extra 2 months to keep her house from being foreclosed. She begs him to help her save her family's home, but he says it's out of his hands. There's a half dozen other people responsible for pieces of her case. Ultimately, it's just not his problem. Melanie asks him for the name of the partner who signed off on her house's foreclosure, Irene Smythe, the woman who literally has her name on the building. When Melanie demands to speak with Smythe, Derek has security escort her out. After Melanie is gone, we learn the water Derek is drinking is contaminated with the ID7 virus before his secretary rushes in to warn him that his bosses are about to lay the blame for a botched case on his shoulders. Fire him from the firm. Derek rushes off to try to save his job as a coworker he's recently blackmailed starts rubbing his red infected eye. The infection is spreading, and it only takes a sniffle here and a handshake there before the entire building is rubbing their red eyes and plotting vengeance against those who have wronged them. We should pause here to get the lay of this now infected land. The ID7 virus is like a zombie virus, only worse. Its victims are rash, violent, and unrelenting, but they can also still think, still talk, and still wield weapons against their enemies. The virus seems to target the human thalamus, the part of the brain that helps regulate impulse control, which means where you or I might avoid punching our boss for fear of getting fired, a victim of ID7 would curb stomp their head instead. The most visually obvious sign of the virus is a blood red eye, as this is the law firm that helps represent Neville Reed. Everyone in this building should know this symptom. Seeing a coworker with a bloody eye should trigger us to alert somebody, so treatment can start sooner and we can get out of the building faster. Then it's time to self-isolate and avoid the infection and ensuing carnage. In a close proximity population like this office pool, unless you're wearing a mask and gloves or leave the building before encountering an infected person, transmission is highly likely. Viruses that spread like ID7 disperse through the air in water droplets, the kinds we all give off when we talk, laugh, or sneeze. Cough into your hand and touch a doorknob without washing your hands. You better hope the person who opens the door next washes theirs before rubbing their nose. The least you could do is not to rub your eyes with your bare hands after touching all those doorknobs and elevator buttons in a busy office. Derek is already infected. His cells are mass-producing virus babies, and his immune system is going haywire trying to battle for supremacy in the system. The same is happening in the bodies of his coworkers, and soon they're going to start violently acting out their darkest whims and desires. Another preventative or rehabilitative measure to take after everyone loves each other would be to get everyone some professional therapy from our video sponsor, BetterHelp, which you too can utilize by using my link in the description. BetterHelp is the largest therapy platform worldwide that provides convenient, discreet, and affordable access to over 20,000 licensed therapists available anytime, anywhere through a computer, tablet, or smartphone. With a new year, focus on a new you with healthy mental health habits by utilizing professional therapy done securely and more affordably than traditional offline therapy. If you've ever searched for a therapist, you know it can take weeks or even months just to get a phone call back. But with BetterHelp, get a match quickly. Getting set up with BetterHelp is super easy. You simply head to their website, answer a handful of questions, then BetterHelp will assess your needs, and based on your answers, will match you with your own licensed professional therapist. You can start communicating in as little as 48 hours. You can log into your account anytime and send a message to your therapist, and are also free to change therapists if needed. You'll get timely and thoughtful responses, plus you can schedule weekly video or phone sessions. BetterHelp is available for clients worldwide. Financial aid is available. BetterHelp is offering you nerds 10% off your first month by using my link www.betterhelp.com/nerdexplains. That's better HELP. Join the over 1 million people taking charge of their mental health with the help of an experienced professional. Derek gets into the elevator, which is rigged with several security measures in order to rise to the second highest level of the building. has to phone a faceless security person who feeds him a code before the elevator button will respond to him. Derek confronts the company's director of operations, Kara Powell, someone the lower workers refer to as the Siren because she can sway the head lawyer at the firm, John Towers. She explains that she set him up to take the blame for a mishandled case with the company's biggest client, even though he never worked on the case.
Stream live TV from 85 plus channels and save up to $500 a year. YouTube TV. Try it free.
Would anyone else like to share about how they work? I downloaded the software that leaked all my private photos online, and now I'm trending on all the top internet sites.
Oh my God!
Not cool.
The ever-changing weather.
She offers a deal, but Derek's too infected to consider it. It demands to talk to the head boss himself. Derek and Kara get into the elevator, and they learn that only she has the access key card to the boss's penthouse. When Derek confronts John Towers, Towers only confirms what Kara has already said. Someone has to take the fall for the company's mistake, and it's not going to be either of them. They sent the Reaper to officially lay Derek off. The Reaper offers Derek a huge payoff to leave quietly. However, by accepting the money, Derek also has to admit to mishandling the case, meaning he can be disbarred or sued by the client. His infected eye is getting redder, and it's getting harder to repress his anger. Just as he's being escorted out, SWAT and the CDC surround his building, forcing everybody back inside. The office is now under quarantine. The CDC has administered a neutralizing agent for the virus through the air system, but all employees have to stay inside for 8 hours before it can take effect. The easiest way to avoid the carnage or to prevent yourself from doing something stupid if you know you're succumbing to the virus is to follow the same protocol for surviving an active shooter using the run, hide, fight strategies. The run strategy isn't possible here as the building is surrounded by SWAT and snipers, so you're gonna want to hide. You most likely aren't the Spartacus-type hero that will survive. You will be the random coworker that gets blindsided by a pair of scissors to the jugular or robbed by that PMT you put in a bad spot last week. No matter how good that 97 pre-workout feels, this isn't the time to hit the gym. Grab something that can be used as a weapon, like those scissors, and sneak into the nearest lockable office or storeroom and turn off the lights. If you can lock the door with a key, lock yourself inside and then throw the key away. This will prevent you from being attacked or attacking somebody else. To take extra precaution, don't rely on the lock to keep you safe. Barricade the door with objects. Roll the door to the opposite wall. Pack the object so tightly that the opposite wall acts as a brace against intruders. If there's a fire, you'll be somewhat trapped, but the sprinkler system should take care of it. Derek doesn't have any reason to avoid danger by self-isolating. He's just been fired. He's looking at a legal battle once he gets out anyways, and he may even be disbarred. Succumbing to ID7 and physically reorganizing his morally corrupt company probably sounds pretty great to him right now. Derek gets his first taste of the mayhem to come when the coworker he blackmailed earlier hauls off and punches him. Derek retaliates by stabbing his foot with a letter opener and throat punching him. His only friend at the firm, Ewan, steps in and pulls Derek back from the brink of murder. He tries to reason with Derek, but Derek's in fight mode now. There's a lot of elements at play here. You're locked in a quarantine building surrounded by snipers and SWAT, who should all be wearing full-face M48-1 protective masks with HEPA filters to actually prevent exposure to ID7. Your coworkers are turning feral, and your own body is provoking you to act out like a frat boy during rush week. Your beige office building has transformed into a battlefield where the only limitations are your own twisted imagination and the office supplies available around you. We also learned one important fact about this virus. Even though it affects our impulse control, it doesn't break down relationship dynamics. The ability to identify friend from foe is intact, which means that you're only at risk of hurting or being hurt by somebody you have a reason to attack. Everybody's aware of this virus by now, so considering anyone who you slighted could get infected, kill you, and get away with it, exercising a little bit of extra niceness and reconciling past misdeeds would be good proactive measures. In 2017, 28% of homicides were committed by somebody who knew the victim personally, and nearly 42% of victims were murdered during arguments. So being nice gives you an insane leg up in a situation like this, and once everybody's infected, the smartest thing to do would be to continue being nice. It doesn't matter if you just want to stay unmurdered or you want revenge. You can use kindness as a weapon to disarm your coworkers. With everyone trapped inside, things go from 0 to 60 quickly. The CDC warns the company that stressful work-related situations should be avoided, and that antidepressants and stimulants like coffee can make things even worse. Too bad this office building is filled with some of the most miserable self-medicating people on Earth. Their boss bosses, of course, are only worried about getting everyone back to work so they don't lose $500,000 in profit by the end of the day, and they're furious about the potential loss. They are in no mood for pesky employee problems. So when Derek requests an audience with Towers and the 9 partners to get his revenge, he's fed a faulty elevator code that drops him to the basement instead, where he's ambushed by the company's hitmen. In an emergency, you should always use the stairs to move around a tall building like this one. Elevators can get stuck or shut down, or in this case, be controlled by sadistic people outside the elevator. This makes the elevator a huge ambush threat. If you get trapped in an elevator controlled by a pissed-off counterparty that starts going down when you expect it to go up, at the very least, try pressing the stop emergency button to keep yourself from plunging towards whatever awaits you below. If it doesn't stop, prepare for potential attack. When the door opens, Derek is immediately yanked off his feet by one of the bull's minions because he isn't prepared to defend himself. Close quarters like an elevator can make fighting difficult, but he doesn't know what's going to happen to him once he leaves the elevator. His goal here should be to stay in the elevator, kick his attacker out, and go up a floor if they haven't locked the elevator in place, which it doesn't appear to be since Ewan used the elevator to come to rescue Derek moments later. If Derek had managed to take the elevator back up a floor, Ewan would not have come down to rescue him, leading to his premature death. It's only through plot armor that Derek doesn't die right here. John Towers could and should have told his men to just kill him when the elevator doors open. Derek is beat.
You might think investing for the future sounds complicated, but when you subscribe to The Motley Fool, things are way easier. The Motley Fool helps its members invest and save with expert stock picks aimed at multiplying their net worth over time. Big dreams take time to manifest, which is why with The Motley Fool, the key is not spending time, but investing in it. As a member, you'll get 2 monthly stock recommendations, access to their best current and historical stocks, tracking of your favorite stocks, articles, reports, and all the expert insights you could ever ask for.
Is beaten senseless by the company's muscle man, a sadistic guy called the Bull. He and his guys take Derek's phone and call Towers, who warns Derek against trying to get away with murder because he's infected with ID7. The Bull feeds and debases him, but before things can get worse, Derek is saved by Ewan, who unfortunately dies defending him. The Bull knocks Derek out. Once trapped in the supply room with 3 attackers, Derek needs to get back to his feet as quickly as possible. A standing position is always stronger than one where you're on the ground. Once standing, he can search for a weapon, avoid someone chasing him, or fights back with kicks, punches, and by using the attacker's momentum against them. Since he's on the ground, Derek needs to roll onto his back and chamber his legs by tucking into his chest, so that when someone reaches for him, he can use one leg to kick the attacker's stomach and the other to kick his face, knocking him far enough back so that Derek can kick him back to his feet. If you are pepper sprayed, your eyelids will shut tight and you'll lose control over them. It's called a blepharospasm. The Bull wasn't using this as a deterrent, more like an appetizer before more attacks. To continue being able to fight back, you could pry your eye open. When Derek's friend Ewan came to the rescue, he did a great tackle, knocking one of the assailants to the floor. However, once he had the goon on the ground, he should have immediately stood up. Kicking the goon to immobilize him rather than kneeling over him would have allowed him to remain in a standing position to fend off an additional attack. Kneeling like this left him vulnerable to attack from the Bull, which ultimately cost him his life. Technically speaking, it takes about 132 pounds force to penetrate the skull. It's highly unlikely that the force that Ewan hit the nail would have driven the nail into his skull, in which case Ewan and Derek could have stood back to back to take on the 3 attackers on a more even playing field. And as terrible as it is to say, the moment Ewan dropped dead, Derek should have fled the room. It's a tragic turn of events, but in the event of a gang assault, which this is, you need to stay on your feet, stay on the move, and get out of there as quickly as possible. Derek wakes up trapped with Melanie Cross, the woman trying to save her home earlier. She's infected and attacks him for not helping her, so Derek strikes a deal with her. If she helps him get to the top of the building so he can get revenge against his bosses, she can get revenge against Smythe, the partner who foreclosed on her family's house. No longer enemies, Derek MacGyver's a phone to call the client his law firm screwed over. He gets Towers to listen in as the client fires the law firm. Towers orders his men to kill Derek in retaliation, but Derek's waiting for them and uses the element of surprise to beat them unconscious with some scrap wood and his fists. Okay, a couple big things to keep in mind here. The first is that even though Neville Reed was acquitted of murder because of the ID7 virus, that doesn't mean Derek or Melanie will be. Getting someone off on a technicality in one trial doesn't mean every trial afterward would work the same way. The American legal system isn't cut and dry like that, and Derek was devil acquitted, every one of these 1,097 outbreaks is going to be treated like its own criminal case, and the circumstances that saved the devil from jail may not apply here. There's office cameras everywhere in Derek's building, and these will be analyzed frame by frame as evidence. And it's not like Derek and Melanie are in the penthouse when they decide to murder the partners. They have to go out of their way to kill these people and navigate 9 floors of crazed co-workers to do so. Also, since Derek was on the Neville Reed case, he should know that because of the outbreak, any contract or legal agreement they forced the 9 to sign during quarantine is probably moot anyways. Even if revenge is still the plan, taunting their future victims is a shallow victory that costs Derek and Melanie more than it's worth. Before Derek calls the client's company, they have the element of surprise on their side. They simply needed to escape the front floor seats of the penthouse where they could exact their revenge. They could have covered their faces with masks or fabric to make them harder to recognize and use the chaos of the office as cover as they climbed. By giving away that element of surprise, they've just made revenge 8,000 times more difficult for themselves. Sure, the partners could have figured out what they were up to when they spotted Derek on a higher floor, but by then Derek would be much closer to his target than he is here, in the building's basement. Additionally, as we'll see in a minute, Derek and Melanie are about to equip themselves with weapons from a maintenance locker, something they should have done before placing that phone call. While it was smart to use Melanie as bait so Derek could attack these goons from behind, Derek hits one with a piece of wood, which is far too large to be swung with enough force to effectively knock this guy out. The hammer Derek finds in maintenance would have been a far more effective weapon, and Melanie should have had a backup weapon just in case Derek's sneak attack didn't work. Worst case, I could always abandon Melanie and run if the tower sent too many well-armed men after me. It's a traitorous move to Melanie because while she isn't the target, she might become one. Tough call, considering staying to fight more well-armed thugs is pretty much instant death for a skinny desk jockey. Derek opens a maintenance locker full of power tools, and he and Melanie suit up with all the weapons they can find, including a nail gun and an electric handsaw. They strategize. They need to take the Reaper's key card on floor 2, which will give them access to the 7th floor, which is where the siren is. Then, they need to take her key card, which has access to the penthouse, where they can get revenge against Towers and Smythe. You have to love any prep scene that involves power tools, but a nail gun isn't going to be as useful as they think it is. Low-velocity nail guns like this have front safeties that need to be pressed or pulled manually to fire each nail. They also fire nails at around 130 psi, which would only be effective at point-blank range. After a few feet, they'll just bounce off of a person. The hammer is the smarter choice. It's lightweight, can be used with a single hand, and is multifunctional as they can use it to smash windows and desk drawers open. The electric saw could come in handy for breaking and entering, or for neck sawing. A crowbar would be helpful for smashing heads and prying doors open if there's one in that disorganized heap. And I might also grab the rope or a cord seen here, and a hook-like tool to potentially grapple hook my way up the central courtyard shaft to the penthouse and skip all the mayhem in between. In that vein, battling their way from keycard to keycard isn't the easiest or quickest way to get to the penthouse. Remember, people are lashing out at co-workers that anger them. No one has a grudge against Melanie because she doesn't work here, and wearing a simple disguise would make it more difficult to recognize Derek. Then, they could just take the stairs. While they would definitely encounter potential threats along their climb, their weapons and gear should make walking up relatively easy. If the doors between the floors are locked, which they don't seem to be, they can use the electric saw to cut off the door hinges or to saw through the locking mechanism entirely. They could also try pulling the fire alarm, as some buildings automatically unlock doors in the event of a fire. Even if neither of these options worked, they could also just use their tools to completely destroy the doors and gain access to higher floors that way. This could get them to the 8th floor, the floor just below the penthouse, without fighting anyone. Once on the 8th floor, where the siren's office is located, they could take her penthouse access card with the element of surprise on their side, and she wouldn't have time to call the partners for help, forcing her to bargain the key card for her life. They could even take her with them as insurance. Or, once they reach the 8th floor, they could open the elevator doors and climb up the inside of the elevator shaft to the next floor. While not exactly safe, it reduces the distance they have to travel to reach their goal down to 14 feet, which is the average height between stories in an office building. At that point, they can fashion a ladder out of scrap materials using Melanie's nail gun or creating a climbing rope by knotting fire hose, which should be available on each level in those emergency wall kits. Instead, Derek and Melanie confront the Reaper, who barricades himself in his office when Melanie tries to shoot him with a nail gun. They try to break in with a supply cart, but Melanie isn't keeping watch, and 2 security guards are able to get close enough to tase her. Derek is forced to point them away from 2 prowling security guards now. The Reaper emerges from his office to find Melanie still immobile from being tasered and begins beating the crap out of her. She's able to toss Derek the nail gun, driving the Reaper back into his office. Derek kicks in the door. The Reaper tells Derek not to shoot the rise so high and so fast that in the split second the Reaper hands over his key, he's able to use pruning scissors to stab Derek's hand into the desk, tackle Melanie to the floor, and go for the nail gun. While office workers bet on who will win, Melanie uses the electric handsaw to saw through the Reaper's chest cavity, and then she rips the scissors from Derek's hand. Alright, these two are relying far too much on chance to reach the top of the building. Chance, luck, and circumstance will get you killed long before you can cave your boss's brain in while hopped up on the viral equivalent of PCP. Melanie should be guarding their rear while Derek tries to get into the Reaper's office, poised to attack any guards or crazed coworkers as they approach. And that lightweight mail cart Derek is using to ram the door isn't going to do anything. He should just use his foot to kick the door in right beside the doorknob, which will break the locking mechanism, or he can use his hammer to smash the window to the side of the door. As for being tased, a taser works by overriding muscular control with an electric shock. Melanie should be in control of her body the second the guard stops pressing the taser's button. Once Melanie is tased, Derek should grab the nail gun and fire off suppressive shots to keep the guards back, giving her a chance to recover, or give him the chance to use his shirt to insulate his hand so he can remove the taser barbs from her body if she's still being immobilized. This would leave her available to fight the guards or Lester when he comes out to attack her. Once inside Lester's office, they should not give the Reaper any chance to plead his case. He's already attacked Melanie and he's hopped up on 97. They should just kneecap him with a nail gun and take the key card. Instead, they let the Reaper get the drop on them and Derek gets his hand run through, likely injuring a muscle in his hand called the adductor pollicis, which would make it difficult for him to grip things or people with that hand moving forward, weakening his ability to fight in the hours to come. Melanie did not have her gun trained on Lester like she should, enabling him to pin her down too. At that point, Melanie should have stuck the saw in his throat instead of trying to saw through his ribcage. His neck is the softer, more vulnerable target, and she's more likely to hit the artery or cut off his airway before he can turn the nail gun on. While you never want to remove an object that you're impaled with until medical professionals do it for you so you don't bleed out or cause further injury, Derek isn't going to bleed to death from a hand injury, and he needs both hands operational to fight off any attackers. So removing the scissors was necessary. Derek and Melanie take a quick break to film a taunting video for the partners in which they set the body of the Reaper on fire. Towers calls the siren and warns her that they're coming for her penthouse key. He offers to make her a partner at the firm if she destroys the key card, and she agrees. However, she gives the card to her assistant to hide instead. As chaos descends across the building, Derek and Melanie wait to ambush the siren, and the partners put a bounty of $450,000 on Derek's head. Derek and Melanie realize that they only have 4 hours left before they won't have legal immunity for murder, and charge after the siren head-on. To their surprise, the siren has rallied the workers on her floor to her side. Battle lines are drawn and the fight commences. The siren runs for safety, leaving Derek and Melanie to dispatch the siren's 5 lackeys. Using hammers, wrenches, and pure adrenaline, the pair come out victorious. Talk about incriminating evidence. This video they record of Derek reading pieces of the Neville Reed trial reports out loud is going to be exhibit number 1 at their murder trial. If you're going to record anything during your murder spree, babble incoherently about how your boss is a lizard alien who forced your mom to move to Neptune. Make the psychologist think you're out of your mind. Also, by now you should know what I'm going to say. Don't give away your element of surprise. By the time the partners learned of the Reaper's death, Derek and Melanie could have already cornered the siren at her office and taken her key card from her. Instead, they've given their enemy time to prepare and put a $450,000 bounty on Derek's head. Now they'll have to survive 5 fights with armed attackers before they can get to the key card. Don't get me wrong, this is going to be a glorious cinematic fight with hammers, nail guns, fire extinguishers, and scissors. The office building is a veritable warehouse of impromptu weaponry. Cards, computers, chairs, and flimsy cubicle walls reinforced with metal skeletons, letter openers, tacks, and printers to slam down on people's heads. And that's all before we remember the moral of the John Wick saga. You can always kill somebody with a pencil. I don't know, maybe this ID7 virus is getting to me because all this mayhem looks exhilarating and pure. An incredibly risky, dangerous time, but with a few smart shots with that nail gun, we might just be on our way to that penthouse before we know it. Oh, wait. All it takes is one false move to finish us off in a fight of 5 against 2. Ultimately, unless you're Jean-Claude Van Damme, your first and only goal when attacked by a group is to escape. If you can't or won't, here are a few things to keep in mind to protect yourself from getting beaten to the point where you can't fight anymore. First and foremost, if you have a nail gun that fires like a 9mm, use it. Thin out your attackers before they can even get close to you. Second, control your position relative to the group. Don't just storm into the center. Contrary to modern action movies, a gang is not going to attack you one at a time. Instead, position yourself so that you're at the edge of the group so you can attack the first unnecessary risks by allowing this pack of infected to plant blow after blow on their bodies. All it takes is one letter opener to the stomach and you won't get your chance to kill the big bad boss. After the fight, Derek and Melanie confront the siren in her office and negotiate for the key card. But when the assistant brings the key card, it's melted beyond all recognition. The siren calls out her assistant for being a useless nobody, and the assistant reveals that she's made a deal with the partners to burn the card in exchange for a promotion. Then she stabs her boss to death. Derek and Melanie taunt the partners again, wagging the siren's dismembered tongue around in the video. Towers retaliates by desecrating Ewan's dead body. Derek tells Melanie that in order to avoid her family's household closure, she needs the signature of a partner. They learn the partners have blocked all movements in the elevators without a key card. So Derek and Melanie decide to visit Ray with 19. Pro tip, don't trust people you abuse. As I've said, this virus doesn't break down relationship dynamics. The siren was terrible to her assistant before ID7 ever got involved. She should know better than to trust or insult her now. Second pro tip, if you just sicked 5 employees on your enemies, don't charge your office like everything's switched out of the siren should use her key card to turn the night on the top floor, both protecting herself and preventing Derek and Melanie from getting the key card. Now that we know Derek and Melanie have an ally in the IT department, this could have also been one of the first places they tried to shortcut their climb. Ray might have had the access codes to the elevator, and even if he doesn't, he might have a way of shortcutting or overriding the program that runs the elevator. But since they're only one story from the top floor now, they shouldn't be heading back down to IT. The 9 are narcissists, so it's very likely the stairs reach the top floor to give them an exit in the case of a fire. Derek and Melanie should climb up one more floor and tear the door down. Even if the 9 somehow paid off the builders to stop the stairs at the 8th floor, they could shimmy up the elevator shaft or scale the courtyard shaft. The pair asks Ray to mess with Smythe's computer. By stealing the files from her computer, they get her to negotiate with them in order to get them back. Smythe tells Towers that even though the meeting is a bad idea, they let her pick the location on the lower levels. She chooses a room with a gun taped to the bottom of the table. Unfortunately for her, they check the room before she gets there. Smythe hands over the key card, but when Melanie tries to get her to sign her family's paperwork, Smythe refuses. A fight breaks out between Melanie and Smythe as Derek is blindsided by the bull, who knocks the pistol out of Derek's hand. Both fights are brutal. The bull fires 7 rounds to empty the gun and tosses it, then pulls out his brass knuckles to have some fun with Derek before trying to blind him with mace. Derek narrowly escapes by turning his head at the last second and taking the mace to his mouth, then spinning it back into the bull's eyes and stabbing him in the head with a screwdriver. They both corner Smythe, who in a last-ditch effort to save herself, reveals the key card will only work with an access code. Derek and Melanie's plot armor is getting thicker by the second. It is sheer luck that the bull came alone, and it would have been so easy to send an entire horde of armed guards to kill our heroes and take the hard drive by force. Not to mention that Derek has been beaten by the bull before, which is why fighting him here was more than likely to result in Derek's death than a victory for him and Melanie. He's ultimately saved by the bull throwing his gun away rather than using it, and neither you nor I should rely on that sort of luck to survive the day. Derek should also have anticipated the bull's arrival, as Smythe was not likely to come to a lower floor alone. He should have known better than to place his back to an unlocked door in the conference room and held a gun poised to fire in case of an attack. Instead of attempting to tackle the bull in the hallway, he should have simply raised the gun and fired. The bull may be anti-gun, but you don't have to be when your life is on the line. Hand-to-hand combat is like bad gambling if you're untrained, and even worse when you're up against someone who pushes people around for a living. The gun also appears to use a double-stack magazine, meaning it holds far more than the 7 rounds the bull fired before tossing it away. The gun's slide also does not lock back, meaning there is still at least 1 bullet left in the chamber. Derek could and should go for the gun, since he didn't. Taking a mouthful of pepper spray and spitting it back into the bull's eyes was a clever choice. It prevented him from being blinded and gave him the chance to stab the bull in the head. When Derek returns to the conference room for Melanie, Smythe offers Derek the elevator code in exchange for betraying Melanie. Derek agrees, but gives Melanie the ability to break her restraints by unscrewing the back bar of the chair she's strapped to so she can wiggle herself free. After Smythe has given Derek the access code to the penthouse, Derek shows Smythe the screws he removed before Melanie gets her revenge with a hammer. Derek should have gone back for the gun the bull tossed away immediately. If it's empty, at least you know now, so Smythe can't use it against you. Betraying Melanie wasn't Derek's only option here. When he returned to the conference room, he and Melanie could have tied Smythe to a chair, taken the key card, and dragged her to the elevator. Once they learned that they would need an access code as well as the card, they could have tortured Smythe for the information by hurting high-pain, non-life-threatening parts of her. Having her toes or toenails ripped off would probably put her grudge against Melanie for destroying her hard drive into perspective. Betraying Melanie was too risky. If Derek didn't loosen the screws up just right, Melanie couldn't wiggle out of it after the elevator door closed. She'd have been screwed. If Melanie had freed herself before he could tell her he was still on her side, she would have likely attacked him too. It also relied on Smythe not tying Melanie up herself and not watching him tie Melanie up. Showing her the holds also gives Smythe moments to prepare for Melanie's attack. The betrayal also forces Derek to face the 9 fight himself, injured and with his stored weapons depleted. If a fight of 5 against 2 is tough, he has no reason to suspect a potential fight of 1 on 8 is going to be any easier. Grabbing the gun earlier on would have enabled Derek to just pop a hole in the back of Smythe's head after she gave him the access code, ensuring Melanie's survival and putting the final boss battle on easy difficulty. Derek arrives to the penthouse to a round of applause from the partners, who offer to make him one of the team, breaking through their defenses. When he refuses, he's attacked by a secretary wielding a broken glass before he confronts the golf club wielding towers. With less than 2 minutes left of the virus's effectiveness, Derek gains the upper hand and gets the partners to out towers before he tosses him down the building's 9-story courtyard to his death. With his lust for revenge satisfied, Derek signs the firm's partnership offer, signs Melanie's foreclosure paperwork, and quits immediately after to retire as the next generation's Bob Ross. This is the boardroom from hell, and Derek is far too cavalier as he steps inside. Derek's head should be on a swivel, prepared for an ambush. He should clear the corner of the room behind him before hearing the night out. When the women attempt to approach, he should loudly tell them not to come closer. If they continue, he should kill one of them to make it clear that he's not messing around. These people just tried to have him murdered 6 ways to Sunday, and they'll try again here. Derek is exhausted. His last weapons are a wrench and a set of brass knuckles, and he's running out of time for revenge before the quarantine clock runs out. If he had remembered the gun, it would have made quick work of these horrible bosses. At least he remains level-headed enough to know better than to sign the contract they offered, which wouldn't stand up after quarantine anyways. As it is, Towers is more rested than Derek and is high on stimulants in addition to ID7. When the fight begins, it might help Derek to put the brass knuckles on and use them in concert with a wrench. The wrench could hold off Towers' club, allowing Derek to smash his hands with the knuckles. People expect attackers to go for their heads. The fingers can be a more surprising and useful target. Finally, when Derek has Towers at his mercy, he should not wait for 8 other people to vote him out of the tribal council, giving Towers a chance to fight back. Risks like this could cost him all the ground he's won. I say chuck Towers over the railing and be done with it. This is your I'm the captain now moment. Ultimately, Derek and Melanie could have enjoyed more playtime with the bosses if they had considered all of the building's options and chosen stealth rather than trying to go through various people with key cards to reach the penthouse. Computer systems fail, elevators stall, and crazy coworkers can be crazy. They were just as likely to be stabbed with a pencil or cracked over the head with a fire extinguisher as they were to succeed in their goal of toppling Towers and Smythe. If you are trapped with feral coworkers in an office building and don't have intricate plans for personal revenge, do the smart, dull thing and barricade yourself in an office until the cavalry arrives. But if revenge is your goal, it's best to think of mechanical and tangible solutions to problems that minimize risks of bodily harm. Derek and Melanie could have reached the penthouse quickly by using the stairs effectively, climbing up the central courtyard shaft or shimmying up the elevator shaft. In many ways, the plot armor of our 2 anti-heroes protected them from gruesome death several times, but there were definitely a few ways in which they could have strategically reached the penthouse and gotten their revenge without relying on keycards and access codes. For those reasons, I think the red-eye virus and mayhem would speed. Thanks for watching, and remember, avoid being that horrible coworker everyone wants to kill 5 minutes after a rage virus invades your office space.
Okay, last chance. Enter Honey's giveaway now, and you could win this, or this.
If you were stranded in a remote frozen cabin, handcuffed to your spouse's dead body with murderous intruders at the front door, what would you do? I'm going to break down the mistakes made by our stranded widow, see if we can make better choices, and ultimately attempt to be relationship was going to be easy. It's especially tough when you're married to a narcissistic defense attorney with the power to sick your former attacker on you. Why go through all the trouble of just divorcing your partner like a healthy person when you can arrange to have both your spouse and their lover killed in the most poetic of ways by the person they fear the most? Emma felt trapped in her marriage long before Mark ensnared her in a complicated murder-suicide arrangement. Now she'll have to survive a few of the coldest, scariest, and grossest hours of her life to separate herself from him, literally. Let's find out if we can beat this situation better than Emma can. The movie begins with Emma breaking up with her side guy, Tom, as she's leaving for an anniversary trip with her husband, Mark, a defense attorney who sold out to the dark side. Emma arrives at her husband's office to find a conspicuously placed police report on his desk. Inside, there's a photograph of Emma beaten after an attempted mugging turned violent, causing her to have PTSD flashbacks of her attacker, Bobby Ray, stabbing her in the concern, saying that Bobby was out on parole, but it's been revoked, and the police are trying to find him. Look, I'm not here to provide marriage counseling. That said, if you value your life and property, it's statistically not in your best interest to go behind your partner's back. In the U.S., 13% of homicide cases are committed by family members, and a full quarter of those are wives who were OJ'd by their husbands. I'm actually surprised it's not higher, considering the divorce rate in this country. If you manage to keep your head attached to your body, you needlessly sicked money and property disputes on yourself. I'll go ahead and say this too. If you're married to a smart, calculated, morally destitute, if I don't win, nobody wins type of guy like Mark, who has connections with murder for hires, you need to be really careful. Diamond necklaces bought with blood are non-returnable. Emma can't undo Tom, so in order to climb out of the grave she dug, she needs to understand the warning signs before a domestic violence event occurs. The warning sign here, of course, is the court file Emma finds in Mark's office. Mark clearly left this out for her to see when she arrived. As a defense attorney, he knows a lot of bad guys, and unnecessarily leaving this blatantly on his desk on their anniversary for her to find is chilling. I'd wager he knew about the affair, and judging by his eerily calm demeanor, it's going to be rose petals in and blood trails going out. Is it better to slap him with a divorce on the anniversary or after it? I'd say at the anniversary dinner, since it's public. You get an amazing meal out of it, and since there won't be an after anniversary. We see no physical marks on Emma, so it's likely Mark isn't physically abusive, though she does wear a ton of makeup. It's likely Mark would contest a divorce if Emma asked for it, and as a lawyer, he knows how to make the process difficult for her. But with a divorce petition on record, she can at least physically separate herself from him post the dinner and excuse herself from any planned activities in areas with no witnesses. Let's see if Emma serves him before it can become her old ball and chain. Bobby and Jimmy look like they could have freshened themselves up with cologne by ordering this video sponsor, Scentbird. Scentbird is a fragrance subscription service for men and women with over 600 designer and indie brands like Prada, Gucci, Versace, Vince Camuto, and more in the US and Canada. It's convenient and affordable. You choose a new fragrance to try every month for a 30-day supply, so you can check out fragrances before committing to a full bottle. Each Scentbird vial has 8 times more than a regular sample that will last a full month. Discover new fragrances by taking a simple quiz. Based on your preferences, previous purchases, and quiz answers, you'll be matched to fragrances tailored just for you. Scentbird is a flexible subscription, so you can skip any month without penalties, and it's a perfect gift for anyone. Each sample comes in a fitted felt bag in a case that you twist to spray, and you get a card that provides a description of the scent and the different notes you'll smell. For this month, my 2 favorites are the Raw Spirit Winter Oak and the Hugo Boss Bottled Infinite. I enjoy the fresh, earthy, and cozy feels of these. I also got scents of wood, bois de bois, vetiver, and oak, of which I enjoy the scent of woodiness, but with a hint of spice. Dolce & Gabbana for home. I like this one for a classy night out. And Sue Phillips House of Fragrance Woodsy Blend, which I like the herbaceousness of. Head to scentbird.com, pick your favorite scents, or take the quiz, and make sure to use my code NERD55 at checkout to get 55% off your first month at Scentbird. At dinner, Mark presents her her with a steel necklace that looks like a chain. When it's Emma's turn to give him a gift, she presents him with 2 Super Bowl tickets, which he brutally dismisses and ultimately leaves as a tip for the waitstaff. Outside, Mark tells her he has one more gift for her, and she finds a blindfold in her coat pocket. She reluctantly gets in, and Mark secretly drives them into the boonies of upstate New York. On the way, Emma starts to feel carsick and tries to remove the blindfold, but Mark grabs her arm and forces her to keep it on. Emma, you're dark.
Meet Redken Acidic Coffee Concentrate, achieving a total hair transformation for all types and textures. Now with an all-new intensive pre-treatment and patent-pending technology.
Dark Triad husband is onto your Ashley Madison monkey branching. Dumping your Super Bowl tickets is yet another sign he's not interested in turning over a new leaf. You're not a Jedi, Daredevil, or Ricky Bobby, so why are you blackbagging yourself in Mark's SUV? Blindfolds are for billionaires' mistresses, or couples who completely trust each other, and Emma clearly does not trust Mark. I'd make any excuse to not wear it, and refuse to get into his car if he'd abandon it. It's one thing to brave an awkward drive home where you can serve him papers the next morning. It's a whole other thing to be a willing participant in Mark's premeditated tragedy. We know Mark's up to something because he wanted to blindfold her in the first place. And based on the evidence so far, it's nothing good. It'd be best to not follow his breadcrumbs and have a friend, or Tom if she's a savage, pick us up to stay with for the night. At the very least, she should excuse herself to the bathroom to set up a Find My Friends locator app to share her real-time location with friends. Let them know she's suspicious of Mark, and to have them call the police if they don't hear from her the next morning. Then again, if you're this suspicious, don't even get in the car in the first place. At the point when Mark physically stops her from taking her blindfold off, I'd be ripping that thing off and thumbing 911 unless he 180'd the car immediately. Of course, he could just bang her head off the dash and improvise his twisted take on Romeo and Juliet anyways. Emma naively got into the car, and now she's at the edge of the grave she dug with Mark standing behind her. After an hour-long drive, they arrive at their lake house. Inside, Emma is made to count to 10 wearing the blindfold. When she takes it off, she wanders through a huge romantic fire hazard of burning candles and rose petals into the master bedroom where Mark is waiting with a bottle of champagne. The next morning, Emma wakes to find herself cold in bed, handcuffed to Mark. Mark puts a gun to his temple, tells her it's time to wake up, and pulls the trigger, splattering her in his blood. Okay, the glass half full is that he didn't blow our brains out or smother us with a pillow, so there's that. I do appreciate the nuanced angling of his revolver far enough that he didn't get hit by the bullet exiting his skull close enough that the blood-brain soup could spray all over us. It's not what I'd pour my formerly intact brain power into figuring out, but Mark was facing big bar time for his shady dealings and opted for the easy way out. Once composure is regained, we need to put the puzzle pieces together and figure out what the hell is going on. This isn't Mark just having a bad morning. 1, he obviously knew about her affair with Tom. 2, he flaunted Bobby Ray's case file in her face on her anniversary. 3, he took her to a remote location. 4, he chained himself to her before cracking his egg open. 5, he left her alive for now. 6, Bobby Ray's on the loose. First guess, he wants to take us down with him and make us suffer along the way. What does that mean specifically, though? What's the end goal look like exactly? We can cross framing us for his murder off the list because there's an abundance of evidence that Mark set this nightmare up. The second possibility is that he wants us to freeze or starve to death by being stuck in a remote, unheated home, unable to trudge home with his corpse latched to us. This doesn't make much sense, since someone would have noticed we were missing fairly quickly and come to Mark's lake house to check if we were there. The most plausible scenario is that Bobby Ray is on his way to exact his own revenge. Since we have a history with him, Mark flaunted his case file in our face, there's no witnesses out here, and Bobby hadn't been picked up by police yet. Tom may be in trouble too. The first order of business is to attempt to call for help with the bedstand phone, and to warn Tom without unintentionally baiting him to the lake house where he may be ambushed too. There's no way the phone's actually gonna work though. Emma tries the phone, and yep, as expected, Mark set us up for failure. Being able to call for help would be too easy. We're gonna guess that our iPhones are trashed as well. We can't just chill here and wait for the cops to show up in a day or so, because if Bobby is on the way, we need to be able to move, hide, and run. In order to do that, we need to get rid of the dead weight. A seemingly obvious thing to try first is shooting the handcuff off, though it's not likely to break the chain the way she's holding it. There isn't enough tension in the chain, and the hold is likely to nick the chain in passing or bend the cuffs rather than shatter them. Even if she had a shotgun, the blast might not shatter the links. It would be be better to press the gun flush with Mark's hand and shoot his thumb off. However, I'd be conscious of saving whatever ammo is left for any other surprises Mark has in store for us, and removing his hand or handcuff manually. Of course, this is all assuming Mark left any ammo in the gun, which there's no way he did. Emma points the gun at the handcuff chain, starts squeezing the trigger, and, as expected again, the revolver is empty. We could search the kitchen for some serrated knives, but again, Mark definitely removed all the sharp objects, and we probably don't have the time and energy to drag him around on a fool's errand. Emma's remaining options are either peg the cuffs or mangle Mark's hand. If Emma can find a thin, flat piece of metal that can fit between the teeth of the cuff and the internal lock mechanism, she could potentially take the cuff off. She could also insert a paperclip into the keyhole and bend it slightly, then use that to lift the mechanism inside and free herself. Here, we can see that Mark's metal suspender clips look relatively narrow and flat, while the clip itself is probably too wide to use. The small metal circle that attaches the clip to the fabric could be small enough to fit. While we'll learn that Mark has cleared the house of seemingly everything that could help her, in this shot, we can see that the shelves have some objects on them, so Emma should take a look in drawers just in case she can find something to pick the lock. There is a third option here, and that's using something heavy to turn Mark's hand into mush. If the Saw franchise taught me anything, it's that there's a lot of ways to mangle a hand. At the end of the day, the CMC joint and the trapezium bone near the thumb are technically the only things keeping her tethered to it. The foot of a wooden table or toilet tank lid repeatedly applied with enough force can do the same work as a hammer, allowing her to slip the cuffs off of his shattered hand. Emma decides to create a makeshift drag stretcher with her wedding gown to haul his body downstairs in search of the elusive sharp tools. She pulls too hard, the body slides forward and tosses them both down the stairs. Hauling dead meat around is hard work, especially if you weigh 120 pounds and the guy you're dragging weighs 160. That said, the gown isn't going to make it much easier dragging him over hardwood than his clothing already does. She would have been far better off flattening his hand with a vase and ditching him altogether. It goes without saying that her stairway descent could have been executed with more grace. Grabbing him under the arms and getting into a solid brace position would have given her more control. At the bottom of the stairs, Emma...
I'm making this quick video because it has been 1 month since joining the Cashflow 101 system, and so what I wanted to do is...
Emma discovers the front door she locked the night before is wide open, filling the house with winter chill. Winter wasteland outside looks vast and deadly. Emma shuts the door and discovers that during the night, Mark tossed her phone into a vase of water. She tries to turn it on, but it malfunctions. So she begins searching through the kitchen cabinets for more sharp tools, and yet again, as expected, everything's been removed. Just because the kitchen cabinets have all been emptied doesn't mean the rest of the house has been. Mark was definitely thorough clearing out the cabin, but Emma is one forgotten safety pin, tack, or paperclip away from freedom. If she just has a look around the shelves of the house, she could even try breaking one of these metal hanging picture frames and pick the lock with that. As for the phone, well, a quick rub on the shoulder isn't going to dry anything. If there's no rice to dry it, which there probably isn't, she should try to find a paper and cloth and let it sit long enough to dry fully before trying to turn it on. Emma searches the trash can next and finds Mark's car keys. Okay. Is it stupid to even try the car at this point? Obviously, Mark will have slashed the tires, killed the battery, or drained it of gas. Yeah, we're gonna feel pretty dumb even trying it, knowing that Mark's playing us at every turn, but how dumb will we look? The car actually did work, and we didn't try it before the cops found us days later. Pretty damn dumb. However, I don't think time is on her side, so she needs to focus on stomping Mark's hand into a pulp to free herself first, and keeping a lookout for any uninvited visitors on the main road. Emma puts on Mark's pants and tears part of her wedding dress off to fashion shoes for herself before dragging Mark across the snowy yard and around the house to the garage. Making shoes of any kind is smart thinking, especially in winter weather like this. While it might not seem important in the grand scheme of things, frostbite can set in as little as 15 minutes. When the weather is this cold and there's a little bit of wind, an exhausting manual work like lugging a dead body around is going to make her sweat, which will drastically increase her risk of hypothermia. Emma's going to be losing some toes in this divorce if she doesn't find better protection. She needs to close the cabin off, restore the heat if Mark hasn't tampered with it, which he probably did, and find better shoes and clothes. Most wedding dresses are made out of warm weather materials like silk and chiffon, so they're only going to last her so long. If she had thought about it before coming downstairs, she could have used the bed sheets and pillowcases to fashion warmer shoes. Of course, she didn't know she'd have to haul Mark's body around the frozen yard like a sack of concrete, so that's understandable. However, we can see that she has one other option in the living room. If she can find something like a pen to cut the leather from this chair and give her better protection from the cold. Emma hauls them into their SUV. The SUV starts when she cranks the key, but putters out quickly. As expected, Marky Mark siphoned out all the gas. Hey, at least we won't look like morons when the cops show up. They do have a small boat engine which uses the same type of gas that cars do. While it's cold as hell out, gasoline freezes at negative 100 degrees Fahrenheit. And even though gas degrades over time when left out, if it's even a year or two old, it might still work to push the car down the road to town. If the gas is too stale, I just find a good hiding spot, keeping an eye on the main road and wait for help to arrive. It's too cold to walk, and if Bobby is on the way in and spots us, we're dead. Emma hauls Mark's corpse back into the house and heads for the basement. To discover, Mark has also taken all the tools from the workshop. Emma hauls Mark to the dark room to also discover that Mark switched out their happy wedding photos for proof of her infidelity with Tom. He also hung up a massive photo of her attacker, Bobby Ray, and she finds the Play Me sign now sitting on a cassette recorder. When she presses play, you hear the police interview of her recounting Bobby Ray's attack. Seeing the poster of Bobby Ray and hearing the recording of her police statement should light a fire under Emma to detach his hand as soon as possible. There's no way Bobby isn't part of this divorce. Emma hears a car pull up outside. She locks the door quickly, but she opens the gap when she hears Tom is there. Tom explains that he got a message from her saying she screwed up and needs his help. Emma opens the door, revealing Mark's dead body. She quickly explains that he cuffed himself to her and shot himself in the head. Emma tells Tom to call the cops, but Tom wants to wait until they can manage their stories. Emma's quick to remind him that given how much Mark hated both of them, Mark did not send an SOS message to Tom so that Tom could come rescue her. She tells him again to call the cops. Tom tells her he left his phone in the car charger. When they open the door, they see a pickup truck slowly driving towards the house. A car Tom saw parked off the road about a mile away. Emma says they need to run, but Tom goes outside to confront whoever is coming and tells her to lock the door behind him. Tom is wasting time worrying about calling the police. At minimum, they need to drag Mark's body to Tom's car and drive away. Emma can fill him in on the road. While there is technically a way for he and Emma to be charged with contributing to Mark's suicide, it's unlikely as they didn't encourage Mark to kill himself. The district attorney would have to go out of their way to not see that Mark premeditated his own revenge against them. The hose in the car should have Tom's fingerprints on it, as should the photos in the cassette recorder. The warrant out for Mark's arrest would also add context. Washing Mark's blood off of her face would not negate forensic evidence either. Wound ballistics would show that Mark fired the gun himself. The angle of the bullet, as well as the contact wound charring on his forehead, as well as the blood splatter patterns on her neck and on the wall behind the bed, would place her in the bed beside him when he fired the gun. And while gunshot residue would have drifted onto Emma in the bed, Mark's hand would be caked in a much higher concentration of it. The marks on her wrist showing her trying to get the cuff off and her dragging him around the house, leaving trails of blood, suggests struggle, like she doesn't have a key. It feels like it would be a massive leap to suggest that she would handcuff herself to someone she killed. Tom is also way too casual. It's the dead of winter. Who would be visiting? It's clearly not a police car approaching, and I don't know about you, but I've closed doors in faces of school children and Bible salesmen. Tom should be inside, where he can act like he belongs, and can tell them to go away with the safety of the door. If anything, Tom should rush to grab his phone and retreat inside, where they can chain and potentially barricade the door, and then answer the visitor's questions safely. That way, once they realize who's outside the door, they can barricade themselves in an upstairs room, call the police. The visitor approaches with a bag, claiming Mark called him to the house to fix a burst pipe. Tom pays the guy to leave, but he asks to use his facilities, saying he's driven all the way from Buffalo. When Tom refuses, the man asks if he has a problem with him, and Tom points out that Buffalo is 250 miles away, a pretty long distance to drive to fix a burst pipe, especially considering the truck has Indiana tags. The moment Tom says this, the truck turns off and a second man steps out. It's Bobby Ray and his attacker. And the first stooge is Bobby's brother, Jimmy. Jimmy tries to stop him, but Bobby stabs Tom repeatedly in the gut with a knife and kicks the door in. Tom has great spidey senses when it comes to noticing inconspicuous clues like Jimmy's Indiana license plates, but he's terrible at reading body language. It takes Bobby nearly 20 seconds to walk from the truck to the porch, more than enough time for Tom to tell them to back off and retreat behind the cabin door. It's also long enough for Tom to recognize that Bobby is approaching with purpose and aggression. Jimmy turns to Bobby nervously. His energy suggests that he's also afraid of what Bobby's involvement means. Jimmy also tries to physically distract and stop Bobby's approach. These are warning signs of conflict, and Tom is now outnumbered. Retreating inside is the smartest first step to make here. Inside, Emma should be listening to the conversation when she hears Tom telling Jimmy that he knows he's lying. She should either open the door and yank Tom in, which is risky, or start dragging Mark's body away. By this point, she should already have crushed Mark's hand off and gotten rid of him, but with two aggressive men outside and still tethered to his corpse, she needs to use all the lead time she can get. As Emma hides behind the counter, Bobby takes Tom's car keys and goes upstairs, where he finds the bloody wedding dress and the closet safe. Jimmy notices a blood trail on the floor and follows it to the back door, narrowly missing Emma as she drags Mark's body behind the locked doghouse. Emma enters through the boat slip and finds an anchor. She uses the edge to hack Mark's thumb off and take off the cuff. She ducks under a blanket as Jimmy pulls the locked door open and finds Mark's mutilated body. He runs out to get Bobby, and by the time they arrive to investigate, Emma has hidden under the dock. Shivering and terrified, she overhears them say that they're here for the safe. Bobby tells Jimmy that only two people had the combination, and one of them is dead. Heading to the boathouse was a risky move, exposing her to the cold and leaving drag marks in the snow for the intruders to follow. But at least she found a sharp object she could use to hack off Mark's hand. There really wasn't anything that she could have done differently here. She likely would not have had enough time to run anywhere else before Jimmy and Bobby returned. It was just sheer luck that they didn't look around more closely. When Bobby and Jimmy return to the house, Emma rewraps her beaded, fresh torn wedding dress and tries to drag an old can of gas to the garage. When Jimmy emerges from the house, she hides in plain sight in the snow. When he disappears into the doghouse again, Emma finally makes it to the garage. I'm not sure slowly hauling gas across wide open expanses is such a good idea. Emma only survived this because Jimmy has Splinter Cell bad guy peripheral vision. This gas canister looks like it holds about 12 gallons, at just over 6 pounds per gallon of gas. If it's full, it would weigh approximately 72 pounds. There's no way for a 120-pound woman with little muscle definition to carry it, at least not in a timely manner. If we were intent on risking this option, dumping all but the few gallons needed to make it to a neighboring house or town would massively reduce the weight, enabling us to carry it over the snow far more quickly. Like we mentioned earlier, even though regular gas has a shelf life of 3 to 6 months before it degrades, if it was refilled in the past year or two, there's a decent chance it'll still work. The other option, if she knows that they have not been to the cabin in many years, is to run to Tom's car and see if it's unlocked. If it is, we can duck inside and call 911 long before Bobby and Jimmy would think to look for us there. Modern cars like the Cadillac that Tom drove have auto-locking doors, so there's a good chance this doesn't work. It looks like Bobby's driving a 95 Ford F-250 Super Cab, so not only might it be unlocked, we could hotwire it. We just need to remove the plastic cover under the steering column, pull the battery and starter wire bundle out, strip the insulation off with a broken piece of plastic, tie the red power wires together, then touch the brown starter wires together. Boom, gone in 60 seconds. Before Emma can fill the tank with gas, Bobby enters the garage. He pulls out the siphon hose and slits the SUV's tires while unknowingly playing Ring Around the Rosie with Emma. It's bad luck that Bobby enters the garage before she can finish refueling. Had that not happened, it's likely she could have escaped right there by backing through the door and speeding away before Bobby and Jimmy could arrive. Even if they did, she could just run them over. Emma is forced to take shelter in the house's basement, where she becomes trapped between the two men. With seconds to spare before she's discovered, she pulls her SUV fob out and sounds her alarm, drawing Bobby and Jimmy away. She takes a moment to mourn Tom as the men disarm the alarm. Retreating to the basement was a massive risk that ultimately trapped her between two potential threats. Instead, it might have been clever to open the basement door to make it look like she went back in the house, then hide around the side of the garage and re-enter after Bobby went into the basement. Now that he's checked it, he's likely to look elsewhere before checking the garage again. Using the car alarm to draw them away was a solid choice, but instead of wasting precious moments mourning Tom, Emma needs to strip him of his coat, shoes, and socks, and then look for a proper hiding spot and a weapon. Or she needs to bundle in Tom's clothes and start walking. It's likely that if they spent time in this cabin over the years, that Emma would know the relative location of the nearest house or town. Protected by Tom's shoes, socks, and coat, Emma could attempt the trek. While she might get hypothermia and probably already has it, the reality is her house is half frozen anyways, and hypothermia can happen indoors in as little as 15 minutes in frigid temperatures. Jimmy tells Bobby that they should just leave, but Bobby tells him that the diamonds in the safe are return to the house to find that Emma has removed Tom's shoes. Bobby searches the attic and sees a swing sheet-covered object. When he rips the drop cloth off, Emma emerges from a nearby hiding spot and whacks him across the face with a golf club, knocking him down through the slats in the attic floor onto the second floor where he's knocked unconscious. Emma jumps down and grabs the keys to Tom's car from Bobby when Jimmy arrives to investigate Bobby's fault. Emma hits him with a golf club too, then blocks him in the room by knocking off the doorknob and removing the locking mechanism. Using the golf club to knock Bobby through the ceiling is a great offensive play. It might have done even more damage to stand out of sight as he climbed the ladder and smashed the golf club down on his head. Emma made the classic mistake of momentarily incapacitating her attacker and running while they recovered when she could have finished him.
Azzaro, the most wanted. And now, the most wanted parfum. Intense beyond words.
Tummy troubles, vagrant fussiness, crying, gas, and spit up all at once. And Famil Gentlease has easy-to-digest proteins and
Finish the job right then and there. I'd have gone down there and bashed both their brains in with a golf club. The average golf club swing imparts around 8,000 newtons of force on the golf ball. That means a similar force could be imparted on Bobby's head, which would only take 2,300 newtons to crack the skull and about 4,600 newtons to penetrate it. I can confirm this personally, as my head was cracked open by a rogue golf club swing when I was younger. And I'll tell you, your world goes fuzzy and sideways after the first hit, so we would have had plenty of time for follow-up swings. If Bobby didn't fall through the floor, we could have then waited for Jimmy to come up the ladder and done the same to him. Or at least used the attic entry as our own personal murder hole, like you might find in a medieval castle. Anytime they tried to enter, we could attack them from above. Emma manages to get into Tom's car, but before she can drive away, Bobby appears and breaks the window and opens the door. Emma struggles and manages to call 911 before Bobby yanks her out of the car and tears the battery from the phone. Emma warns Bobby that she doesn't know the safe's combination, but he kicks her unconscious anyways. This is why you finish them when you have the chance. Contrary to what we see in movies, calling 911 on a cell phone does not guarantee that help will come, especially since Emma didn't have time to tell the operator where she was located. With cell phones, it's important to give the 911 operator location details because they can't trace you via landline. And as Bobby rips out the battery 5 seconds into the call, it's likely the operator would not be able to track the phone signal. Emma wakes handcuffed to Mark's body again. Bobby tells her he knows the safe combination is the date Mark proposed to Emma, but she reasons he'll kill her the second she tells him. When Bobby goes to cut off her toes as an incentive, Jimmy tries to stop him. Bobby knocks him down where he can see Mark's gun under the bed. Jimmy points the gun at Bobby and tells Emma she'll live if she gives him the code. She agrees if he uncuffs her from Mark's body first. Jimmy tucks the gun in the back of his pants to pick the lock on her cuffs. When the cuffs come off, Emma gives them the combination. Bobby drags Mark's body to the safe and unlocks it, but inside, he finds a butcher's cleaver engraved with the message, "The diamonds you seek lay close to her heart." Emma tells him the diamonds must be in the necklace Mark gave her, but it doesn't have a clasp and she can't take it off. Jimmy tries a pair of bolt cutters, but it can't break it either. Emma kind of messed up by immediately revealing that the necklace was where the treasure was. She could have tried to misdirect them by insinuating that Mark must have swallowed them or something. Since Jimmy can't cut the chain with bolt cutters, it's likely made of hardened steel. Cutting this off is going to be too time-consuming and difficult to do right here. If Jimmy does not want Emma to die, he'd have been better off grabbing the knife and keeping the gun trained on Bobby while walking himself and Emma out to the car and leaving. If I was Emma, I'd have tried to grab the gun out of Jimmy's waistband and done the same. Stowing the gun in his waistband and turning his back on Bobby was dumb because Bobby sneaks up behind Jimmy, grabs the gun, and breaks Jimmy's nose. He points the gun at Emma and fires, but the gun is empty. Emma lunges for Bobby's knife, but Bobby grabs it first. Jimmy rushes to stop Bobby from killing her, but in the fight, Bobby accidentally impales his brother on a wall hook. Bobby blames Emma for Jimmy's death. She tries to keep him away with his own knife, but Bobby stabs her in the leg. She knocks him aside and manages to handcuff him to Mark's body. Again, this is why if you're trapped in a bleak situation like this, and you have the chance to kill your attacker, like Emma did when she knocked Bobby through the ceiling with a golf club, you want to take it. At the very least, Emma should use their fight as a chance to flee to another hiding spot. When Emma tried to defend herself with Bobby's knife, she should have used much shorter strikes and slashes to avoid giving Bobby the opportunity to grab and disarm her. Once she disorients him by hitting him across the face with his bolt cutters, she should roll over and cave his face in. Having Bobby armed was a good idea, but why not cave his face in as well? Despite Mark's dead weight, Bobby Reese still chases Emma through the house to the garage. She gets in her SUV and gets it to start, but with Bobby coming through the door after her, she goes for the charge first, asks questions later approach, and backs over her husband's body. Unfortunately, she drives backwards so fast, she slams into Tom and Bobby's cars. Emma puts the car in drive and hits Bobby again, going through the garage wall. Her SUV skids across the icy yard, obliterating the boathouse. You don't want to let your thirst for revenge be your downfall, and that's exactly what Emma did. Had she focused on driving as far down the road as possible, she'd likely have ended up in a much better situation. There was a lot of snow on the side of the driveway she could have gotten stuck in, and Bobby could have driven after her. At least don't overcommit your attacks. Once he was on the hood, pump the brakes, let him slide off, then accelerate over him again. Rinse and repeat. After she crashes the SUV into the boathouse, she should head for the house instead of the lake surface. It forces Bobby to haul Mark's body through the snow and up the stairs. Then she could go check Jimmy for keys or a phone. Hauling Mark's dead body, Bobby chases Emma out onto the frozen lake surface. The ice audibly cracks beneath them as they fight. Bobby stabs with a knife. Emma deflects. Then she grabs the knife and plunges it into his collarbone and kicks him off. The ice breaks and Mark's body goes under, dragging Bobby down. Bobby grabs onto Emma's necklace as he slides, dragging her into the frigid water with him. Underwater, Bobby loses the fight when Emma pulls the knife from his collar and stabs out his eye, reminding him Bobby should have taken the knife out of his own collar and used it on another purpose. Just saying, he didn't, which gave Emma her only chance to free herself, as we'll see in a second. Pulling the knife back out of his head and holding onto it also saved her life. When she's in the freezing water, Emma has less than 30 minutes to get to a warmer area before clinical hypothermia sets in. However, because she's been freezing all day, it could set in almost immediately. She has moments before her body begins to fail from muscle coordination loss. She does a number of things right here. If you're trapped in icy water, swimming can help keep your body from going into shock, and it can prevent something called sudden disappearance syndrome, in which you're so shocked by the cold water that you involuntarily gasp, inhale water, and drown. Emma rushes to the surface, but she's drifted and is now trapped under the ice. When all hope seems lost, Emma stabs through the 2-inch ice with Bobby's knife and punches through, freeing herself. She rolls onto the ice and tosses off her wedding ring just as police sirens ring through the air. Unfortunately, it would take at least 300 to 400 pounds of pressure to break through 2-inch ice like this. If you're ever trapped under ice, cutting through the ice is unlikely. It might be too thick, or you might be too weak. If you can't punch through, stay calm, steady your thoughts, and don't flail. Turn slowly in a circle with your eyes open and look for shafts of light that could be caused by the hole you fell through. You can also dive a little lower to look for light that way. Chances are you're screwed though. She must have found a lucky weak point. After breaking through, she does the right thing by laying flat on the ice, which helps to disperse her weight and makes it less likely for her to fall in again. Emma survived thanks to some quick thinking and her superhuman immunity to frostbite, but she could have done better. There were several early ways in which she could have detached herself from Mark's body using household objects like a paper clip or a toilet tank lid. If she had separated herself from Mark earlier, she would have discovered the empty gas tank earlier and probably found the gas canister in the boathouse even before Tom arrived to check on her. If Tom hadn't decided to play an unnecessary hero when Jimmy and Bobby showed up, he would have been able to hide with Emma to avoid getting stabbed. Once Bobby and Jimmy tried to force their way into the house, Emma and Tom could have tried to defend the house together, or Tom could have slipped around the house when Bob and Jim forced entry, got it into his car, and called 911. In the end, one crushed thumb later, and the only person on our death list is Mark. Not even Emma's gonna miss him. I think the intruders from Till Death were beaten. Thanks for watching, and remember, if you manage to knock your attacker out, finish them off. And also remember to check out this video's sponsor and choose Nerd55 to get 55% off your first month at Scentbird.
What's the Wi-Fi password?
Oh, it's Hack Me.
Are you serious?
So I gave your birth date for free parking.
That's how I got this rope.
No one really tries to be unsafe.
Mom, what's your 401k number?
But every time you give up info and privacy, you give up a little safety too.
Is it normal to ask for your
LifeLock helps protect your devices, online privacy, and identity all in one. Opt in to cybersafety at norton.com/cybersafe.
That house was the one thing that you chose as a place to heal. And now you have to give it up? Why are you doing this?
If a rat bug bit you, then later that night you were attacked by a naked clone of yourself that was trying to kill and replace you, what would you do? In this video on Nerd Explains, we'll follow the characters, see if we can make better decisions, and ultimately attempt to beat the body snatchers in Assimilate. If you think I missed something, or you have a better way to beat the aliens, let me know in the comments. We start out following two dudes giving us a tour of their self-proclaimed podunk town of Moulton, Missouri. It's all pretty boring, usual stuff. Sure, Miss Bizette points out some strange insects in her garden, but she's a good-looking lady talking to high school boys. We can safely assume the insects aren't grabbing their attention.
Pick it up. Spring is sprung. Miss Bizette's got her short on.
These insects would only be alarming if you were an entomologist. Otherwise, you'd just think they were some type of mini ant. Besides Miss Bizette, the underage football players getting booze, and Randy's parents being abusive, there's not much camp-worthy content to record. Later that night, they're walking around throwing the frisbee, shooting the shit, until they hear a woman letting out blood-curdling screams. They rush to check it out. It's Miss Bizette. I think we know what Zach and Randy need to do. They need to hit record and yell World Star while Miss Bizette gets brutally assaulted so they can post it online and get views for their channel. The door is unlocked, so naturally they invite themselves into the crime scene. I wouldn't go in there. Unless you can visually see what's going on, or somehow make contact with her, it would be exceptionally dangerous to enter her home. She could mistake you for an intruder and shoot you, or whatever attacked her could attack you. If it was a homicide, entering the home can cause you to ruin evidence and mess up the crime scene. Hell, you could even end up as a suspect by leaving your evidence at the scene. I'd just stay outside, peep the windows, and call the cops while trying to make visual or audible contact with her. If she kept screaming, which means she's not dead and the threat is still present, I might try to find something I can use as a weapon and try to find her. It really depends on if you want to risk dying for her, and how confident you are in your ability to defend yourself. So how would this play out if Zach and Randy had taken our advice and hadn't gone into her house? Well, they wouldn't have known about the bite or Pastor Greg's rat bug, so it actually puts us in a worse position. But they'd still most likely have realized something was wrong when they called a cloned sheriff and confronted the cloned Miss Bizette about the incident the next day.
Oh, it was a bit.
So we wouldn't have completely screwed ourselves. Against our advice, they decide to go into her house anyways. There's a broken lamp and blood on the ground, a sure sign that Miss Bizette is in quite the pickle. Randy calls the cops, but they just hang up on him. I know this is a shitty town and the cop probably doesn't give much of a fuck, but come on, a loud thud and tapping noises start coming from the attic. How have they not already grabbed something to use as a weapon? Jesus. They continue to follow the blood trail and open the closet door. It's Miss Bizette. She's bloody, crying, and claims something bit her. I gotta tell ya, as soon as I hear this, I'm thinking zombies. A huge bug thing blasts out of the drywall and flies out the window. Okay, well, it's not zombies, so that's good. Zach has the bright idea to chase the thing because, as he stated, it might have rabies. How is that a reason to chase this thing? That's actually a strong reason to run the other way. The CDC explicitly states to not pet, approach, or engage any animal you suspect has rabies. This is because rabies rabies infections are nearly 100% fatal if left untreated until symptoms appear. It literally has the highest mortality rate of any disease on Earth. Miss Bizet just needs to go to a doctor, run some tests, and get a rabies vaccine. It should be pretty obvious that we shouldn't try to catch the rabid rat bug that's biting people, which we suspect has rabies. We definitely want to take Miss Bizet to the hospital to get some tests done to determine if she was bitten by a rabid animal. Since they use blood tests for rabies diagnosis, I'm pretty positive that alien spores and DNA would be identified. They'd likely keep her at the hospital for further testing and monitoring, as well as try to make contact with higher authorities about the unidentified alien DNA in her bite wound. Later that night, her alien clone would probably arrive at the hospital to try and kill and replace her, at which point it would be very obvious that we collectively have a major problem. Later on in the movie, it seems like the clone showed up at night while their victims were sleeping in order to kill and replace them, though it's not clear how the clone finds the original. My guess is that the bug leaves a pheromone trail which the clone uses to find the original. The fully formed existing clones might also help direct the newly birthed mindless clones and tell them when and where to attack. This means that Miss Bizet's clone might not find an attacker at the hospital since she was bit at home. Either way though, finding alien DNA in her wound would likely have sparked a chain of events required for awareness of an alien invasion to spread and defenses to be orchestrated. It's possible that all the doctors were already clones, and Miss Bizet would just be restrained on a gurney so her clone could Shang Tsung her.
Your soul is mine. Fatality.
I think Randy and Zach would have helped take her to the hospital considering the circumstances, and if the doctors were clones, we'd know something was up when they started acting weird. Taking Miss Bizet to the hospital would be the most reasonable decision that coincidentally has the best chance for everyone to find out what's going on, which is incredibly crucial when under siege by body-snatching aliens. Later on, I'll talk about the plans for survival once we do realize the threat we're facing. For now, let's see what Zach and Randy should do if they did stupidly chase the bug. Before they catch up to it, it scurries into what I guess is its owner's cooler. The man with his pet bug hop into a car and leave. As the car drives away, they see that Pastor Greg is the owner. What the hell? So Pastor Greg has a pet insect rat thing that he lets go into people's homes and bite them. Like in the movie, we're definitely going to want to stalk him and get more information and footage of what the hell he's up to, as well as find out why the cop hung up on us. The next day, they take their video to the douchebag from Never Back Down.
Now for the bad news. It's gotta end with you looking like a bitch.
But like all horror movies, the cop thinks it's Photoshop.
Ataro, the most wanted, and now the most wanted parfum, intense beyond words.
Photoshop nonsense. To be honest, I don't blame him. I think the kids should have known better that in this day and age, video evidence isn't exactly hard evidence that you can convict someone with. You need something physical, like the bite wound and testimony from a victim like Miss Bizet. The night Miss Bizet was bitten and they saw Pastor Greg, I'd have 100% shown Miss Bizet the footage of Pastor Greg with the bug, and then taken her to the hospital as well as to the cops. This may have prevented prevented her death and the clone replacement that night. It'd be easier to convince the cop that something bad was happening, and the hospital might be able to identify the alien spores, which again is our best shot at figuring out what's going on, spreading awareness, and then constructing our defenses. On their way to interrogate Pastor Greg for his rat shenanigans, they hear an eerie siren noise in the distance. What the hell is that? There's really nothing to make of it at this point, though. The doors mysteriously close behind them while hallway lights flicker. Cool, maybe we should wait until Pastor Gray comes outside before interrogating him instead. Nope, okay, cool, let's just continue down this creepy corridor to confront the pastor that sicks rabid rat bugs on people. What could go wrong? They eventually find Greg, and he's not his cheerful, dorky self.
Hey, Pastor Greg. We're doing a production of Jesus Christ Superstar down at the church.
Oh, that sounds great.
Are you guys interested in trying out? Your mom was a slut. And your dad is a junkie.
Okay.
To be fair, they did accuse him of being a rat whisperer, though. The sheriff who hung up on us is there, too. He doesn't seem normal either. Zach and Randy quickly bug out of there. They check the internet and cell service to try to upload their footage, but everything is down. Zach and Randy just now think to see if Miss Bizette can help them prove to the cops that they aren't lying about the situation with Pastor Greg. Unfortunately, Miss Bizette isn't acting like herself either. She denies that anything happened last night and pulls her skirt up to reveal her leg where she was bit, except there's no bite mark anymore. That same thud and tapping sound starts coming from her bedroom, which she suggestively invites them into. As hard of a decision as it was, Randy and Zach declined. Instead, they creep around the outside of the house to peep into the windows. Looks like a couple guys already took her up on the offer. One of the male suitors jump scares them, forcing Zach and Randy to retreat to the barn and reassess what's going on. What's weird is that they recognize the guy tied up on the bed, and it's the same guy that jump scared them. So there's two of the same people. Kayla shows up at their home base to tell them that her dad is acting strange. Like there's no feeling in him. Like he's a different person all of a sudden. To make matters worse, her mom and brothers are missing too. She thinks she's going crazy, but it's clear that this isn't a case of Capgras syndrome, which is a psychiatric disorder where you feel like a loved one has been replaced by an imposter. While the three are out looking for her family, they notice that everyone's acting strange. People are blankly staring at them and openly burning their belongings. Kayla's dad has gone batshit crazy as well. It's obvious that he's not going to be any help. Zach fakes going to the bathroom so he can search the house for Kayla's brother and mom. He finds Joey in the attic hiding from his dad. Zach tells Joey to go downstairs to his room and hide, which is really stupid considering the attic is a much better hiding spot than his room. I don't know what he was thinking with that suggestion. He also finds Kayla's mom in the towel bin. Fuck. That's gonna be a tough one to explain to Kayla. Shit just got real. People are getting murdered. The first priority is to get Joey out of there. Leaving him with a murdering psychopath is not an option. To me, it seems like you have two options. Either stealth it or get violent. The stealth option would be to leave the house without Joey to avoid confrontation with the dad. Later in the movie, Joey was caught by his dad, but that was probably because Zach originally told him to hide in his room. If we told Joey to stay in the attic, he should be relatively safe for now. By the time Zach left the bathroom, the dad was very agitated and suspicious. I doubt the dad would have let Joey leave with him. Confronting him about the dead wife in the towel bin will provoke him to attack. Same thing with the neighbors. Whatever's going on, it's spreading insidiously. Most likely originating with bites from that insect thing and turning people into psychos. If we're confrontational, it could provoke them to attack us outright instead of slowly trying to deceive us. Caleb.
Every one of the windows that we sell at Relief Windows is the Energy Star product. We've had some customers tell us that they've had their electric bills go from $350 to $200 a month. That's pretty wild.
Notion still continues to be the easiest way to just get information centralized somewhere and then shot out to somebody else. And for us, that's extremely important because half our team is remote and distributed. It's been super efficient for us to communicate across
may have confronted the dad, so he killed her. If they think they can deceive us, that gives us time and the element of surprise. How do we get Joey out secretly then? Have Kayla lure the dad out of the house by faking an emergency of some sort. Since the cell service and internet is down, we won't be able to do anything remotely. She could lure him outside by saying she thinks she has a flat tire or something. When he leaves the house, Zach and Randy, using Kayla's keys, could run in and grab Joey, while Kayla distracts the dad and watches the perimeter to ensure that he left and nobody else comes to the house. The violent option would be to whop the dad over the head with a flower vase before you leave, then grab Joey. It's 3v1, so I think they can take it. This approach is dangerous because we could get hurt in the altercation, but also, as we come to find out, if we had confronted the dad clone, he'd likely had screeched and brought the neighbor clones to attack us. They'd have to knock him out cold in one blow. If they chose this method, Kayla's dad wouldn't be able to move the mom's body. And if they brought the cops to the house, well, I think he will be sufficiently convinced of a problem. Either way, get Joey out of there immediately. Once they have Joey, they need to get Zach and Randy's family to safety too. Since time is of the essence, they should all split up to go save their own families. They'll cover ground much more quickly that way.
This is right. We should split up.
Quab, Mabiza Shivu.
Just kidding, that's a terrible idea. Zach's family first, as they just talked to them and know they aren't infected. Randy's family could be compromised. So let's save who we know we can first. They should stick together so they don't get isolated and overpowered. Zach's family didn't originally believe them, but with Kayla, Joey, and the video evidence, they might be able to convince them that they're in danger. It's not too late. It's still the same night, which means that we could save our parents before they get replaced by attacking clones, which we find out happened the next day in the movie. Once we've secured our home, we need to suit up, since whatever's going on is probably spreading by bite and bloodborne infection. It's best that we wear things that prevent bites, like boots and gloves and layers of long pants and long sleeve shirts and jackets. We'll want to tuck our pants into our boots as well, to prevent the creature from scurrying up our pants. We'll look overdressed, but we won't be walking down the street like Bill Williamson, which would probably get us unwanted attention. Considering the bug bites, it might be some form of parasite that's taking hold of hosts in order to help it spread. If so, the parasite only seems to have a basic connection with the host's nervous system, as they're unable to blend in well and express appropriate emotional responses. The good news is that whatever it is, it's not hard to spot. The Thing, or the arachnid bug from Starship Troopers 2, were way better at keeping up appearances. All you have to do is say something that should elicit an emotional response, or just whatever horrible shit you normally filter out of conversations.
Your mom was a slut.
If they act like a doorknob, it's probably an infected person. Getting weapons to defend ourselves should also be a priority at this point. We don't want to kill anyone unless we have to, because maybe this is a curable condition, but we also can't let ourselves succumb to whatever's infecting people. Again, you still want to blend in, so rolling down the streets like Hot Fuzz might not be the best decision. I'm not saying don't do it, because it would be cool as fuck. Whatever's going on is way bigger than just Kayla's dad. Almost everyone in the town is turning into murdering psychos, which is bad for obvious reasons, but also because once a critical mass is attained, they won't really have to be sneaky anymore. Initially, when it's only a few people, they can't afford to get found out, but with numbers, they can be more aggressive and will be more likely to outright attack you. We need to get the word out to surrounding towns in order to contain the spread. If this gets out, it will exponentially take over the planet, unless it's happening everywhere already. We have to assume that this is local and we can contain it, or else we're fucked anyways. We still can't exactly go to the police. The sheriff's infected and Ryan McCarthy doesn't want to hear from us.
Leave me out of your bullshit web series. Alright?
And that's if he isn't infected too. No doubt Kayla's dad moved his wife's dead body as well, so we really don't have any hard proof of anything right now. We need to obtain some hard evidence. The footage we have could just be dismissed by other agencies and departments, like with our town's cop. Initially, I thought of abducting someone, but that's pretty risky. I think a better way to get the word out would be to simply securely box up some of the weird alien ants that are everywhere and take it to the CDC headquarters in Atlanta, which is about 10 hours away from Springfield, Missouri. Further studying and testing of the alien ants, along with our footage and anecdotes, would reveal their assimilation and duplication potential. This would trigger a worldwide quarantine quarantine, PSA, and the creation of defensive strategies. I'm thinking a good slogan for the PSA would be, know your neighbor. Basically, you just want everyone to report any suspicious behavior to the authorities for testing. As long as you can contain the spread before it hits critical mass, you should be able to seek out and destroy any alien clones. It's going to be a rough year for sure, but the alien spores would eventually stop raining from the sky as there isn't an infinite amount of them. You could argue that he might not be able to make the connection between the mini ants and the alien bomb, and it might not be realistic to jump to abducting someone at this point, so let's continue with the movie. Their ingenious plan is to take it to the police. Guess what? They burn their last bridge with the cop on the naive assumption that Kayla's dad wouldn't have moved the body after Zach suspiciously used the restroom. Things get really weird at the house when the mom shows up alive. I'm not sure how that's possible. Maybe some super fast healing shit like we saw with Miss Bizette? She was pretzeled into a towel bin for Christ's sake. You can't just unfold yourself. And they have Joey. It's a standoff with the three friends, a disbelieving cop, and the imposter family over custody of Joey. They eventually leave without Joey. Again, this is a huge mistake. Unless Joey's wearing some plot armor we don't know about yet, he's 100% fucked. Whatever's happening, it's happening fast. A single bite and it's all over. And the pastor is known for possessing the rat insect thing. If he wasn't already bit, he will be soon. There is no reason they had to leave the house without him. Joey was literally screaming and crying to get away from her and to leave with Zach, Randy, and Kayla.
I want to go with Kayla.
No cop would just leave a kid in that situation. At least I hope not. The cell service and internet is still completely down at this point. They head back to the barn home base and find Zach's dad. His previously amputated legs are, well, restored to their non-amputated state, and they're surrounded by the other townsfolk, so it's confirmed. The bug people are getting more aggressive now that they're reaching critical mass. The assimilated lock Zach and Randy in the barn with the insects, and Randy gets bit. Damn it, Randy, I told you to wear layers and bring weapons. There's some kind of alien black gestational sac with something inside it. It gives birth to Zach's mom. Definitely not an image you can forget easily. Zach's naked mom runs over to Zach's real mom, I'm guessing. The ant bugs are crawling from the alien mom to the real mom, seemingly sucking her soul out. Randy, with the slick wits, grabs a shovel and tries to bash the alien mom. The shovel breaks in half. Zach grabs the broken shovel and spears the alien mom with it. It seemed like that did the trick. Okay, so it's not super healing from a parasite controlling the original. Instead, a clone is created using the DNA obtained from the bug bite. Then the clone attacks and sucks the life force and memories out of the original person and replaces their identity. War is declared at this point. There's no hiding now. It's guns free on any of these aliens as they're just clones of the dead original. I'd say by now we have more than enough proof to continue with our plan I laid out earlier. Hopefully Randy's mom fared better. Well, I guess they didn't care or assumed she was dead because they went to go find Camp Shigande. Damn, Jake Tyler beat this dude so badly he moved into a trailer in shithole Missouri. I don't think he's throwing any sick parties at his new digs.
Can't get much better than this.
Turns out he was bitten too, except that he shot his double in the head when it came after him. They have the idea to take the body to the FBI and shut this alien operation down. This guy's thinking what I'm thinking. Ironically, I'm pretty sure he's gonna die. This also means Randy has a clue going to kill him in a bit. Sweet. Right on cue, Randy's double comes out of the forest and attacks them. Along with 100 other alien imposters. Yeah, Josh gets pulled into the crowd of clones. Randy runs off, ready to diversion so Zach and Kayla can get away. The clones seem pretty dumb. They easily could have taken out all four of them if they just split up instead of all running after Randy. Zach and Kayla make a hasty plan to rescue Joey. Their plan is to grab a car to head to Springfield so they can get cell service and upload their video footage. They decide to head into town on foot to find the car and Joey. Being on foot and going into town is a horrible idea. Joey is no doubt dead as fuck by now. I gotta believe there's a truck in some more remote farmhouse you can jack instead of going into town. Inevitably, while on foot in town, they get caught. But holy shit, was that some amazingly well-coordinated and lucky quick thinking by Zach and Kayla. Apparently they can't detect if you're assimilated or not, nor will they check if you are. This was an incredibly fried, as you probably get killed with one wrong move in your bug food. Holy shit, they're burning corpses of the original people they cloned themselves from. Damn, they continue their charade to try to get the keys to the car. Kayla spots Joey from a distance. He's obviously a clone now, but Kayla turns into an idiot and goes after him. Oh, he's not one of them. Sorry, Joey. If it were me instead of Kayla, you'd be dead. Hell, I wouldn't have even gone back into the town to attempt to save you. Kayla and Joey lock eyes, and they both let out a single tear. The other zombies catch the sense offenders in the act and mark them for processing. Joey's able to flee, but Kayla's about to get the bug bite. Zach crashes the party with the van, and they both make a hot extraction. Damn, I was hoping Zach would go Grand Theft Auto and plow right through the alien rally. Kind of a missed opportunity. Kayla and Zach stop the car in the middle of the road to have a heart-to-heart discussion while Joey is still desperately trying to evade the aliens on foot. I know I didn't try to help Joey before, but come on, guys. Since Kayla's bit, she starts talking like she's already dead. Bruh, chill, you got bit, but you can still kill off the attacker. Instead of kissing her, Zach keeps rambling, and the bugs find them and bite Zach too, killing the mood. They run after the bug, but this time it's not because it might have rabies. It's because if they catch it, they can prevent the creation of a DNA copy of Zach and to clone of him from attacking. First off, couldn't you guys have had that discussion while driving? Jesus. Secondly, trying to run after the bug on foot in the woods is super dumb. You won't catch it. Being on foot in the woods is dangerous because you can't really hide. The mini bugs are everywhere, and they can alert the aliens to your location. Considering it's running back to the clones, you're literally running towards the danger. And what does it matter whether other clones or your clone comes to kill you? The end result's the same. It's over. Your bit, just stay in the car and keep driving. While sneaking through the forest, they run into Randy. For a second, I thought it might be the OG Randy acting like a clone just like they did earlier. But no, it's the clone. Kayla bashes it in the head with a stone, and Zach drowns his best friend's alien twin near the pond they used to fish at when they were kids.
We used to go fishing here. Do you remember? Yeah.
Stop.
A traumatizing event, no doubt. They finally make it to the internet building, toilet store, where they are attacked by the naked clones of themselves. At the main Trump terminal, they upload their murder footage to YouTube, where it will be immediately censored. At least try to create an appealing title. Nobody's gonna find or click on a video number 598435. But then again, it's a new YouTube channel, so good luck getting views anyways. Instead, I'd email the MP4 to the FBI, CIA, CDC, WHO, National Guard, etc., as well as make a quick post on Twitter and Facebook with a descriptive title so people actually click it. Using the video noise, they bait the clones into the room and then use the CO2 extinguishers to suffocate them, which is pretty darn clever. They make their great escape and go to rescue Joey back at the cabin, if he's still alive. Once they get to the cabin, they walk right up to the porch to check it out. Instead of just walking in like they did, which is super risky, I'd throw rocks at the windows in a distinct pattern. It's not something the clones would do, so Joey could probably realize it was us. Once he comes out, make bird noises or some shit and assess his reaction and movements. They peek into the windows and see Joey watching TV in the living room. Why the fuck would you be watching cartoons in the living room in clear view of the windows? Earlier, he was hiding in the attic because his dad was acting strange. Now he's just chilling on the sofa when a full-blown alien apocalypse is occurring. You know, this is a trap. I'm betting Pastor Greg is hanging out with this little boy, too. I guess I was wrong again. Joey was just being an idiot. Man, if I was in this movie, Joey would be super dead by now. We find out he wasn't watching cartoons either. He was watching a webcam broadcast of the entire world being overrun by these things. The stark realization sets in that they weren't the first town to get hit. Their podunk shithole was the last. Or more likely, everywhere was hit at the same time via the spores falling from the sky. I don't get how the entire world was taken over without the people of Bolton realizing it, but whatever. The last scene is of their YouTube video. It has 0 views, except a few comments from a handful of survivors around the world. Surviving at this point is looking pretty bleak. It's down to Joey, Zach, and Kayla, and some randos across the world who we can't communicate with. We could hide and evade the aliens for a while, but hunger would set in, and we'd need to act like clones to make food runs. This is super dangerous, and we're likely to get caught eventually, so this method is out. However, there is a way to not starve. If you watched my other videos, you might know where I'm headed. The mini-ant aliens seem to be everywhere, forming into bugs that can bite us in order to send clones to kill and replace us. There's nowhere we can really hide from them. Once the clone of you arrives, kill the clone, then butcher, cook, and eat it. It's gonna take a bit of mental effort to get used to the idea, since you're basically cannibalizing your own body. You gotta look for the silver lining here, though. The aliens are basically delivering fresh food to your door, same-day delivery. Say we managed to make the correct decisions earlier on by taking Bizette to the hospital and finding out what's going on at the beginning, and salvaged most of the town. We know that the bites are used to create clones that attack and replace us. We could form defenses, use buddy systems and weapons, and implement testing procedures to identify clones, etc. But we're still fucked. The spores are constantly raining down all over the place, creating ants, which create the bugs, which bite us, which create clones, which attack us. The townsfolk would be constantly under siege from attacking clones. If nobody is producing food because we're constantly under attack, we'd all starve. I sure as shit wouldn't want to be harvesting cornfields with naked alien zombies attacking me. Sure, we can eat the clones like we talked about earlier, but that's if everyone can kill them. Eventually, the survivors would be whittled down. In the TV broadcast, the clones seemed to act like World War Z zombies when no prey was around, just dormant. That said, we did see them packing up bugs into trucks for transport. It's reasonable to assume they communicate with each other, and even if we regained a survivor foothold in Molten, the aliens would signal to surrounding towns to attack us. We'd be outnumbered and killed. I think the only way you can really survive is by grabbing some horses and staying on the move like one of those cannibalistic Indian tribes back in the day. It'll be hard for the aliens to hide a gestating alien egg on the open plains or in our teepees. You could keep the imposter hordes at a distance, only allowing the bugs to bite you and your clone to run after you, or picking off stray clones that wander too far from the group and bringing them back to camp for a delicious feast. I don't know how healthy it would be, but they are DNA matching clones, and meat is meat, right? Or you could hunt wild animals like a normal person. Now that I think of it, I don't know why I suggested cannibalism first. Maybe because it's easier than hunting, as they come to you. I think the chances of surviving and beating the body snatchers in assimilation are slim, considering the whole world is taken over by the time we realize what's going on. But how would you beat them? Let me know in the comments. Thanks for watching, and remember,
Where are you gonna go? Where are you gonna run? Where are you gonna hide? Nowhere. Because there's no one like you left.
The Vino Positively Radiant Moisturizer with clinically proven soy and the tone and texture are back.
Ready. Uh-huh. Sensibi Kinniku, Swarspa Githara, Snubara Dubnatimthi, Watanini Chof, Wabarani Zimze, Bayumi, Jospa Aksin, Snubara Dubnatimthi, Watanini Chof.
If you woke up in a maze of trapped cubes, what would you do? In this How to Be video, we'll follow the cube captives, see if we can make better decisions, and ultimately attempt to beat the death maze in cube. If you think you have a better way, let me know in the comments. If you like these How to Be videos, consider subscribing. Before we start, let me be clear. I'm not good with math, and I'm positive I'm wrong about a lot of the things I talk about, so please correct me in the comments. I know you will. We start out following a man named Alderson, who woke up in a sci-fi looking cube. Imagine just going about your day and then waking up in here. You just know you're not going to have a good time. This ain't an ordinary room, and nothing about it seems hospitable in the slightest. The first red flag is that he's wearing a prisoner's uniform, but there's no toilet, bed, food, or water, so this is arguably worse than a prison. Hell, even Gorang from the platform got these amenities. The good news is that it's not a straight-up execution, or he'd already be dead. I guess it could still be an execution, and the cube people just want to have a little fun with him first. I mean, that's entirely plausible. However, it's most likely an experiment or gauntlet, in which case the only reasonable thing to do is assume you can win your freedom and become the Cube Warriors version of a Rudy Arias. Alderson pops some doors open to see what's what, and when he opens the door to the blue room, there's a weird sound. But when he opens the red room, there isn't a sound. And when he opens the orange room, the same weird sound from the blue room plays. What that means, I don't know. Unfortunately, this looks like a trial and error puzzle, and I don't think you get a second chance. Well, that's the end of this guy's story. Rod didn't even know what hit him. You might feel sorry for this guy, but I think he got off easy. This was a fairly rudimentary trap for such a sophisticated environment, which makes me lean towards this being a game or gauntlet of some sort. They have to have cameras somewhere streaming to a pay-per-view audience, because why would you waste perfectly good entertainment like this? It's probably an unpopular opinion, but I think they should bring back gladiatorial-type games, upgraded with modern technology and engineering. Sorry, but Supermarket Sweep just ain't cutting it. One way to quench your bloodthirst is to check out Raid Shadow Legends. You can play if you're a casual, or desktop if you're a sweat lord. Most of you overestimate your abilities and will jump into one of the 10 challenging dungeons where these bosses will execute you. You can also choose to march against the Dark Lord in the campaign, but you'll need to squad up with dwarves, orcs, the undead, lizardmen, demon spawn, or any of the 13 factions, 460 champions who have their own aesthetics, skills, and strengths. You can play with friends or one of the 200,000 active clans to fight the millions of other players from across the world. No rules of engagement, no Geneva Conventions or protocols. The depth of strategies, content, and ways to play is only restricted by your will. I often wonder what champions and factions would realistically be the best. I'm leaning on the undead, but nobody thinks of the humans. Right now they seem less badass, but give them time, and the other factions are going to be dealing with tanks, jets, and nukes. So what's new? You can craft artifacts directly in the new Artifact Forge. There's an advanced quest system with more rewards, more champions, and the Doom Tower is under development. Links in the description to download the game. And if you're a new player, you'll get 100,000 silver, 50 gems, 1 energy refill, and 1 free champion to the Executioner. Rewards will be located here, but only for the next 30 days. Somewhere else in the cube, we have 2 other survivors, Quentin and Worth. Each person seems to wake up from a drugged state in a different room. The door next to them opens up and Quentin judo throws the woman to the ground. This nice lady's name is Holloway. In the background there's a loud noise like something large and mechanical is moving outside the room. Another girl, Levin, joins them, as well as a man named Ren. I say the more the merrier, considering...
After using Lancome Genifique, my skin feels fresh, it feels smooth, it feels healthy, and most of all, it makes me feel really, really confident.
Naturally, I do have a glow, but this took it to another level. You have to give it a try and see for yourself.
Considering somebody has to test out each room for traps, now would be a good time for everyone to compare notes. Quentin and Ren already had experience with traps before meeting up. It's likely they both have encountered different types of traps, as well as the presence of other non-trapped rooms. It should also be apparent that they're in a maze of cubes that doubles as a minefield, and there should be a safe path around the traps and out of the maze. I initially thought that they might be playing some sort of 3-dimensional Minesweeper game, but there's nothing that indicates the number of trap rooms that they might be surrounded by. Right now, these are the 2 problems that they need to find solutions for: a trap detection method and where an exit would be. It's best to solve the first problem before moving on to the second. Until you can safely navigate the cube, finding an exit path is somewhat moot. Detecting what rooms are trapped is difficult because the traps are invisible until activated by a human presence. The way I see it, there's 2 ways this can go down. Either we're able to reliably physically detect and or cross traps, which is unlikely, or more likely there has to be a trap detection method that we haven't discovered yet. If there's not a way to reliably physically detect traps, it invalidates the player's decisions, which invalidates the cube's purpose as a game. But we already concluded that it's most likely a game, so in this case it means that there has to be another way to detect traps. I'd gather as much information that they can observe, which would amount to: 1. Does anyone have any useful skills or knowledge? 2. Is noise or no noise when opening cube doors correlated with traps? 3. Is the color of the room correlated with traps? 4. Are the room number plates in each cube correlated with traps? 5. The background noise appearing at random intervals? Or 6. Anything else that's not identical room to room? Besides these variables, everything else is identical and can't be used. Then I'd start manually testing all surrounding rooms for traps and assessing for any correlations of the above variables. Like Ren discovered, you can use your boot to trigger a lot of traps, enough to find correlations. But I want to be clear, do not use physical trap detection as a final determinant for a cube's safety. Our cube captives also decide to manually detect trap rooms, and with with some initial success, they wrongly conclude that physically detecting traps is 100% reliable. While booting a room is fairly effective in detecting many traps, it's almost certainly catastrophically wrong. You only have to be wrong one time. Just ask Alderson. The problem, which they already know, is that there's a variety of traps that have a variety of activation triggers. A trap could detect a human based on motion, sound, and pressure, all things that move when triggered. But traps also can be triggered based on thermals, chemicals, tripwires, and a host of other things like thresholds, time activation, location, specificity, and any combination of these. For example, a trap could be a spike that gets instantly thrust up through your body, but is only activated if you step on a certain tile of the room with 150 pounds of pressure for a minimum of 10 seconds, and only when a heat signature is present. It would be impossible to test this trap unless you physically walked into the trapped cube, and by the time you knew a trap existed, you were dead. If you have to move into another cube to further test your trap detection method, in addition to booting, I'd also try to test for thermals and chemicals by giving the unknown cube a nice slap from within the corridor. If that works, have one person cross the entire cube at a time while being ready to dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. Our protagonists choose the logical yet seemingly too obvious strategy of going in a straight line while detouring around trap rooms. That same mechanical background noise starts up again, and Red remarks that it's occurring in regular intervals. A piece to the puzzle, no doubt. Come to think of it, maybe we're just in a giant shuffling Rubik's Cube and the goal is to solve it. But there's not a mechanism for shifting cubes, and the shifting is happening at random intervals completely outside their control. So I think that's a no on the Rubik's Cube theory. Levin and the crew just now discovered that there's serial number plates pointing to each room. How the hell did they miss this? The rooms are practically identical except for like two things. The first number she reads is 566-472-737, which is the room that they're going into. The second number she reads is 476-804-539, which is the room that they came from.
Right, well, there's only 566,400,000 odd rooms in this thing.
It's not. If these were room numbers based on 566,472,737 rooms and at a diameter of 14 feet per room plus 1 feet of hatchways on either side, and you're looking at a diameter of 2.5 miles and nearly 16 cubic miles of cubes. The diameter of this monstrosity would be like 12 aircraft carriers lined up end to end. I highly doubt an organization built 1,800 aircraft carriers worth of cubes for 7 people to wander around. While we don't know how big the cube is, it has to be way smaller than they think. Even if they were room numbers, they don't seem to be sequential, so unless they're encoded somehow, they're no use for finding an exit. And even if they were sequential, we still don't know where an exit might be. So far, these numbers are not helping as a trap detection method, or for finding a way out, which is concerning and odd. From the 6 potential variables we've observed, none seem to be correlated with solutions. The numbers do stand out though, because they could be some type of code. They must be missing something. The numbers have to mean something.
Numbers? What are they saying?
It is possible that they just need more information before they can figure out solutions. So heading towards the side and traveling along it while looking for exits could potentially be within the dimensions of the main cube. I'd also leave pieces of ribbon as line markers to indicate that they've already been in that cube and that it's not trapped in case they need to backtrack. Like we saw in my As Above, So Below video, these little guys could be the difference between life and death.
Suck on it. Keeps the saliva flowing.
This is a pretty interesting quirk. There's probably some benefit to relieving a parched mouth in the face of dehydration, but I doubt they need that right now, as it's only been a few hours. Red boots the next room, and while it looks clear of traps, he holds the group up anyways. He says that the air is dry in there. Now there may be some sort of molecular sensor-based trap that detects hydrogen sulfide excreted from the skin. I don't know enough about biology to confirm or deny this, but the internet does indicate that humans do produce and excrete this chemical in some manner. We can't prove anything, but it's probably a good idea to avoid rooms that present abnormalities that don't conform to the patterns associated associated with non-trapped rooms. Ren then reveals that he's a 7-time escapee of French prisons. It might seem like a good idea to follow a prison escape artist lead, but this is not a prison. If it was a prison, there would not be doors, and there would be traps on every side. They are in a 3D maze that must have a path out. They just need to cautiously unravel the game's rules.
More talking. More guessing. Why do you think about that? It's not right in front of you.
Great advice, Houdini. I think we'll stop to think things through if that's chill with you. You got something on your face, by the way. It's now abundantly clear that physically testing traps is not reliable, so trap detection must be based on one of the aforementioned variables, likely the numbering system. Ren should have slapped the interior of the cube first before hopping in. It's pretty dumb for someone who supposedly knows a lot about sensors to not account for thermal sensors. His dodge game definitely was not on point either. Instead of diving out of the way, he just stood there and said merde. The rest of the crew finally does what they should have done a long time ago. Share information. We know Quentin is a cop. Ren was an escape artist. We don't know anything about Alderson other than he was one unlucky SOB. But what about the others?
What are you?
I just go to school. I hang out with my friends.
What else?
There is nothing else.
Okay, that's not helpful at all. We need specific details.
There's got to be a reason for that. You're a doctor. Why? That gives you a function, a reason, right?
No, it just makes me go, why me and not one of the other 10 million doctors out there?
That's better, but still too vague.
Why don't you tell us what your purpose is worth? Often wondered that myself.
Can everyone stop being intentionally opaque? Good God, nobody cares about your Edgar Allan Poe bullshit. Just give a straight answer. We're on the clock in a life and death situation here. Quentin uses his X-ray detective skills
This is a technical fucking X-ray.
on the survivors to discover that Levin is a math student. It really shouldn't have been that hard to figure out, but everyone felt like wasting time being ambiguous for no reason. Levin uses her special math powers to assess the mysterious room numbers. It determines that the trapped rooms they've encountered all have 3 sequences of 3-digit prime numbers. For everyone that ignored everything taught in math class like me, prime numbers are numbers that only have 2 factors, one in themselves. None of these number sequences are prime, so the room is theoretically safe.
So that room is safe.
Wait. You make that assumption based on one prime number trap.
Right, but like Quentin is trying to say, that's only 3 data points, which is a low enough sample size to be a coincidence. If half the rooms were traps, they could only be 87.5% confident in this method, which sounds like a lot, but it's really not. This whole time I've been speculating that the numbers mean something, and I think what she's onto is worth testing. But you'll only know if the theory holds up with a high degree of confidence once you've tested at least 10 rooms. But even then, the cost of physically checking a room is low, so you might as well sniff, slap, and boot every room anyways. The montage of them navigating rooms seems pretty convincing that prime numbers are the key to detecting traps. So they seem to have solved the trap detection problem, but they still haven't solved the exit path problem. Since there really isn't anything else they can use to determine an exit path, and the numbers were a form of key to half their problem, it's likely the numbers are also a key to the other half of their problem. It's a good thing Ren got face-shotted instead of Levin, because there's no way they would have figured that out by themselves. On that note, they need to keep Levin alive at all costs, because she's probably their only chance of figuring out a way out of here. With the trap detection problem solved, they should continue heading towards the side of the cube so they can map out the potential dimensions of the main cube. Eventually, they hit a dead end with traps on all sides and are forced to backtrack. By now, they're probably getting claustrophobic, dehydrated, and a little bit delirious. This is where line markers would be nice to have. It would help lower the mental burden of having to do math and double-checking each room you may have already been in. Their detour around the dead end is put on pause when they hear some noises coming from the cube above them. Quentin pops the door, and another person falls through. His name is Kazan, and he appears to have some type of mental disorder. On a side note, it's interesting how all of the captives are named and characterized after famous prisons around the world. Kazan has a mental condition of sorts, which relates to the Kazan Prison Mental Hospital in Russia. Quentin is a male, and San Quentin is a prison for males. Likewise, Holloway is a female, and Holloway Prison is female only. Red was named after the Red Prison. Levin and Worth, well, Leavenworth. It's also kind of interesting that Levin and Worth are the only ones that share a prison name. I don't think any of this helps them, though. The captives continue their straight-line path to the side of the cube while checking for prime number-based trap rooms. But this time, there's a problem.
Stop! In front of you.
So gaga.
This is exactly why I kept saying to tread carefully. To think that prime numbers solved everything was foolish, even with it being a pretty successful strategy. Luckily for Quentin, this trap gave him time to dive out of the way. The prime number trap detection theory is far from worthless, because there's obviously a significant correlation. It's just likely that there's some caveat or additional piece to it. Under investigation from Quentin, Worth reveals that he's an engineer that was contracted to build the shell of this cube, or sarcophagus, as he pessimistically puts it. He claims he knows nothing of the interior, except that the shell does not sit flush against the cube of cubes. Worth, you goddamn piece of shit. I had a feeling that woe is me garbage was just a projection of guilt, or a diversion from his actual profession and affiliations. When questioned about who was in charge and why the cube was built and what its purpose is, he goes on a nihilistic tirade that it was just built because we could, and that nobody was in charge, and it was just a headless